He was a youth of the 4.0 era who followed his master to learn the path of immortal cultivation, but he studied little and caused trouble mostly, burying his face all day watching big-boobed top idols twerking. Many times he was scolded by his master, but since it was a passion, even if punched in the mouth, he would still keep scrolling. He even mocked his master, asking why he didn't ascend. Sounds quite bitter, doesn't it? It wasn't like he had never read the old man's book, yet when performing the ritual, he was transmigrated to another world. He didn't have a golden finger system or an ancient bloodline. Not a damn thing. For the past 12 years, he only knew how to work like a horse and an ox just to survive day by day. So depressing that he didn't even want to talk about it. Dive Yet in 1452, Longfu Town, Kaoliu District blacksmith shop. Lei Yuan was still selling himself to capitalism for 30 coins a month. Although the work was hard, at least he had something to put in his mouth before he could worry about immortal cultivation. Today was his payday. He went to the shopkeeper to receive his salary and asked for 2 days off. Lei Yuan walked out leisurely, looking extremely free and at ease. Having transmigrated here for over a month, today he could finally leave this suffocating blacksmith shop. He strolled down the street he hadn't seen for a long time, his eyes unable to hide his excitement, mixed with curiosity. While strolling around the crowded market, Li Yuan's mind was constantly weighing the talisman-receiving ritual recorded in half of an ancient Taoist book. The ritual required 5 animals. Since meat was too expensive, he decided to replace it with the blood of 5 animals. Perhaps there would be no problem. After all, in ancient times, there were many sacrifices that used blood food. He also strictly complied with the imperial court's orders. Cows could not be touched. The imperial court clearly stipulated that killing a cow would result in 100 strokes of the cane, 1.5 years in prison, and exile of 1,000 miles. Therefore, Li Yuan remembered other animals, including deer, roe deer, moose, wolves, and rabbits. He decided to use a rabbit instead of a cow, as long as it still fit the 5 elements. After half a day of relentless searching, he finally managed to get pig blood, goat blood, chicken blood, and rabbit blood, half a caddy each. The remaining money, after deducting 26 coins for the ingredients, was merely 4 coins left. Li Yuan walked step by step on the street, tiredly complaining why blood was so expensive. If it did not succeed, next month he would have to drink the northwest wind. He went to a dark, small alley based on his memory. According to the original owner's memories, he just needed to walk in to get home. Just as Li Yuan knocked on the door twice, a loud voice rang out from outside. "Lao San, you've returned?" A man walked over warmly, pulling his arm inside. Li Yuan was slightly surprised and blurted out 2 words, "Erga." As for Li Lin, he opened the gate while pulling the person along. "Let's go, let's talk inside." He slightly bent his back, lightly rolled up his sleeves, and carryingly asked, "Have you eaten anything yet? Go back to your room and rest first. Let Erga make some food for you. Your sister-in-law went out to work. She won't be home until later." Li Yuan watched Li Lin's departing figure, secretly rejoicing in his heart, because luckily he didn't drag him to catch up on old times. In the small courtyard, only he was left standing all alone. Li Yuan looked around to check the situation. This was the place. Yeah, after seeing that there was no one, he started pouring each tube of animal blood onto the ground. While pouring it into the predetermined shape, Li Yuan muttered, 4 directions, 5 domestic animals. After a while, beneath his feet was an entire yin-yang array drawn in blood. Recently, he had memorized the structure of the array countless times, so drawing it out now was quite easy. He couldn't delay any longer, starting immediately while it was hot. Li Yuan seriously clasped his hands together and began to pray. Disciple Li Yuan, having thoroughly read hundreds of scriptures, deeply understood the bright heart of all realms, with the thought of saving the world and its people, vows to spread the classics for the ancient sages. He chanted with utmost sincerity, "Disciple Li Yuan begs the heavens to pass down the talisman." But no matter how many times he read it, there was still no change at all. Li Yuan was so exhausted that sweat beaded all over his face, rolling down drop by drop. It was ineffective. Could it be that the ancestors knew he hadn't fully comprehended the Baijing? He seemed to have expected this all along, so he wasn't much surprised. Sure enough, there was no such thing as receiving an ascension talisman. In his mind, Li Yuan completely collapsed. "My money!" Suddenly, a strange, ear-piercing sound rang out, enveloping the entire space around him. Because the noise was so loud and dizzying, Li Yuan seemed unable to endure it and had to collapse to his knees. From the misty clouds behind, he could feel a pair of blood-red eyes staring intently at him, full of danger and death. Li Yuan tightly clutched his ears, muttering in pain, "I can't hear clearly. I really can't hear clearly." Surrounding him now were flying magical chains, and behind him, a pitch-black phantom was closing in. Li Yuan seemed to have his soul sucked away, his eyes rolling back white. His whole body was enveloped by an invisible pressure, unable to move or resist. Shortly after, unable to hold on any longer, he collapsed to the ground, completely losing consciousness.
It wasn't until a faint light shone through that Li Yuan slowly opened his eyes once more. The sound of crashing waves echoed in his ears, and blurry waves rolled up before his eyes. Li Yuan was lifted into the air by those waves, and his surroundings were suddenly engulfed in darkness. He tilted his head to look, his pupils suddenly shrinking in extreme shock. The waves from just now had transformed into an ancient calligraphy scroll. Li Yuan quickly recognized that this was the talisman he had been desperately searching for. Countless black ink stains hovered and flew over, surrounding him as he floated in mid-air. They rushed toward Li Yuan at the same time, as if wanting to penetrate deep into his body. But in the next second, Li Yuan unexpectedly fell into an endless, bottomless black hole. Amidst the blood-stained yin-yang array, his body felt as if every joint was being broken, almost completely deformed into an unrecognizable shape. A transparent system panel suddenly appeared before his eyes, displaying the text, "Initial Talisman Transmission in Progress." The scene abruptly shifted to the space inside Li Lin's courtyard. A terrifyingly dead silence enveloped the area as he realized Li Yuan was lying motionless on the ground, without a single sign of life. Extreme fear struck, causing the bowls and chopsticks in Li Lin's hands to crash onto the stone floor. In absolute panic, he rushed forward, his heart pounding in his chest. He hurriedly supported Li Yuan, shaking him and calling out with a trembling voice, Old Third, what's wrong with you? Wake up!" At the same time, Li Lin's wife also ran out in a panic, her eyes filled with worry. "Hey, what happened to Old Third?" While both of them were sinking into extreme dismay, Li Yuan slowly opened his eyes. Seeing the worried expressions of his older brother and sister-in-law, he immediately reassured them. "Brother, sister-in-law, I'm fine." The confirmation that Li Yuan was safe made Li Lin heave a sigh of relief, as if a burden had just been lifted. "It's good that you're fine. You scared me to death." Suddenly, a thought flashed through Li Yuan's mind. He hurriedly announced his decision. "I need to return to the blacksmith shop." Seeing that he looked exhausted, Li Lin advised him, his tone full of concern. "Go home and rest for a few days first. You must be very tired." But Li Yuan remained firm. "I'm really fine." Right at that moment, an unexpected notification from the system appeared before his eyes, attracting all his attention. "What is this?" On the screen, unfamiliar lines of information appeared. Initial Talisman Transmission, Weapon Mastery Record, First-Tier Weapon Master Li Yuan, Number of Controlled Weapons, 1. This scene made him startle, his eyes widening in surprise. The Patriarch system is indeed ahead of its time.
In the moment Li Yuan was still trying to comprehend, he was transported to another vast space. Countless pieces of information suddenly flooded his mind, like knowledge that had been deeply ingrained in his subconscious for a long time. An unprecedentedly intense urge suddenly rose up, urging him to swing his blade and dance with his sword. The system continued to display a notification. A first-stage weapon master, sacrificing 1,000 caddies of iron, 100 taels of silver, and 1 tael of gold, can upgrade to a second-stage weapon master. This made Li Yuan ponder deeply. All right, the ancestral master also knows how to harvest leeks. Unable to waste any more time, he quickly stepped outside.
"You two just keep working. I'll be back in a few days." Although he still felt extremely tired inside, he told himself he had to earn money. Li Lin still watched him with endless worry in his eyes. "Are you really okay?" But Li Yuan didn't seem to care much about his health condition. He continued to stride outside. "This is quite normal. A few days ago, Guard Chin taught me a new cultivation method, so I overexerted myself a bit practicing. No need to see me off. I'm fine now." In his mind, a clear plan had formed. Before spending money, I have to see if the Ancestral Master's hack is of any use. The scene quickly shifted to the middle courtyard of the military division. Looking at the maces lying silently on the ground, Li Yuan couldn't help but be surprised, thinking to himself, an iron hammer is also made of iron after all. From behind, a noisy sound caught his attention. Noticing that all the apprentices were gathering there, Li Yuan immediately guessed that another class was probably about to begin. Right at this moment, Qin Xiang stood in the front, loudly and clearly reading each teaching. Bai Yuan Fei Fang Choi has 2 parts, inside and outside. Inside is the handle, outside is the mace. Among them, the inside has 3 harmonies, and the outside has 3 harmonies. If the 6 harmonies inside and out are fully connected, then it is a major achievement. His movement techniques were extremely agile, able to move swiftly from one side to the other. With just one touch from him, Niu Gui cried out in pain. Witnessing his weakness, Qin Xiang strictly taught, if the lower stance is now stable, hitting someone won't hurt. Saying that, he continuously corrected various postures for the apprentice. Bai Yuan Fei Fang Choi is a fundamental martial art that has been passed down in our forge for over 200 years. The cultivation method is divided into 4 levels: initiation, proficiency, minor achievement, and major achievement. If you want to enter the inner courtyard, before the end of the year, you must practice this martial art to the initiation level. Although Niu Gui looked like he was about to cry from the pain, Li Yuan, witnessing this scene, couldn't help but shiver. That really hurts. Qin Xiang's voice still rang out powerfully. Hold the hammer and stand still.
Unfortunately, at this time, Li Yuan accidentally bumped into another apprentice. Suddenly, a system notification appeared right before his eyes. 8-Jin Training Hammer, not yet initiated. This was the training object for martial arts apprentices practicing the White Ape Flying Wind Hammer at the blacksmith shop. It was soaked with the blood and sweat of hundreds of apprentices.
Mastery requirement, none. Effect, proficient in the flying wind hammer method. After grasping it, the weapon will disappear. Following the system's instructions, a satisfied smile finally bloomed on Li Yuan's lips. No wonder your man was obsessed with passing on the talisman. I haven't even really held the weapon yet, but I already feel the difference. He reassured himself. Calm down. With so many people here, one hammer disappearing won't matter, right? On this side, Qin Sheng continued to demonstrate his masterful technical skills for the apprentices to admire. The force originated from the ground, rooted in the legs, mainly resided in the waist, passed through the shoulders and arms, and formed at the wrists. White ape splitting arm, white ape posture, it was just like Xing Yi Quan in his previous world. After finishing the demonstration, he strictly instructed. Standing still seems simple, but it's very difficult to initiate. Remember what you have learned today. It's enough for you to use. Some people have good bone structure, but it's a pity that their foundation is too weak, so they cannot practice. At the same time, Bonzi, with a lowly fawning expression, stepped forward holding a teacup. Brother Qin, who are you saying has good bone structure? Qin Sheng just coldly replied, those little kids who are down on their luck. Hearing this, Bonzi happily suggested, Brother Qin, let me see you off. After that, he constantly shouted at the apprentices below, you guys train hard for me. Don't be lazy. If you dare to be lazy, I won't be polite. Upon seeing Qin Sheng nod in satisfaction, a naive smile bloomed on Bonzi's face. Witnessing Bonzi's recent actions, Li Yuan couldn't help but inwardly sneer. There's something wrong with this old Bonzi's gaze. A long time passed, and Li Yuan was extremely exhausted. He thought to himself, I can't stand anymore. After a long day of practice, he and the other apprentices couldn't stand firmly. It seemed simple, but it consumed an unexpected amount of physical strength. This small body's foundation was still too poor. Li Yuan stood there, trying to stretch and sighing as he looked at the other apprentices. The apprentices still practiced better. Most of them were still holding on. In the middle courtyard, only Yu Gui remained. At the same time, Yu Gui on the other side also secretly glanced toward Li Yuan. That brat is also deflated. Finally, he became even more complacent when looking at himself. I am still number one in the middle courtyard.
As time gradually drifted into the late night, Li Yuan stepped into the warehouse, looked at the iron hammers, and pondered. There were dozens of hammers. Missing one wouldn't be noticed by anyone, right? The gray system notification means it's not role-playing, right? His face became extremely thoughtful as he silently selected from the weapons stored here. The 43 training hammers were all low-level weapons, but there were still differences between them. Most of the training hammers, after being used, only had entry-level enhancement spells, and only about a dozen were at the proficiency level. However, he seemed to deeply cherish the weapon he was currently holding. This one had the darkest color. Although they were all at the proficiency level, this might be the best among them, so this is the one. After selecting the weapon, Li Yuan hurriedly rushed outside. He held the hammer, threw it straight ahead, and called out, "Weapon control." Looking at the yellow light emitting from the hammer, his face immediately became dumbfounded. Such a large hammer seemed to just vanish into thin air. Truly amazing.
When Li Yuan opened his eyes again, he was in a vast and boundless space. This platform is too small. At most, it can only hold a few things. Without hesitation, he quickly raised the hammer forward. This place seemed to have undergone a distinct change due to his recent action. Suddenly, an unexpected headache struck, making Li Yuan startle in fear. Not again. The scene shifted deep into his mind-sea, where various sounds continuously echoed. Practice, 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 worship. It could even be like this. He calmly looked at the moves clearly displayed in his head. Lower body, tailbone, arms, ears, and eyes. This cultivation method turned out to have so many details. Time passed until the next morning, the rooster's crow breaking the darkness of the night. Niu Gui stood up tiredly, opened the door, and stepped outside. He practiced a bit too hard yesterday. Even though he slept all night, his waist hurt even more. Seeing Li Yuan suddenly appear in this place made him extremely puzzled. Niu Gui's expression changed, and he immediately questioned loudly. Since when did you wake up? Could it be that this brat sneaked out here in the middle of the night to practice? Seeing his harsh reaction, Li Yuan laughed and explained clearly. Just woke up. Niu Gui quickly approached Li Yuan, continuing to question. Just woke up? The more he thought about it, the more he felt something was wrong. This brat was full of energy, not looking like he stayed up all night to practice. I knew this skinny monkey wouldn't dare to practice secretly. Li Yuan stood right next to him, flashing a bright smile and nodding in agreement. Want to probe me? Dream on. Time passed quickly. The sky had turned towards noon, and bright sunlight shone everywhere. Li Yuan and everyone else were still working diligently. As usual, he quickly piled firewood into the storehouse, and then continued his daily work. Even though he had exhausted his strength all night, controlling his internal energy was no longer as difficult as before. Feeling the stability in his body, Li Yuan continuously moved his wrists. A distinct flow of power circulated, making him excited. His eyes shone with hope as he noticed his body was gradually improving. This is true martial arts. I need to quickly enter the inner courtyard. That is the true place for cultivation.
Right at this moment, Dalu stepped forward, his voice echoing. Today we will learn Fei Feng Chui. Everyone pick up your hammers, take a stance, and hold the hammer. A sigh rang out. Stance training again. We haven't even eaten enough. Despite being tired, everyone still had to nod in agreement. Yes, sir. Li Yuan slowly picked up the iron hammer, his face glowing as he looked at this weapon. It was just an ordinary iron hammer, but why did he feel like there was a bloodline connection with it? This feeling was truly wonderful. Dalu continued instructing. Hammer technique stance training combined with hard work. Do you think I have a lot of free time? While he was passionately teaching, Yugui suddenly asked, Brother Lu, how long does it take to reach initiation in this technique? Dalu patiently explained. A person with medium aptitude, training hard for more than half a year, can reach initiation. Those who reached initiation a few years ago were personally taught by Master Qin. Fei Feng Chui has 18 stances. Today I will teach you the first stance. Yugui, come over here. You are the first.
Li Yuan listened from afar and understood everything, so that was how it was. Dailu continued to instruct Nugui. The force generated from the ground goes through the legs, passes through the waist, and then reaches the wrists. Remember well that the power must be like an endless hurricane. Nugui nodded in understanding. I remember it now. Everyone around murmured, has this little Nu reached initiation already? After a moment of thought, Li Yuan raised his hammer high. Let me give it a try. As he brought it down, a strong gust of wind blew past, leaving everyone stunned. Dailu and Nugui startled and turned around to look. The scene shifted to a grand hall. Bonzi's voice rang out. Come on, Brother Qin, have a drink. Qin Sheng shook his head and declined. No more drinking. I need to go see those brats practicing martial arts first. Bonzi nodded in agreement. Yes. He asked further. Right, Brother Qin. I heard that next year we will open a new shop in Zedlong Fu. The shopkeeper will be permanently stationed in the prefecture city from now on, right? Qin Sheng looked annoyed. Who did you hear that from? Bonzi smiled faintly. Just rumors. As long as Kulong is alive, how could shopkeeper Tao dare to leave Kowloon City for so long? That person is the river-crossing poison dragon from Divine Weapon Valley, after all. He looked at Qin Sheng with cold eyes. Senior Brother Qin is right. They are just rumors. If there are any changes in the shop, Brother Qin, please do not forget this little brother. Qin Sheng nodded in agreement. Qin Sheng's eyes turned serious as he looked outside. That kid, Bonzi asked. What is it? Qin Sheng said. Li Lin's younger brother? Bonzi scratched his head and confirmed. That's right. Qin Sheng remarked. Now he can strike up to 3 feet. Although the force is not enough yet, his posture is as smooth as flowing water and moving clouds. Having just learned the hammer technique, he is even more graceful than when I learned it back then. This kid's talent is much higher than Nugui's. He will be a great blacksmith in the future. Bonzi became puzzled, pondered for a moment, and then looked towards Li Yuan. Has this kid offended Qin Sheng? Time shifted to the evening. Li Yuan sat in his room, looking at the hammers on the table, and suddenly noticed an old machete. It was too dark underneath. I forgot about this machete. Picking up the machete, he examined it carefully. It was an inferior item, not ranked in any tier. The system popped up a notification. Broken-edged machete. Unranked. Usage requirement. None. Effect. Grants initiation in machete technique. His stomach growled. Li Yuan told himself. I'm hungry again. All I do all day is work and practice. This small body with no fat really can't endure it. I need to make some money. Let's go out and get some meat. The silver air gay gave me won't last long for food. I need to think of a way to earn some money.
Unable to sit still, Li Yuan decided to go to the market to find something to eat. After buying the food, the seller handed him the bag. Li Yuan noticed a knife stuck on one side. Hired hand, can you let me see your meat cleaver? The seller hurriedly handed the knife for him to see. The system displayed the information. Butcher's meat cleaver. Unranked. The bone-chopping knife that the butcher has often used to chop meat from any ears has been severely worn. Usage effect. Knife skill initiation. Usage requirements. None. Li Yuan's eyes shone with anticipation. Can this knife be sold to me? The butcher asked in surprise. You want it? Li Yuan nodded firmly. 1 coin.
On the way back, Li Yuan casually swung the knife, making the people around him panicked. He told himself that it could be considered as having an extra weapon. Entering the mysterious space, Li Yuan stared at the knife in front of him with indescribable excitement. The bone cleaver replaced the training hammer and was put into the weapon mastery record. However, a strange feeling crept into his heart, making him wonder why did he feel like someone was stripping him naked. Without further thought, he quickly grabbed the knife and dashed forward. Fortunately, he still remembered the hammer skill in stance training, but his proficiency level in the hammer skill was gone. The feeling of practicing the hammer for decades disappeared, replaced by the familiar sensation of a veteran using a knife to cut meat. Thinking of this, he sighed tiredly. It seemed that changing weapons didn't affect him too much, but he couldn't change them arbitrarily either. It took 2 days to change weapons once. Too many things to worry about made Li Yuan helplessly hold his head and scream. Although the pedestal of the weapon mastery record could still hold a few weapons, if he wanted to control more, he needed to upgrade the weapon mastery record. The upgrade conditions were too harsh, and his family background after his rebirth was too poor. Time gradually shifted to late at night. At this time, Bonzi was still relaxing in the hot tub. Noticing Li Yuan still outside, he called out loudly, Come here, add some hot water for me. Even though he didn't want to, Li Yuan could only nod in agreement. Yes. After adding the hot water, Bonzi smiled and praised. I heard your hammer strikes are not bad. What a pity, what a pity. Hearing this, Li Yuan became curious. Chef's son, what are you pitying? Bonzi took a deep breath and explained. There is one thing I just discovered. That Qin Sheng is good at martial arts, good at wine and meat, but what he is best at is women. Hearing this, Li Yuan seemed to understand something. What did it mean for him to tell me this? Bonzi's voice became full of hidden meaning. I heard he keeps a girl surnamed Nu in the Saiyu ward, slim and beautiful. But Li Yuan's face was full of doubt. Surnamed Nu? The more he thought about it, the more he felt something was wrong. Did it have anything to do with Nu Qi? While he was still deep in thought, Bonzi leaned back inside. My blacksmith shop has had a famous apprentice training process for 200 years, but logically it shouldn't be Qin Sheng teaching you martial arts. Li Yuan nodded in understanding, picking up the bucket of hot water. So that's how it is. From inside the room, Bonzi's voice rang out. This time, each courtyard only has one spot to enter the inner courtyard, so Nu Gi entered the middle courtyard more than a month ago. Do you understand now?
Li Yuan had somewhat grasped his words, thanking head chef's son for his guidance. Seeing him so obedient, he burst out laughing and shared more of his experience. Aren't you disappointed? You clearly had the most outstanding performance, yet you couldn't enter the inner courtyard. Do you not hold any resentment in your heart? Li Yuan replied, I'm a little disappointed, but not much. Speaking of resentment, this opportunity didn't belong to me in the first place, so why should I be resentful? At least I have learned some martial arts, which is also somewhat interesting. But you are still wrong. Even though Bai Yuan Fei Feng Fei is not the best martial art in the workshop, how could I easily pass it down to you all? These words made him freeze for a moment. Not passing it down, Bonzi sighed and continued. The techniques are naturally all passed down, but only the techniques in stance training. Even with top-tier aptitude, it takes at least 3 years to reach initiation. While Li Yuan wasn't paying attention, Bonzi quickly turned around and splashed hot water on him. He hurriedly wiped the water from his face, and before he could understand what was going on, he gently placed his hand on his shoulder. Your aptitude is of lower middle grade. Your yang energy is a bit weak. Understanding his intention, Li Yuan bowed his head. Head chef's son, disciple wishes to learn your cooking skills. Even though he was extremely surprised in his heart, never expecting this fat man to be so skilled in martial arts while being the head chef at the blacksmith shop, it was truly unimaginable. Seeing him obedient, Bonzi laughed and added, You brat, you really know how to climb high, feeling that earning a living in the middle courtyard is difficult, so you want to earn a bit from my place. Li Yuan's eyes lit up, confessing, I won't hide it from you, that is indeed the case. I know how to cook, and my knife skill is also quite good. Please take me in. This made him feel that things were gradually getting more interesting. Real or fake? Li Yuan nodded affirmatively. To demonstrate for Bonzi, Li Yuan picked up a meat cleaver and went to the garden to pull a handful of green onions. His speed was agile, showing masterful skills. Bonzi praised in awe. Not bad, you brat. How many years have you been practicing knife skill?
Li Yuan replied shyly, reporting to the head chef, I have practiced for a few years. Even though he secretly thought in his heart that in his previous life he served the old man, so knife skill and cooking were not a problem. Now adding the butcher's bone-chopping knife skills, his knife techniques had become even more proficient. After demonstrating, Li Yuan bowed his head. This disciple only needs meals. Everything else will be distributed according to the head chef's arrangement. Finding him interesting, the man laughed in satisfaction. Suddenly, he picked up the hammer in the corner of the room, looked at him and said some confusing words. You did not waste your Errand silver, and you yourself are also hard-working. Fine, I am indeed lacking an assistant. Li Yuan still didn't understand. Erga gave this fat guy money? Great, if I hadn't taken the initiative, this money would probably have been thrown down the drain. Banzi turned and walked away, throwing the hammer at him. Catch this hammer, raise it, and take a stance. The 18 hammer techniques you've learned are not fake at all. They just lack a few things. Today, I will teach you the white ape breathing method. I will demonstrate it for you once. Hearing this, Li Yuan's eyes lit up. He hurriedly chased after him, saying excitedly, Thank you, head chef.
The story recounts that several months had passed and the weather had also turned cold. The scene shifted to the bustling streets, where Li Yuan walked down the long road holding a bag of items. After a period of time, it seemed he had progressed a lot since Fat Sun taught him the white ape breathing technique. During this time, not only had the food improved, but while taking a stance and lifting the hammer, he had also maintained the breathing method. Therefore, initiation would probably happen within just these few days. Everything was within his calculations. Previously, because he accidentally revealed his calculating skills, all the purchasing tasks of the middle courtyard fell into his hands. On the way back, Li Yuan suddenly noticed an item. There's even a shoe here. The shoe lay quietly on the table, but there was only one. He felt puzzled. Boss, can this torn shoe even be sold? The boss sighed and recounted. It belongs to Lou Baldy from the back street. I don't know where he found it, but he insisted on selling it to me as if his life depended on it. And there's only one. What kind of nonsense do you think this is? Li Yuan picked up the shoe to examine it. Let me see. Looking at the information displayed on the system, he was dumbfounded. A first-tier shoe? Since entering the kitchen, he had gone out 7 or 8 times. He had visited almost everywhere, like the Rongsheng district and Saiyu ward, and had also discovered many unranked weapons, so this was still the first time he had seen something like this.
Seeing that he liked the shoe, the vendor was delighted. The shoe is good, but there was only a single torn one like this. Only that dog Lou Baldy would actually demand 1 silver coin for me. If you want it, you can take it for 1 silver coin. Li Yuan sighed and threw the shoe aside. A single shoe for 1 silver coin? Isn't that a bit too expensive? Seeing this, the vendor hurriedly reduced the price. 1 silver coin, that's for others. If Brother Li here wants it, then 40 coppers will do. Of course, he still didn't care and walked away. If you're going to say that, then just keep it for your own use. Seeing the customer about to leave, the man hurriedly said, Wait, we can negotiate. After thinking for a moment, Li Yuan looked around. How about this? Master's son told me to buy some spices. Originally, I planned to go to the Rongshang district to take a look, but I feel the spices at your stall are also fine. Having no other choice, the vendor suggested. Brother Li truly has a good eye. My spices here are top-notch. How about this? You buy goods from me, and I will give you this shoe as a gift. Li Yuan's attitude was listless. Fine. But in his heart, he was indescribably overjoyed.
After a period of time, snow had completely covered the roof. Li Yuan held the newly bought shoe in his hand and hurriedly ran forward. He lifted the shoe, his eyes sparkling with joy, and then quickly used his familiar skill. Looking at the items he had collected, he couldn't hide his excitement. The first-tier item. Today's trip has truly brought me indescribable joy. The shoe seems very powerful, but I wonder if having only one will affect anything. Right at that moment, he decided to test it. Feeling his speed increase, Li Yuan stood stunned for a moment. Never mind, I'll just go home and try it. Let's fly away now. His eyes lit up, as if he had realized this was a true treasure. First tier is indeed the peak. No, I have to upgrade right away. The first tier weapon mastery record can only control 1 weapon at a time. If I want to change it, I have to wait 2 days. I must advance. I must make money. But to upgrade, I need 1,000 jin of fine iron, 100 taels of silver, and 1 tael of gold. Even if I go robbing, I wouldn't be able to get that much money.
Right at that moment, an announcement rang out from the front that Shui had arrived. Hearing this, Li Yuan paid attention. Driven by curiosity, he quickly moved forward. Could it be that Shui had caught a spirit fish again? When he arrived, he saw a crowd of villagers surrounding Shui, discussing animatedly. It was said that Shui's parents died early, but he himself had mastered top-tier fishing skills. After consecutively catching 3 spirit fishes, he not only renovated his house, but was also accepted into the Lihe Martial Arts School, one of the 3 great martial arts schools in the inner city. He slowly approached and observed the situation. Looking at the man in front of him, he smiled and offered, "A red-brow fish. Chin's luck is not bad. However much this fish costs, I will buy it all." Li Yuan, standing nearby, sighed. "A spirit fish. I can't afford it. Only wealthy people like Qin Xiang can afford to enjoy it. It's a pity I don't have specialized weapons to catch fish. I'll just have to let it go." He looked up ahead and told himself, "It's still early. I should make a trip home." The falling snow was getting heavier, and Leland was still diligently shoveling snow. Seeing the familiar figure of Li Yuan appear, he cheered joyfully. "Ah Yuan, you're back." Li Yuan brought out the food he had just bought and announced, "Ergay, I bought these 2 La Yu on the way to give to you." Leland happily praised, "Good boy, you look full of energy and much more solid than before. Let me cook these 2 La Yu for you. It just so happens that your sister-in-law bought 2 jen of fatty meat yesterday." Li Yuan smiled and replied, "I already ate. How could a kitchen assistant be hungry?" He seriously instructed, "It snowed early this year, so the winter clothes were just finished. I left them right next to the bed. Try them on to see if they fit." Li Yuan asked in surprise, "Ergay, where did you get the money to make winter clothes?" He muttered calculations. "Such a set of clothes is not cheap, even with the worst kind of fabric, plus cotton stuffing. The cost must be more than 1 tael of silver, enough for an ordinary family to eat for half a year." Leland hurriedly explained, "The price of charcoal before winter was quite good, so I earned a fair amount over the past few months. Plus your sister-in-law's salary. Sewing a cotton coat is nothing to worry about." Li Yuan shook his head. "I won't take this coat. Once winter comes, the smithy will issue a cotton coat. You should alter this and let sister-in-law wear it. It's hard work for her to wash clothes for others." Leland didn't listen, and still draped the coat over Li Yuan. "How can an apprentice be issued clothes? Since I gave it to you, just wear it." Leland rubbed his head. "Truly a child, growing a bit taller every month."
"Fortunately, sister-in-law made it 1 size larger for you, otherwise it would be too tight." These actions made Li Yuan fall silent. Suddenly he asked, "Erga, tell me the truth. Did you borrow money from outside?" Li Lin turned around in surprise. "Who told you? Was it Bonzi?" He sighed. "I borrowed money from Chan Bao on the street. Borrow 9, pay back 13. Normal interest rate, and said it would be paid back before next winter. Although our family is poor, we still managed to keep some wealth for you." Li Yuan sighed helplessly. "Erga, you don't need to borrow money because of me." Seeing Li Lin's wife appear, he was startled. "Sister-in-law." She nodded in understanding. Because it was too cold, Li Lin's wife tremblingly rubbed her hands together to keep some warmth. While warming up, she reminded, "Since you are here, take the padded coat with you, so your Erga doesn't have to make another trip. I also don't know what kind of bad luck we might run into." Li Yuan was touched. "Thank you, sister-in-law." Even though he felt a bit reluctant in his heart, his second sister-in-law's hands were already freezing. Li Lin quickly poured hot water into the pot. "I'll pour hot water into the basin for you to soak your hands." She nodded in agreement. Realizing he couldn't stay any longer, Li Yuan turned to leave. Sister-in-law, I already ate at noon. I'll go first. Leave the 2 cured fishes for Erga to cook for you. Li Lin was confused. Leave after you eat. Seeing that he had already left, he sighed. This brat runs pretty fast. Outside, the snow was falling heavier and heavier. Li Yuan walked down the street, his mind immersed in vast thoughts. He thought about Chan Bao, a squad leader of the fish gang living on the previous street, whose saying, borrow 9, return 13, still lingered in his memory. Could that really be considered fair? His Erga, although simple and kind-hearted, was not an ordinary person. He had survived the death of their clan and the disappearance of their oldest brother, single-handedly shouldering the responsibility and raising Li Yuan. Certainly, he wouldn't be able to pay back that amount of money. Li Yuan wondered if there could be any good people among those loan sharks. He only hoped that everything would go smoothly. Come to think of it, he could borrow money from the loan sharks and quickly upgrade the weapon mastery record. Why hadn't he thought of such a reliable method sooner? He looked at his tightly clenched palm, determined that he must first train the Baiyuan Feifang Chui to initiation. Once his martial arts were good, he would earn more money. As time passed, it grew late into the night, the bright moon shining high above. Amidst the cold of the late night, Li Yuan still practiced diligently. Fat Sun had taught him the White 8 breathing method recorded in the book, completely replacing his old way of breathing. The Baiyuan Feifang Chui had reached the level of major achievement, but Fat Sun's breathing method still made him tired. He looked at the system's notification and decided to swap the Liu Hei shoes for the training hammer. After pulling out the large hammer, Li Yuan raised it high forward. The hours of diligent training had made him increasingly stronger, but also unintentionally disturbed Banzi's sleep. He stepped outside in annoyance, grumbling, "So noisy. Are you going to let anyone sleep in the middle of the night?" But upon seeing the scene before his eyes, Banzi froze in place.
Li Yuan stood in the middle of the courtyard, still lost in thought. His senses had become extremely sharp, to the point where he could even hear the blood flowing within his body. His eyes revealed a look of astonishment, mixed with a bit of disbelief. I succeeded. Finally, a long unseen smile appeared on his face. The book said that when blood vitality developed to the point where it could reinforce the palms, one had reached proficiency. When it could reinforce the arms, it was minor achievement. And upon reaching major achievement, all 4 limbs would be connected, and the blood vitality would circulate freely. This feels great. I really want to find someone to test my hammer technique right now. This is true martial arts. Right at that moment, Banzi suddenly suggested, "Yuanzi, come inside for a late-night snack." These words made Li Yuan startle and turn around. Head chef's son. But Banzi kept urging, "What are you still standing there for?" Li Yuan felt something was off. "Yuanzi, did I hear that right?" After entering the room, Banzi quickly poured some wine and said, "With your blood vitality just newly formed, you must drink some of my wine." Li Yuan looked at the bowl of wine in front of him, full of doubt. "Head chef, this is—" Banzi firmly replied, "Just drink it." After Li Yuan finished drinking, Banzi's eyes were full of expectation. "Your root aptitude is only lower middle, yet it didn't take long for you to reach initiation. Besides the Baiyuan Feifang tree, your Erga must have given you quite a few tonics, right?" Li Yuan nodded. "Erga is very good to me." However, in his heart, he secretly thought, if I hadn't revealed my talent for the hammer technique from the very beginning, and suddenly reached initiation in martial arts now, Fat Sun would definitely be suspicious.
Banzi continued to praise. Such enviable brotherhood. It wasn't a waste for your Ergay to spend that amount of money. To be honest, the quota to go from the middle courtyard to the inner courtyard should rightfully be yours. Li Yuan became more confused the more he listened. Wasn't that quota already set for Nu Gui? Banzi looked at him in surprise. Could it be that you don't want to enter the inner courtyard? Are you afraid of offending Qin Yang? Li Yuan sighed, quickly answering, "How would I dare to offend Master Qin?" He knew very well that Qin Yang was not someone easy to deal with. Qin Yang had trained Feifang Chui to major achievement a few years ago. He was a figure with terrifying internal strength, not something ordinary guards could compare to. Rumor has it that the shop has decided he will be the head of the guards, a position second only to the 3 managers. Now what he needs is to break through his internal energy. While Li Yuan was still thinking, Banzi continued, "So what if you offend him? Our forging workshop has been around for over 200 years, and naturally there are rules. Even if he becomes the head guard, he cannot cover the sky with one hand."
His sudden change in attitude left Li Yuan speechless. He muttered to himself, wasn't he the one who was rushing to curry favor with Qin Xiang before? While Li Yuan was still thinking, his eyes glanced toward him again, looking judgmental. "You are also a well-read person. You should understand clearly. There are things that even if they are yours, if you do not fight for them, they will never be in your hands." 11. The next morning, Nu Gui opened the door and saw Li Yuan training enthusiastically. He couldn't help but be surprised. Did Li Yuan wake up so early again? Previously, he tricked me into thinking he wasn't training, but actually he practices every day. This brat is truly cunning. Unable to bear it anymore, Nu Gui shouted loudly, "Li Yuan?" While Li Yuan was still confused, he stepped forward and suggested, "I want to spar with you." Although Nu Gui had some doubts, "Why am I worried?" But Li Yuan didn't care much, showing no interest. This made Nu Gui angry. "You!" Just then, Banzi called out, "Someone is looking for you." Li Yuan slowly walked over. Nu Gui mocked from behind. To reject me like that, he must be scared. That must be it.
Li Yuan asked Banzi, "Did my Erga come again?" He shook his head. Not your erga, but a yamen runner. You didn't do anything, kid, did you? Li Yuan was confused. A yamen runner? The man stepped forward and announced, I am Chu Da, ordered to investigate a murder case. I came here with some questions to ask. These words made Li Yuan freeze. A murder case? He thought to himself, could something have happened to Erga? Chu Da continued, answer whatever is asked, no hiding anything. Although reluctant, Li Yuan also nodded. Yes, sir. Chu Da questioned. Around noon the day before yesterday, when you went to Sai Yu Ward to buy things, there was a spice vendor named Lu San. Do you have any impression of him? Li Yuan felt puzzled. Lu San? But he felt relieved inside. Fortunately, it had nothing to do with Erga. He quickly reported. Reporting to your honor, the other day I indeed bought some spices at his stall. Chu Da suspected. Only bought spices? Li Yuan nodded. That's right. Even though he thought differently in his head. Nonsense. The Liu Ho shoes were a gift. I didn't buy them. I'm telling the truth. Chu Da's eyes looked at Li Yuan judgmentally. Is that so? Seeing the awkward situation, Banzi stepped forward to explain. I told him to go buy things. How much he spent and the prices are all recorded. Even if he ate leopard gall and bear heart, he couldn't deceive me. Hearing this, Chu Da turned to leave. All right, I'm done asking. You guys carry on. I will go investigate another household. As the two men departed, Li Yuan and Banzi bowed their heads in greeting. Officer, please be careful on your way. Qin Shang watched the scene, surprised that Fat Sun harshly spoke up for Li Yuan. After the two left, Banzi sighed. This Chu Da is both foul-mouthed and stubborn. Although he is skilled in martial arts, he is just a street patrolling catcher. But his eldest uncle, Chu Long, is a formidable figure. I was only telling the truth. If you were involved in a murder case, it has nothing to do with me. Li Yuan was touched. Shopkeeper, this matter absolutely has nothing to do with me. Banzi nodded. That's good then.
Li Yuan already had his own calculations in mind. Da Yun was founded on martial arts, and the martial character was extremely fierce, so the punishments were also exceptionally harsh. A murderer, once caught, would not have to wait until the autumn of the following year, but would be beheaded immediately. Beside him, Bonzi was still muttering that Lu Baldi's family of 6 and 5 neighbors had all been killed, and the culprit was the same person. I suspect the one who killed Lu Baldi is Suo Shui, but why would he kill the peddler too? Hearing this number, he was startled and turned around. Over a dozen people were killed. Was this a serial murder case? But Suo Shui didn't look like someone who could do such a thing. Bonzi continued to recount what he knew. Aside from the brawls between gangs, Kowloon County had not witnessed such a barbaric massacre of civilians for many years. You don't go out, so you don't know that the inner city is under curfew. You shouldn't go to the shop recently either. This god-forsaken beast must be completely mad, killing even an unrelated peddler? Hearing this information, Li Yuan froze for a moment. Could it be because of the Lu He shoe? That shoe was sold by Lu Baldi to the peddler. Did it have to be such a coincidence? He tried to connect everything. Was it worth killing a dozen lives over a torn shoe? No, I must find someone to pass a message to Erga. I will not go home until the killer is caught. I also need to remind Erga and Sao to keep the doors and windows tightly closed. While Li Yuan was still racking his brain, Bonzi suddenly spoke up. Hey, what are you still standing there for? Get to work. He hurriedly ran towards Bonzi. Coming.
On the other side, Ko Da also noticed something. This kid was hiding something. Hearing this, Qin Shang suggested that if Brother Ko was suspicious, he should just arrest him and bring him to the county magistrate's office. Ko Da sighed and replied that without evidence, they couldn't just arrest people indiscriminately. A person nearby hurriedly flattered, Brother Ko is truly righteous. Will you be going to Lihei Martial Arts School soon? Wang Wan is not an easy person to talk to. Ko Da said as he walked, what does it matter about Lihei Martial Arts School? No matter how capable Wang Wan is, how does he compare to my eldest uncle? Da Yun was founded on martial arts. If the imperial court couldn't suppress these lawbreakers, the world would have been in chaos long ago. This information surprised the other person. Really? I heard that Suo Shui has extremely high aptitude, and in less than half a year, he has already practiced Lihei Sansho to minor achievement. Wang Wan seems to be preparing to send him to Shenbinggu. If Brother Ko wants to catch him, you must get there early. Ko Da was startled. Shenbinggu? Qin Shang laughed from behind. It's not false that Da Yun was founded on martial arts, but behind this saying there is another sentence. Saying that, he returned to his workplace. That is to rule the world together with the sects. Meanwhile, the people of the magistrate's office were still frantically searching for Suo Shui. He was angrily thinking, a tiger descending to the plains is bullied by dogs. Looking at the man in front of him, Shui became even more furious. It's one thing for that bastard to strip off my clothes, but to even take my shoes, it's unbearable. He directly launched an attack. Even though the man in front of him had been pitifully beaten, Shui still showed no mercy. I still can't beat you to death right now. If you die, I won't have any food left. Ko Long, Wang Luan, Tao Yan, Yu Chen, Lin Jing. His gaze became extremely disdainful. Wait until I finish healing my injuries, then I will make you all wish you were dead. Right at this moment, the door slowly opening caught Shui's attention. He turned his head to look into the distance. The more he thought about it, the angrier he got. How dare they take my things? As the time gradually turned to late night, Li Yuan sat huddled in a corner, silently thinking. Doesn't this shoe hide some kind of secret? He looked at the shoe in his hand. It seemed like there was nothing. Just as he touched it, the sole of the shoe popped open, startling him. When he opened the shoe sole, Li Yuan's eyes widened in surprise upon seeing something inside. He hurriedly held the shoe up to examine it. Bing Gao Dosha Chui is a martial arts secret manual. After reading it carefully, Li Yuan realized the importance of the matter. Is there really someone who hides a martial arts secret manual in a shoe sole? Bing Dao Dosha Chui. Let me see. I won't have to castrate myself, right? The secret martial arts of Shen Binggu ranked 18th on the top-tier martial arts ranking of Zhejiang Prefecture. He hurriedly memorized the information recorded on the shoe sole. Top-tier martial arts. The secret of Shen Binggu. Top-tier martial arts. Is Bai Yuan Fei Feng Chui middle tier or low tier? From this, it seems that Lu Baldi's group was killed because of this Lu He boot. The more he thought about it, the more Li Yuan felt that things were gradually going wrong. The killer definitely knows the boot has fallen into my hands. Perhaps they already have their eyes on me. Damn it. Good luck and bad luck coming to my door at the same time is huge.
At this moment, the system displayed information before Li Yuan's eyes. After reading those lines of text, he couldn't help but get a headache thinking about it. There was no weapon path, no killing technique, only 1/3 remained. Although it was a bit regrettable, this was just a single shoe, taking up at most half the pages, and it was merely a striking technique. Among the 72 paths, one must at least master one path of the hammer technique to be considered to have reached initiation. However, this path of the hammer technique had up to 81 types of variations. He sat tiredly in the corner of the room, sighing. Why is it a hammer technique again? Yet it ranked first among the 5 great secret inheritances of Shenbing Valley. Even so, Li Yuan refused to give up. He stood up with determination, knowing he was being watched. This Taoist has no other choice. I must practice it to death. He recalled what he knew about this place. The curfew in Kaliyu County would only last until 2 months before the new year. Whether County Magistrate Lu Yuan King wanted to or not, he would have to lift the curfew and switch to secret searches. Outside, the snow fell thicker and thicker. Shui stretched his blood-stained hands forward. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. He stood up and cursed. How can such a small county have so many internal energy experts? Shenbing Valley truly lived up to its reputation as the #1 sect in Zhejiang, with the 5 Jades poisonous blade and the bamboo blade master Yu Chen. He muttered, memorizing the wounds on his body. This blade strike almost killed me. I have to leave. Shui reached toward the skeleton lying quietly in the corner of the house, decisively took the clothes and left the skeleton there. Outside, fireworks went off continuously, making Shui sigh. In a small house, a man complained. The snow is too heavy. I really don't want to go out. A cold wind blew past, making him shiver and wrap his clothes tighter around himself. Thinking about having to wake up early in this weather, he felt tired. Training non-stop even when the weather is freezing and the ground is covered in ice. Truly admirable.
Niu Gui was still practicing continuously in the yard. After a while, he slowly put the hammer down on the ground, his eyes full of expectation. Initiation. These words caused everyone around to gossip. Brother Niu, have you reached initiation? Brother Niu is so amazing. When will we be able to reach initiation? So admirable. Continuous praise was directed at Niu Gui. Niu Gui will definitely enter the inner courtyard. Don't forget us when that time comes. Of course, Niu Gui is not someone those types can compare with. Despite being praised, he wasn't very happy, secretly thinking that he had moved out for over 2 months now. Could it be that he has also reached initiation? Probably not. Even though he is smart, my brother-in-law didn't teach him the breathing method, and his family is poor. The falling snow grew thicker. Remembering something, Niu Gui reminded everyone, "Go back to work. Master Sun is about to wake up." He secretly thought, in the future I must interact less with these people. They are definitely low-class people and have no connection to me. Remembering the happy event, Niu Gui walked slowly, having to quickly report the news of his initiation to his brother-in-law. Unconsciously passing by Li Yuan's house, he suddenly stopped. Li Yuan must be doing chores, right? Let's go take a look. Out of curiosity, he quickly approached. The door wasn't closed tightly, and the sight before him made Niu Gui freeze. A snow-covered figure holding a hammer striking appeared before his eyes. Worried, Niu Gui hurriedly opened the door and rushed in. No, has Li Yuan frozen to death? While he was still confused, a golden light suddenly appeared. Li Yuan's power had now become incredibly tyrannical as he continuously practiced. The cold wind blowing past made Niu Gui freeze a little. Thinking about Li Yuan's current strength, he couldn't believe it. What is going on? The person in front of him seemed to have completely transformed into a different Li Yuan. Realizing the right moment had come, Li Yuan raised his hammer high. The more Niu Gui thought about it, the more suspicious he became. Has Li Yuan already reached proficiency in Bai Yuan Fei Feng Chui? Impossible. I can't let this matter rest. He hurriedly ran out like flying, having to immediately report to his brother-in-law. Meanwhile, Li Yuan was still secretly calculating. If he just kept holding the training hammer to practice, he was afraid he wouldn't be able to progress. But if he stacked 2 of them, wouldn't he be no less than someone at minor achievement? Bonzi rushed out from inside the house, saying loudly, "You little brat, you owe me an ounce of silver."
Seeing the unstable situation, he hurriedly turned around and respectfully said, "Shopkeeper, please allow this little brother to borrow a little." Before his words were finished, a cold shot was heard. "Get lost." Li Yuan looked at him with hopeful eyes, affirming, "This little brother swears to repay it in full." Seeing that he had proactively offered, Banzi smiled and decided, "If it weren't for your rapid progress in martial arts training, I wouldn't have lent you even a single copper coin. Speak, how much is it this time?" His face clearly showed expectation as he held out his hand. 13 taels. Hearing this, he became so angry that he was speechless. You really are the type, given an inch and taking a mile. Sudden remembering something, Li Yuan hurriedly held a glass of hot water and approached Banzi. "All right, shopkeeper, have you heard any news about the disturbance in the city over the past few days? Rumor has it that a big brawl occurred." Banzi immediately recounted what he knew. The night before last, the grand shopkeeper hosted a banquet to entertain Wang, the master of Lihai Martial Arts School. When the wine had set in, someone suddenly rushed in from the shop, frantically attacking Master Wang, almost killing him. The grand shopkeeper was furious, captured the culprit, and threw him into the grand prison. Hearing this, Li Yuan asked in astonishment. The grand shopkeeper caught the culprit. Banzi nodded and added, "Fortunately, Master Wang is fine, but unfortunately his disciple was severely injured." While the two were talking, Qin Xiong walked in and ordered, "Li Yuan, follow me for a moment." Yes, Li Yuan obeyed, immediately nodding in agreement. Observing Qin Xiong's demeanor, he thought to himself, Qin Xiong looked much more muscular than 3 months ago. It seemed he had grown to 2 meters tall. After the two met in a private space, Qin Xiong spoke up. "Do you know why I called you here? You probably guessed it already, right?" Li Yuan nodded. "This disciple understands." Qin Xiong praised endlessly. "Your white ape splitting arm posture is very standard, with qi and blood flowing through your entire body. Your talent is indeed remarkable." Li Yuan hurriedly replied, "It's thanks to Master Qin's good teaching." This statement made Qin Xiong slightly surprised. "Good teaching? Although your foundation is not as good as Nu Gui's, it is very suitable for the Bai Yuan Fei Feng Chui. At this rate, the quota to enter the middle courtyard will definitely belong to you. But I have promised someone else. This time I must definitely bring Nu Gui into the inner courtyard. Do you have any objections?" Li Yuan hurriedly bowed his head. This disciple wouldn't dare. Qin Xiong looked at him with a judgmental gaze. "Wouldn't dare, but it doesn't mean you don't have any." After a moment of silence, he continued. "Previously, the exam for the inner courtyard only took place once every 3 years, but now it has been changed to once a year. At your rate, next year you will definitely be able to enter the middle courtyard. Go now." Hearing this, Li Yuan could only obediently reply, "Yes."
Stepping outside, Li Yuan thought tiredly. Next year? This year there are still connections, but next year who knows what will happen? In another corner, Nu Gui said sadly, "Brother-in-law, I will wait another year before entering the inner courtyard. Li Yuan, he is stronger than me." Qin Xiong glanced at him. "Wait another year? You came to the middle courtyard from the front courtyard. The chore courtyard goes to the back courtyard, and other courtyards are all crowded with people. Do you know why? It's exactly because you have to enter the inner courtyard this year. If you wait another year, it will be too late." Nu Gui still didn't quite understand, so Qin Xiong continued to explain. "Next spring, Shen Benggu will open its immortal gate, and the shop has spent a large sum of money to get this opportunity. At the latest by this time next year, the inner sect disciples will have to set off for Zheolong Prefecture. If you wait another year, the immortal gate of Shen Benggu will close." His face became serious as he took out an object from his clothes. When Shen Benggu recruits disciples, the most important thing is the root bone. Li Yuan's root bone is only at the lower middle level. He wouldn't even pass the first trial. Your talent is of the upper middle level, and you make fast progress. If you can join Shen Benggu, it will be the biggest opportunity of your life. After saying that, Qin Xiong threw the item he was holding to Nu Gui. Nu Gui asked tremblingly, "Shen Benggu? Can I really enter?" Qin Xiong reminded him, "Cultivate hard, and don't let down my expectations." Nu Gui nodded hastily. "Yes, yes."
Walking out of the house, Li Yuan muttered to himself as he walked. Perhaps Qin Xiong had broken through his inner strength. If that was true, he would definitely become the next leader of the guard squad, and he wondered if Fat Sun could endure it. Looking at the bag in his hand, he told himself, "Fat Sun treats me well. I absolutely cannot let him down. Today I'll take a stroll around the streets to see if I can find any ranked weapons." Seeing the participants of the competition carrying all kinds of weapons, he couldn't help but marvel. No wonder the annual Cao Liu convention attracted so many ranked weapons. It was just a pity that none of them were his. Suddenly, Li Yuan noticed a vendor sitting by the roadside. He approached and asked, "Old man, how much are you selling this sickle for?" Looking closely at the item, he thought to himself, "The blade is over 30 centimeters long. It doesn't look like a farming tool at all." The vendor looked at the weapon in his hand and shook his head. "You want to buy this sickle? It is my keepsake. It has followed me my whole life. I can't bear to sell it." A little boy standing nearby whispered, "Grandpa, why keep such a tattered sickle?" Curious, Li Yuan reached his hand forward. "Old man, can I hold it for a bit?" The vendor nodded, handing the sickle to him. "Be careful. This sickle is old but still very sharp." Upon holding the sickle in his hands, Li Yuan immediately realized it was indeed a ranked weapon. The system displayed detailed information. San Yuan Jones sickle, forged from top-grade black iron, tempered through 18 fires. The previous owner used it to drink the blood of enemies and harvest crops for 100 years. The blade has worn down but generated a spiritual anomaly. Requirement, proficiency in any stance training. Effect, major achievement in Juma sickle blade technique, proficiency in long weapons. Li Yuan's eyes lit up. This is much better than the Li Yu Shu. Not only does it have major achievement in the sickle blade technique, but also, while he was marveling, the system continued to notify. Proficiency in the long-handled sickle blade polearm is extremely difficult to learn. Even with talent, it is not easy. Only through the hard work and dedication of the original owner was the spiritual anomaly born. Li Yuan couldn't hide his joy. I've struck it rich. He hurriedly offered, I want to buy this sickle. I'll pay 3 taels. The vendor was surprised. 3 taels? Is it that much? Li Yuan nodded. That's right. It catches my eye.
After buying the sickle, Li Yuan went into a small alley. He picked up the sickle and said, use. Looking at the collected items, he calculated, I have reached proficiency in Fei Feng Chui, so just training no longer has a major effect. This sickle happens to be a good replacement. He raised the sickle high and lightning bolts struck the ground. The scene broadened Li Yuan's horizons. However, upon returning to reality, he suddenly collapsed, his nose bleeding nonstop. Looking at the item, he thought to himself, awesome, I hit the jackpot. The 13 stances of the Ju Ma sickle blade technique, created from nothing and trained to major achievement, are truly the peak. Clenching his fists, Li Yuan's eyes were filled with determination. Fei Feng Chui at proficiency level, sickle blade technique at major achievement level, a part of Bing Dao Do Sha Chui, plus proficiency in polearms. Can I defeat Xin Yang? In Bonzi's spacious house, incessant arguing echoed. This old lady risked her life to earn money to pay off your debts, yet you borrowed more. Sooner or later, you two brothers will be thrown into Bishui Lake to feed the turtles. I don't understand why Chan Bao is demanding repayment right now. It's clearly not due yet.
Li Yuan stepped outside, holding a stick in his hand. After checking its hardness, he nodded. It was good enough to use. Wasting no time, he continued practicing. Qian Bao, right? This is exactly the feeling of proficiency in long weapons. If those thugs dare to strike first, I won't hesitate to fight back. A triumphant smile finally blossomed on the corner of Li Yuan's mouth. After observing for a while, he quickly climbed onto the roof of a large building and removed a tile to scout the situation below. Seeing that everything was settled, he slowly sat down and listened. Inside, 3 men were animatedly gossiping. She's just old Zhou Huang's woman. I don't understand what the boss is thinking. If he wants her, just tie her up and play around. Would that cowardly Li Lin dare to report to the authorities? You don't know this, but before the boss got rich, his whole family worked for the Li family. At that time, he could only stand and watch her get married. Enough talking. That woman may be fierce, but she is quite pretty. Qian Bao used to be a hired hand for our family, and yet he dares to lay eyes on my sister-in-law? Your young master had a hard time getting a leave to come home, yet you ruined it all. Tell me, do you deserve to die? After eating and drinking their fill, they hurriedly stood up, preparing to do something important. No, I can't hold it anymore. I have to go outside to handle it. I'll go with you. Despite the freezing weather, the 2 of them still pulled up their clothes, ready for action. Seeing that scene, Li Yuan could only shake his head. It was truly disgusting, an eyesore. Without hesitation, he gripped his stick and dashed straight toward the 2 of them. With just a single strike, both collapsed. Thinking about the things they had done, Li Yuan felt nauseous. He pinched his nose. These 2 scoundrels took a blow from my stick. They definitely suffered severe concussions. Another guy hurriedly stepped out from the house. Old Joe, Wang Nu, where are you guys? Did you fall into the cesspit? Li Yuan did not hesitate, swinging his stick to knock this guy down. Go eat shit. Hearing the noise outside, the remaining guys rushed out. Who is it? What's going on? Seeing the scene before them, they fell silent. They drew their weapons and faced Li Yuan. You dare to come here and cause trouble? He wasn't afraid of this group. With just a few basic martial arts moves, all of them collapsed. Looking at the weaklings lying scattered on the cold ground, Li Yuan sneered contemptuously. I haven't even taken out my hammer and you're already down with just a stick? With such poor aptitude, you still dare to be thugs?
The leader was furious, gritting his teeth and turning back to curse. You, who are you to dare sneak attack me? Seeing that he was still conscious, Li Yuan raised his stick high and without hesitation struck hard at him. He cried out in pain and finally collapsed to the ground. Damn it! The more he thought about it, the more annoyed Li Yuan became, continuously hitting his body. Bastard, your fat ass is covered in oil. So disgusting. Go to hell. Feeling it wasn't enough, he even used his foot to kick him out. He lay there, looking as miserable as if his soul had left his body. Recalling the kick just now, Li Yuan felt proud. My leg strength isn't bad either. But now was not the time to be complacent. It was time to get down to business. He quickly rushed inside, rummaging through every corner. After searching for a while, he found the hiding place and exclaimed happily, "Found it!" Opening the chest, he examined the debt notes, tearing them into 100 pieces without hesitation. Did I let you lend money at high interest rates? Immediately after, Li Yuan was extremely gleeful, putting all the gold, silver, and jewels into his back. He thought to himself, isn't this the ill-gotten wealth of bad people? I am just acting on behalf of heaven, reluctantly accepting it. Without any hesitation, he quickly hid the wealth and comfortably walked out. When recalling what had just happened, his face became thoughtful.
I didn't say a word, and I covered my face, so I definitely didn't leave any traces. My actions were also just self-defense. Who told them to dare provoke me? He turned his head to look at the group of people, his voice cold. I am warning you this time. Not killing you is because I still have a conscience. Don't let me see you again. The leader still lay motionless, trembling with fear. He had lost all his wealth and was beaten to a pulp. Li Yuan smiled. For at least the next half year, this damn fat guy won't dare to cause trouble anymore. The feeling of being a good person is really great. Suddenly, a snowflake fell, touching his nose. Li Yuan looked up at the sky, a gentle smile blooming at the corner of his mouth. He believed that good things were coming. Heavy snow signifies a bumper harvest. This Taoist master is about to ascend to immortality.
Returning to his living quarters, Li Yuan diligently practiced again. He told himself that martial arts are easy to learn but hard to reach proficiency. It does not solely rely on techniques but also on vitality. Vitality originates from the physique. Without supplementary medicinal ingredients, it would take at least 5 years of hard training. But with medicinal materials and his current aptitude, 1 year would be enough. This is the true meaning of the saying, the poor study literature, the rich practice martial arts. While he was concentrating, Banzi suddenly threw a strange bag of items at him. All right, stop practicing, he ordered. Take this, I have helped you get the medicinal materials you need. This is my silver, kid, don't let me down. Li Yuan was full of hope. Shopkeeper, I will definitely return your silver. Very soon. Banzi sighed. Bullshit. From proficiency to minor achievement and then reaching high-grade bone structure, even with medicinal support, it will take 1 year. Before he could finish his sentence, Li Yuan firmly stated, I will definitely be faster. Hearing this, Banzi felt somewhat reassured. He turned to go inside, but didn't forget to threaten. The upcoming new year has 2 days off, but it's best if you stay at the shop. I heard that Sayu Ward is in chaos. A group of thugs was severely injured by someone. If you must go back, remember to return on the morning of the 2nd day of the new year. If you miss the inner courtyard exam, I'm afraid I'll sell you to get my silver back. Li Yuan smiled excitedly and nodded. All right, I remember. Sorry about that. In his heart, he secretly thought, I was the one who beat them.
Upon returning, Li Wen asked Li Lin, did Chen Bao's parents used to work for our family? The brother shook his head and explained, no, it was Qin Sheng. He has a good relationship with our family. He was the one who told me that the weapon forging shop was recruiting apprentices. Li Wen was surprised. Qin Sheng? He quickly picked up a piece of food and put it in his mouth. So the one targeting his oldest brother and sister-in-law was him. Then I absolutely cannot miss this inner courtyard exam. Too many things had happened, making him tired. He downed the glass of wine in his hand and slammed the cup heavily onto the table. This inner courtyard, your granddaddy has got it in the bag. Entering the mysterious space and looking at the collected items, Li Wen thought to himself, there are 58 transformations left before I master the Bingdao Do Sha-Chui technique. Now that I have money, I must find a way to get refined iron and gold to upgrade the weapon mastery record. By then, controlling 2 weapons to kill Qin Sheng will no longer be an issue. Qin Sheng stood frozen amid the scene before him, his heart filled with surprise. Niu Gui hurried over and reported everything. Brother-in-law, Constable Chu, said they are still investigating the culprit. Moreover, rumor has it that Su Shui, after a few days of recovery, has left the Lihei Martial Arts School. The more he thought about it, the more Qin Sheng felt something was wrong. No one had seen him these past few days, and his injuries hadn't healed yet. Could he be the culprit? Bishui Lake had frozen over, and being alone and injured, how could he possibly recover well? Suddenly disappearing, could he have gone fishing? I can't believe this. Remembering something more important, Qin Sheng turned his head and reminded, Nu Gui, 2 months ago I taught you a few routines for the inner courtyard assessment. I hope you won't disappoint me. Nu Gui's voice trembled. Brother-in-law, I definitely won't let you down.
The next morning, Jiandong village was bustling with people passing by. Li Yuan was surprised when he saw the luxurious man in front of him. Could it be that Wang Gong, the third son of the third shopkeeper, also came to take the exam? Banzin beside him placed a hand on his shoulder, reminding him. Wang Gong, Xiaoming, the youngest daughter of Chief Zhao, along with a few others, will temporarily join the families in the inner courtyard. They won't take your spots, so rest assured. Li Yuan was startled. Playing special tricks? Banzi continued. What you need to worry about is the third item of this year's inner courtyard exam. It has become a difficult problem. Knowing that Li Yuan's path ahead would be very difficult, Banzi became even more worried. In previous years, the 3 items were stance training, hammer technique, and physical strength. But this year it has changed to aptitude, and your aptitude is a bit troublesome. Li Yuan fell into deep thought. Could it be that Xin Yang had tampered with something? While he was still hesitating, Banzi smiled and crossed his arms. Anyway, just do your best. Don't hide your struggle. Otherwise you will regret it for the rest of your life. I'm not afraid that you won't return the silver. Li Yuan nodded. Understood, head chef. I will definitely not disappoint your expectations.
As time passed, the candidates had fully gathered. Up high, the important figures observed silently. Among them were 3 judges, Cao Yan, the head manager of the blacksmith shop, Tong Deng, the second manager, and Wang Ding, the third manager. After a moment of silence, Cao Yan spoke up. Qin Sheng, announce the rules. Qin Sheng nodded. Understood. He stepped out in front of the candidates, declaring, our blacksmith shop has been passed down for 237 years. To inherit the family business, we established the inner courtyard, selecting apprentices with outstanding talent. Every month you will receive 1 tael of silver, be exempt from menial labor, and have the opportunity to learn martial arts from the masters. Each courtyard will choose at least 1 person, and all candidates will receive a month's salary. Remember the grace of the master.
The candidates nodded in unison. Understood. Chin Chung's voice rang clear. Whoever has Bai Yuan Fei Fein Chui step forward. Seeing Li Yuan step up, Chin Chung was slightly startled. I already made it clear to him. How does he still dare to come out? Having no other choice, he continued. You wait. First, check the root bone. Only those with a good root bone can enter. Since you stepped out, you must also be checked. If the root bone is poor, you will not be allowed in. Immediately, heavy ironstone blocks were brought in. Muscular young men placed them on the ground. Chin Chung declared, one for each person. Use the hammer to smash the iron block to show your skills for the managers to see. Li Yuan silently picked up the hammer, readying himself. Li Yuan raised the hammer in his hand high into the air. Without hesitation, he used all his strength to smash the weapon hard onto the ground. That powerful strike made Chin Chung and the judges freeze for a moment, unable to help and exclaim, could it be that the Bai Yuan Fei Fein tree has reached the minor achievement realm? Cao Yan's face clearly showed satisfaction at Li Yuan's excellent performance. After finishing the demonstration, Tong Dong could not sit still, hastily standing up and slamming his hand on the table, his face revealing surprise. Minor achievement? Cao Yan beside him added, not just stopping at minor achievement. Even though his blood and chi are insufficient, his moves have reached this realm. Furthermore, he has comprehended the external three harmonies. Seeing Chin Chung blocking the view, Wang Ding shouted loudly, Chin Chung, get out of the way, don't stand blocking like that. Hearing this, Chin Chung was startled, having to tremblingly stop aside, saying to himself, impossible, I once checked his bone structure. It's below average, yet in just 4 months he has reached minor achievement. Even with a top-tier root bone, it would be hard to do.
Meanwhile, Li Yuan continued his performance in front of everyone. Unable to hold back his pride, Banzi exclaimed, excellent. Li Yuan smugly looked at the hammer in his hand, thinking to himself, with just a little more training, my Bai Yuan Fei Feng Tui technique will definitely reach minor achievement. At that exact moment, the hammer in his hand unexpectedly slipped out of control, flying straight toward Nu Gui. Li Yuan anxiously cried out, oh no! In that critical split second, Chin Chung dashed forward as quick as lightning, decisively grabbing the hammer's handle and preventing a disaster just in time. Chin Chung's domineering display left everyone astonished. Li Yuan smugly looked at Chin Chung, thinking to himself, who would have thought? Chin Chung, this Taoist master is no pushover either. Observing the entire situation from above, Tong Dong stepped forward and asked, after more than 4 months of martial arts training, you've not only comprehended the external three harmonies, but also practiced the hammer technique to nearly minor achievement. Well done. Kid, what is your name? Before Li Yuan could reply, Banzi hastily interjected. Li Yuan, his name is Li Yuan. His breathing method was taught by me. After a moment of thought, he continued his praise. Grand shopkeeper, this kid has extraordinary talent. His aptitude is not bad either. He might be the best in this examination.
Curious about the praise, Cao Yan asked, third shopkeeper, what do you think? After a moment of silence, Wang Ding spoke up. His talent is indeed astonishing, but the inner courtyard is crowded, and it's hard for the second shopkeeper to split his attention. Guard Qin, you should take charge of teaching him. Hearing this, Chin Chung quickly replied, I will follow the shopkeeper's orders. This old man is not a good person, Li Yuan thought to himself, feeling bewildered. He had to follow Chin Chung right from the start, not knowing what the relationship between them was. While he was hesitating, Cao Yan asked directly, what about you? Do you want to be a disciple of Guard Qin or enter the inner courtyard? Li Yuan hurriedly bowed his head and replied, I request to enter the inner courtyard. After thinking for a while, Tong Dong decided, then I will have senior brother Yet deliver the cultivation method to your place. 7 days later, I will personally test you. Li Yuan bowed obediently. Thank you, master. Seeing that there was not much time left, Tong Dong hurriedly turned around and ordered, good, then the others will continue the assessment. Li Yuan, you go check your aptitude first. Li Yuan stood behind and nodded. Understood. When he saw Tong Dong leave, Chin Chung slowly raised his head, his strange gaze following his back. As time passed and evening fell, in the blacksmith workshop, the muscular craftsmen were still diligently forging weapons. After examining Li Yuan's hand, the elders smiled and praised. Not bad, lower medium tier. Li Yuan thought to himself, the physical strength of this old man is truly formidable. Hearing the praise about Li Yuan's capability, Nu Gui breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it was only lower medium tier. Curious, Li Yuan asked, old man, how do you evaluate this aptitude? What is considered good and what is bad? The elder held his teacup and slowly explained. Bone structure is like judging a horse. It is all based on the observational experience of our ancestors. After a moment of thought, the elder suggested, kid, do you want to join our blacksmith workshop? With the Bai Yuan Fei Thing tree, you can progress faster only by forging iron. Li Yuan laughed and replied, I want to go to the warehouse first before deciding. Is that okay? In his heart, he thought the weapon mastery record is chiming. The warehouse definitely has good stuff. If he joins the forging workshop, buying materials would also be cheaper. Hearing Li Yuan's refusal, the elder sighed. If you have already decided, then I can let you take a look. Come, I will lead you to pick a handy hammer.
Seeing the elder and Li Yuan leave, Nu Gui trembled with anger. So what if he is the first? His aptitude is not as good as mine. As long as I practice hard, I will definitely surpass you. The elder stepped forward, and the guards were surprised. Old Zhang. He ordered, lead this brat to choose a good hammer. Register him. His name is Li Yuan. The subordinates nodded. Understood. And the large doors slowly opened, welcoming the two. Li Yuan was surprised by the attitude of the guards. The reaction of the weapon mastery record was really intense. Old Zhang reminded, follow me. Li Yuan hurriedly followed. Yes, sir.
Entering the vast space, Old Zhang explained, those are the Bishui saber and the Qinggong sword, the two most famous weapons of our forge in Jielong Prefecture. Li Yuan smiled. This place must have ranked weapons, not just one. While he was looking around, Old Zhang gently explained, this Bu saber was forged by the old man back then. There are only a few left now. This saber is extremely sharp. If you are not careful, you will lose your fingers. After that, the old man pulled a strange sword out of a large cabinet. Before he could understand what was going on, Old Zhang used his fingertip to cut the sword. A few drops of blood fell. Good saber. Li Yuan was still dazed. Old Zhang smiled and explained, do you understand what a good saber is? The people who are best at using weapons in this world are not swordsmen or sabermen, but blacksmiths like us. Every inch of pattern on this saber was created by me. The system displayed a new notification, Bu Saber, first tier, created by a determined blacksmith who used 100 refined mixed steel and cold iron hammer to forge a weapon so sharp that it can slice off hair and kill without leaving a trace of blood, considered a formidable sharp weapon. Usage requirements, a blacksmith with many years of experience, who has reached the minor achievement level in any kind of knife skill. Effects when used, proficiency in knife skill, releasing sharp chi flows, and improving initiation forging skills. Li Yuan stared intently at the sword in front of him, his heart filled with astonishment. A white first-tier sword with 3 different effects truly made one want to use it immediately. After putting the sword away, Old Zhang turned to look at him, his voice full of confidence. With your aptitude, if you study under me, you will quickly forge sharp weapons like this. Li Yuan asked in surprise, Old Zhang, where's the hammer you mentioned? Old Zhang seemed to suddenly remember something and hurriedly pointed forward. Over there. The more he thought about it, the more Li Yuan felt confused. Did he lead me on a tour around the warehouse just to show off the Bu Dao to me? Old Zhang then urged, go pick one. While Li Yuan was looking attentively at the giant hammers, Old Zhang said seemingly unintentionally but on purpose, among these hammers, some are newly forged and some were left behind by former apprentices. Among them is one of mine. If you pick the right one, I will give it to you. Li Yuan picked up a hammer and immediately recognized it was this exact one. How lucky, a second-tier hammer. With 4 different effects, the system also displayed detailed information. Master hammer, second tier, tempered through fire for many years, striking tens of thousands of types of iron. It was originally just ordinary iron, but gradually developed sentience. Requirement for use, reaching minor achievement in forging technique. Effects when used, Baiyuan Fei Feng Tui technique reaches perfection, proficiency in 100 types of weapons, forging technique reaches grand perfection, and weapon aptitude. While Li Yuan was rejoicing, Old Zhang's eyes became full of suspicion. How did you manage to pick it? Li Yuan confusedly explained. I just felt it suited me. After considering it, it felt right in my hand, so I chose it. Could it be that this is your hammer? What a coincidence. Old Zhang burst into loud laughter. That's right, what a coincidence. Perhaps there is destiny between us. Among so many hammers, you chose this exact one. Our destiny is not shallow at all. Sensing the opportunity, Li Yuan quickly bowed his head. If we have such destiny, if you don't mind, this junior is willing to learn forging skills from you. Old Zhang looked satisfied. Kid, you really are a smart person. From now on, what do you plan to call me? Li Yuan's eyes lit up. You agree? Deep down, Li Yuan also had his own thoughts. Looking at this hammer, it could be seen that Old Zhang's craftsmanship was probably the highest in the smithy. Becoming his disciple would help me advance quickly. Old Zhang turned away, not forgetting to add, since we already have such destiny, teaching you a few tricks is nothing. This old man has lived for many years. If I don't pass down my craftsmanship, it would be a real waste. The more he thought about it, the more Old Zhang felt that Li Yuan was a potential disciple with good aptitude and a flexible mind. To meet such a good seedling at his age was truly a blessing.
Li Yuan nodded, his heart filled with joy, asking to receive his high appreciation. Old Zhang gently helped Li Yuan stand up, smiled warmly and said, Stand up, my excellent disciple. After following his master into the armory, Li Yuan still bowed his head politely and replied, Yes, master. The two continued their tour of the armory. Old Zhang walked in front, explaining as they went. Starting this year, the forge will be expanded. Li Yuan asked in surprise, Expanded? Old Zhang then asked, Do you know about Shenbenggu? Li Yuan widened his eyes and replied, Yes, I have heard of it. In his heart, he thought to himself, not only had he heard of it, but he had also learned the ultimate skill, Bing Dao Do Sha Chui, one of their 5 great secret traditions. Old Zhang slowly explained, Shenbenggu is a great sect with an inheritance of over 1,000 years in Jielong Prefecture. Here, they are the sky, literally. Li Yuan couldn't help but be amazed. Doesn't the imperial court manage them? Old Zhang answered, The generals of over 10 counties belonging to Jielong Prefecture all come from Shenbenggu. Even the imperial court cannot control them. All the recent activities of the shop are related to Shenbenggu. Li Yuan gaped, wondering to himself, is this even a sect anymore? Even the emperors and nobles couldn't be this domineering. Old Zhang paused for a moment, turned around and continued. Next spring, Shenbenggu will open its mountain gates, welcoming everyone, regardless of their background. Do you understand what your master means? It was late at night when Li Yuan finally left the armory, walking and thinking endlessly. Qin Xiong must have known this news for a long time, which was why he brought Nu Gui into the inner courtyard. If I had delayed entering the inner courtyard back then, I might have missed the opportunity. Therefore, before the mountain gates open, I must upgrade the weapon mastery record.
Right at that moment, he ran into Sun Bonzi. Holding a wild boar's head in one hand and a rooster in the other, he said loudly, "Yuanzi, you're back? Tonight I'll show you my skills." Li Yuan bowed slightly, smiling brightly as he replied, "Thank you, head chef, for your hospitality." He felt happy inside, as this was the first time the head chef had treated him so well. Sun Bonzi sighed, squinting his eyes and smiling at Li Yuan. "Don't call me head chef anymore. Call me Sun Ha. If you are willing, just calling me Brother Sun is fine." Li Yuan immediately followed behind, enthusiastically saying, "All right, Brother Sun, let me give you a hand." While cooking, Sun Bonzi prepared the chicken and chatted. "Have you heard about the matter regarding Shen Binggu? If you can join Shen Binggu, it would be like a carp leaping over the dragon gate. In the future, if you need any help, just say the word. I, Sun, will absolutely not refuse." Li Yuan quickly chops the green onions, hesitating slightly before saying, "Then please help me buy some gold and cast iron. I have the money here." Sun Bonzi was astonished and turned around to ask, "Where did you get the money to buy gold?" Li Yuan calmly replied, "Anyway, I earned it myself. You just need to say whether you will help or not." Sun Bonzi's eyes flashed with determination, and he nodded in agreement. "Of course I'll help." A few days later, the snow had stopped falling and the weather gradually warmed up. Qin Xiong met Chu Da at a tavern, anxiously asking, "Brother Chu, it's been several days and there's still no clue about that thief?" Chu Da sipped his wine and replied, "Nian Ju still hasn't been caught. The yamen is severely short-staffed, so it's impossible for the moment. Please understand, Brother Qin." Then he slammed his wine cup on the table. "I have assigned 2 brothers to guard this place for 10 days. Magistrate Lu is dissatisfied with this matter and has ordered us to go back to catching Nian Ju." Qin Xiong wondered, why not investigate Li Yuan? He also has borrowing relations with Chan Bao. His martial arts are sufficient. He should also be a suspect. Chu Da crossed his arms and explained, "Although Zhang Bi hasn't achieved inner strength yet, through years of forging iron, he has accumulated a lot of connections. If you don't even want to provoke him, how would I dare? Don't forget, my uncle's Kong Long broken saber was repaired by Zhang Bi." Just then, Chu Da's guard ran over to report. A brother said that 2 days ago someone went to the pawn shop. Wang the fool from the front street, pawned a 100-tael banknote for 93 taels, but he's already dead. Qin Xiong's eyes widened, exclaiming in shock, "What?" Chu Da chuckled lightly. "This thief acts quite carefully, even hiring a fool. This clue has died with him. Now that the clue is lost, I, Chu, am also powerless. I have already transferred those brothers away. My condolences to Brother Qin." Qin Xiong glanced at the person behind him. "And what about you? Have you found anything?" The man hesitated. "Brother-in-law, that Li Yuan stays in the smithy all day. Besides forging iron, he does nothing else. He probably doesn't have the guts to do that." After hearing this, Qin Xiong had no reason to stay any longer. He and his subordinate bowed to Chu Da and prepared to leave. "Today, I will not bother Brother Chu any further." As the two stepped over the threshold, Chu Da muttered softly, "Fierce on the outside, but weak on the inside. If this hooligan nature doesn't change, even if he develops inner strength, he'll still just be a hooligan." After seeing off the guests, he sat down and poured himself a drink alone. Suddenly a guard ran in looking panicked. "Headcatcher Q, Bamboo Blade Master Yu Chen is here again. Today he is standing at the Yamen's door, saying he wants an audience with His Excellence." Chu Da tilted his head back and drained his cup of wine, asking hoarsely, "Yu Chen? Could Nian Ju still be in the city?" Immediately he slammed the wine cup onto the table, his expression becoming stern. "Let's go." Meanwhile, at the blacksmith shop, Li Yuan was sneaking around doing something. He slipped into the forge, looked at the scrap iron on the ground, and thought to himself, "Brother's son is truly a capable person, truly my solid backing. Now the matter cannot be delayed any longer." Li Yuan didn't waste any more time, immediately mobilizing his spiritual energy. A stone pedestal with a yin-yang symbol appeared, in the middle of which were the weapons he had painstakingly selected. Second-tier weapon master, Li Yuan. Number of weapons that can be controlled, 2. A golden light flagging the surrounding space. As for Li Yuan, he cheered with excitement. Second tier. Finally, I can now control the master hammer. Looking at the hammer, he was a little puzzled. Is this the hidden attribute of advancing to the second tier? It looks much more convenient. Li Yuan smiled, his heart filled with hope. Maybe there are other good things too. After that, he picked up 2 hammers, holding one in his hand and carrying the other on his shoulder, using both at the same time. Seeing that he could truly control the 2 hammers proficiently, his eyes shone like stars, his heart filled with joy. Success, he smugly thought to himself. It feels like I've been forging iron for decades. No wonder the difference in the second tier is so great.
A moment later, Sun Bonzi's voice rang out from outside. Yuanzi, I just returned from the inner courtyard. Brother-in-law is very satisfied with you. Did I teach you the Dafa before? Li Ron hurriedly ran out. Master told senior brother Chu to give me a Dafa secret manual. But Sun Bonzi was trembling, clutching his chest, trying to say, looking at your appearance, could it be you haven't practiced yet? And to think I praised you to the high heavens. You better not. Li Ron scratched his head, replying awkwardly. I have learned it. I've learned it. He seriously said to Sun Bonzi, Brother, look at this. Seeing him just starting to read the book to practice chi circulation, Sun Bonzi smacked him hard on the head, complaining with a twisted mouth. Dafa is a method of manipulating chi and blood, much harder than breathing methods. How can you be in time if you are only learning it now? Sun Bonzi shouldered a hammer, stomping his feet continuously on the brick floor, and said loudly, We are not going to forge iron today. I will personally teach you. Li Ron stood to the side, leisurely turning each page of the book, calmly replying, Don't be impatient, brother. Let me read it first. This is not that hard. Hearing this, Sun Bonzi looked at him with suspicious eyes. Not hard? Do you know what this Dafa is? How long did I practice it back then? Just 3 days? Without waiting for him to finish speaking, Li Ron powerfully kicked the hammer off the ground. He moved agilely, his hammer-swinging movements decisive, unbelievably proficient, as if he was dancing with the hammer. Sun Bonzi stood rooted to the spot, eyes wide open, mouth agape, unable to believe what he was witnessing. How could he have learned this Dafa? I had to spend a full 3 years before. He loosened his grip, and his hammer fell to the ground with a thud, while he himself blankly watched Li Ron perform the Dafa. Sun Bonzi's whole body stiffened, sweat pouring down his face, unable to help but silently praise Li Ron in his heart. He had met many disciples with good aptitude and high talent, but this kid's talent was truly too outstanding. Thinking of this, he felt a sense of inferiority, muttering, My 30 years of bitter training cannot even compare to your months. You and I both have lower middle aptitude, so why is the gap in talent so vast?
Li Yuan walked over, patted Sun Bonzi lightly on the shoulder, and said in a cheerful voice, Although I have mastered the external 3 harmonies, the internal 3 harmonies still need the head chef's further guidance. Hearing this, Sun Bonzi looked displeased, leaned in closely and asked, You have already approached the internal 3 harmonies? A freak, truly a freak. Li Yuan quickly dodged his probing gaze, covered his mouth with his hand and whispered, It seems I have misspoken. Right at that moment, Qin Xiang suddenly spoke up, his voice cold. Li Yuan, come here for a moment. Hearing this tone, Li Yuan immediately knew something was wrong. Seeing him still standing there, Sun Bonzi urged, Go. Li Yuan could only pout, gave a clear response, and then walked after Qin Xiang. The two walked deep into the courtyard. As soon as they entered the yard, Li Yuan saw a group of people holding heavy weapons, doing stance training laboriously, everyone panting and trembling. He glanced over to a corner where there were 2 men, one standing solemnly, while the other sat on a wooden chair, chatting. Seeing the unfamiliar figure, Li Yuan couldn't help but wonder, who is the person talking to the second shopkeeper? The white-haired man standing solemnly was exactly Bamboo Blade Master Yu Chen.
Qin Sheng walked over and bowed respectfully. The second shopkeeper standing next to him followed suit, but his expression showed a hint of dissatisfaction. This old man hadn't appeared in the inner courtyard all year round, so why did they bump into him today? Tong Dong turned to look at Yu Chen and couldn't help but ask, why did a bounty hunter come to my blacksmith shop instead of catching imperial criminals? The 2 people opposite dogged in unison upon hearing this title. A bounty hunter? Is it the legendary bounty hunter? Yu Chen smiled lightly and answered honestly, I only came here to ask this little brother a few questions. Li Yuan glanced over, secretly guessing in his heart. Looking for me? Then it must be related to the Liu He Shu. Tong Dong had no expression on his face, but his words carried a clear hint of reproach, which made Qin Sheng jump in shock after hearing it. Bounty hunters are not from the government. Barging in here like this? Do you even put our blacksmith shop in your eyes? The north wind blew across the courtyard roof, covering it with pure white snow. Yu Chen looked at Li Yuan, a meaningful smile still hidden on his lips. He cupped his hands in a salute, his attitude more solemn. Brother Tong has misunderstood. You have no such intention. It was just that I happened to meet Guard Qin at the door, and after hearing his suggestion, I let him introduce me. Qin Sheng stood beside him, bowed slightly, and added, Brother Yu came to pursue a murderer. Our weapon shop is originally in this city, so we should help each other. I hope Elder Tong won't blame him. After hearing this, Tong Dong casually let out a sentence. So that's how it is. Then he turned to look at Li Yuan and asked, Have you heard clearly? Li Yuan answered politely. Disciple understands clearly. Li Yuan turned around, respectfully cupped his hands and asked, I wonder what the great hero wants to ask. Yu Chen smiled lightly, not hiding it, and directly stated his purpose. I wouldn't dare accept the title of great hero. Half a year ago, I posted a notice in Zhelong Prefecture requesting the capture of the lone thief Nianju to bring him to justice. After pursuing him to Kaoliu, I lost his trail. During the 3 months before the new year, I searched all the nearby towns and villages, so I am certain he is still hiding in Kaoliu County. If he hasn't fled to Mount Fok Yu or Bishui Lake after killing someone, he should still be in the city by now. When mentioning that person's name, Yu Chen's voice became cold and full of intimidation. Nianju was born in Tianyun Cave. He is a heretical cultivator. He is currently wandering around here, even causing the experts in Xinbinggu to be on guard. If we don't catch him, I am afraid he will cause even more disasters. Little brother, as far as I know, you are the last person to see Nianju's victim. Did your family buy anything from his stall?
Li Yuan recalled the person Yu Chen mentioned, honestly recounting without any concealment. Lu San, reporting to the young hero, the day before Lu San was killed, I indeed bought spices from his stall, but it was only spices. Seeing Li Yuan bowing his head with every word, Yu Chen hurriedly reached out to support him. Little brother, there is no need to be so overly polite. When Yu Chen touched him, Li Yuan suddenly felt dizzy, his vision blurred, and his whole body swayed unsteadily. This was hypnosis. At this moment, Li Yuan's face became blank, but in his mind he was screaming. This person looks kind-hearted, but his heart is dark. I'm afraid he had already made his move before he even asked the first question. How dangerous?
Yu Chen started interrogating. Is that true? You only bought spices? Li Yuan scratched his head, answering honestly. And bought another half caddy of pork. Tong Dong saw this, immediately got angry, frowned and shouted, Yu Chen! Yu Chen immediately stopped the hypnosis technique. Li Yuan regained his senses, asking in confusion, Oh my, what happened to me? Tong Dong suddenly grabbed his spear and dashed straight towards Yu Chen. Yu Chen hastily stepped back, dodged the attack, then swung his saber to counterattack. The sound of clashing metal rang out piercingly. Yu Chen was pushed back, having to channel strength into his legs to maintain balance. Realizing he was at a disadvantage, Yu Chen cupped his fist, bowed his head, and conceded. Good fist, good spear. Li Yuan looked towards him, wondering in his mind, Is this internal energy? Yu Chen looked up, exclaiming, The green snake spear is indeed wonderful. Tong Dong returned, calmly saying, The 5 Jades poisonous blade has a well-deserved reputation. Yu Chen really committed a breach of etiquette. I apologize. Catching the culprit is a major matter. Please forgive me, Brother Tong. After that, he turned and left. Qin Shang stepped forward, intending to say something. Elder Tong. But Tong Dong didn't give him his chance. He turned back to the mansion, instructing as he walked. Yunjin, Li Yuan, come inside. The rest disperse. Behind him, whispering chatter arose. What 5 Jades poisonous blade? Couldn't even block one strike. The green snake spear is truly great. Master is too powerful. Is this person the bamboo blade master? What great hero. I spit. Entering the mansion, Yunjin asked anxiously, Master, are you all right? Tong Dong looked at his trembling hand, sighing as he answered, 5 Jades poisonous blade? More like 5 poisons human bug. My whole body is infected with poison. I almost lost my life. A detoxification pill combined with internal energy can push the toxins out, but it will take 2 to 3 months to fully recover. The poison clearly manifested into green veins on his palm, looking like they were about to burst open. Suddenly, Tong Dong clenched his hand, causing the layer of toxins to shatter.
Yunjin wondered, Yu Chen was already planning to leave. Why did you have to do that? Drops of poison fell down. Tong Dong's eyes were red and full of hatred. If he just left like that, even if this old man died, I wouldn't have the face to go down to the underworld to meet your grandmaster. In this martial world, sometimes you have to run fast, sometimes you have to walk, and sometimes you have no choice but to retreat. Remember today's matter well. You will encounter it yourself in the future. Li Yuan nodded seriously. This disciple remembers. In his heart, he told himself, if he hadn't been firm just now and revealed the matter of the Bingdao Doshachui, not to mention Yu Chen, even Shen Binggu would kill me. Yunjin asked again, Master, what kind of martial art did Yu Chen use? It looked very bizarre. Tong Dong sighed. That is the soul bewitching method. Calling it a martial art is a bit much. In fact, it is a specially made knockout drug, colorless and odorless, very difficult to guard against. But if your state of mind is steady, you won't fall for it. He glanced at Li Yuan, making him embarrassed. With your background having tasted suffering, why is your temperament so weak? You disappoint this old man. After saying that, he sat down to practice and ordered, Enough. You guys go back and rest. At the blacksmith shop, old Zong held up the sword forged by Li Yuan and evaluated. Not bad. It has achieved 3 parts of a sharp weapon. Only the material is different. He chuckled to himself. My effort to transfer Qing Xiang away was not in vain. Meanwhile, Li Yuan and Sun Banzi were practicing with hammers. Li Yuan was surprised. Qing Xiang was transferred to Fashan. Sun Banzi smiled and replied, Yes, when the grand shopkeeper returned yesterday and heard about Yu Chen, he scolded Qing Xiang around and chased him away. He raised his hammer, jumping around. If it were someone else, it wouldn't just stop it being transferred. Li Yuan changed the subject. Are you going to Kaolu Temple tomorrow? Sun Banzi panted, leaning on the hammer handle. Not going. I have to practice. You improve too fast, causing me to be scolded by my brother-in-law. Li Yuan laughed out loud, waving his hand. Then you keep practicing. I'm going back to clean up and take a bath. Entering the room, Li Yuan closed the door tightly and quickly pulled out a brightly shining blade. The system displayed information. BU Saber, first tier. The first sharp long saber forged by the weapon master. Weapon control condition, none. Weapon control effect, watertight. Li Yuan stroked the blade, sighing. It's not as good as the BU sabers left by master. The difference in forging level is too great. Sitting on the bed, he thought to himself, there are still many things to learn. Forging technique must be advanced. Doshachui cannot be neglected either.
Top-tier martial arts are indeed hard to practice. The last 2 variations of the doshatui are truly difficult. He pursed his lips, feeling restless. But I have already grasped the first killing move, Weapon Strike. I wonder if I can challenge Qingxiang now. I really want to try.
As night fell, the streets were brightly lit with lanterns and people were bustling about. Li Yuan mingled with the crowd, walking excitedly as the weapon mastery record vibrated violently. There were many good weapons on the street that he wanted to possess. Right at that moment, a group of muscular men carrying a large cloth-covered statue passed by, and everyone stepped aside. Li Yuan stood at the back, looking up, thinking to himself that it was quite a grand setup. It would be great if he could take the treasure on the altar and throw it into the weapon mastery record. The people on both sides of the street knelt and bowed, praying for the Bodhisattva to protect our Kaoliu County. Wishing for favorable weather and abundant harvests, the devoted men and women bowed reverently. They pushed each other to stuff coins into the wooden bucket carried by the person leading the procession. Li Yuan muttered curiously, "Which Bodhisattva is this?" The covering cloth was blown away by the wind, and the sparkling light from the statue blinded his eyes. The Bodhisattva was carved with countless eyes, making Li Yuan shudder. No wonder it is called the Thousand-Eye Bodhisattva. I have trypophobia. The system displayed information. Second-tier Thousand-Eye Bodhisattva stone statue, created from Qingsing stone and spiritual mud, gradually brought to life through the worship of the people. The spiritual mud under the statue's eyes can transform into blood pills. Condition for use: the first level of the divine worship technique. Control effect: the first level of the deity worship technique initiation, mental derangement effect. Li Yuan was astonished. Second tier? A divine statue is also considered a weapon? That's a bit unorthodox. He curled his lips and turned away. It's eye-catching, but the water might be too deep here. Never mind. Li Yuan strolled through the weapon stalls, his eyes quickly scanning each item. Whether it was the things he saw with his own eyes or those of the passers-by, all were too ordinary. They were all first tier, which made sense. Second-tier weapons were expensive. How could ordinary people afford them? Then he stopped in front of a newly posted notice board. Nianzhu's portrait appeared clearly, accompanied by an arrest warrant. Had the bounty for him increased so much again, he thought to himself. A moment later, Li Yuan blended into the crowd heading towards a temple. He looked ahead, his lips moving slightly. Kangshen Temple. Just then, a procession carrying a deity statue paraded past. Li Yuan suddenly wondered, could this statue also be a weapon? The system immediately displayed the information. Second-tier Dizong deity statue, created by a brilliant artisan from Konghong stone and CB sand. After many years of worship, the statue gradually developed spiritual anomalies. Konghong stone could be used to forge weapons, while CB sand was used to refine medicine. Usage condition: missing an arm. Effects: bewitch people's minds, calm the mind and stabilize the spirit. First level of the Dizong Xin Jue. Li Yuan stood still, his eyes following the parade, thinking to himself that it was another second-tier item. Suddenly, a question flashed through his mind. Could it be that all the other statues were like this? Was someone nurturing them? Ordinary wealthy families certainly wouldn't be able to afford it. It could only be the extremely rich or the imperial court. Just then, an old man with white hair and beard, his eyes blindfolded, bumped into him and asked, "Little brother, do you want your fortune told?" Li Yuan smiled inwardly, thinking this was a fellow Taoist in the same trade. He immediately clasped his hands and replied, "Is the Taoist master's next sentence going to be that I will soon suffer a bloody disaster? The work of you bounty hunters is quite diverse." The old man smiled and said, "As expected of a talent from the blacksmith shop, your judgment of people is very accurate." Li Yuan spoke up, "You guys have been following me since very early, haven't you?" Immediately, a group of the old man's accomplices came over and surrounded him. The blind old man then bowed in greeting and introduced himself. "I am Zhang Fengyuan, a bounty hunter of Zhejiang Prefecture, and these people are too. Saying we are following you is not entirely true. We just want to gather some information. For over half a year, our brothers have chased for 1,000 miles, which is truly not easy. I hope you can understand, little brother." Li Yuan feigned ignorance and replied, "I don't even know what that Nianzhu looks like. If you guys are looking for me to gather information, I'm afraid you found the wrong person." One of the group spoke up. "Little brother, we want to know what Chu Da and Yu Chen asked you." He answered honestly, "Nianzhu has only appeared in the city twice. One time was when he killed his neighbor Liu Jili and a small stall owner selling spices." The muscular guy nearby couldn't contain his anger and shouted, "Boss, why are you wasting words with him? I think we need to make him lose a little blood. Then this brat will obediently talk." The blind old man just said slowly, "Yu Chen asked you before, so there's definitely no mistake. It's just that, little brother, you did say one thing right." They then turned around and left immediately. Before leaving, the blind old man also reminded him, "You will definitely face a bloody disaster soon. You must be careful." They gradually disappeared into the crowd, leaving him standing there. Li Yuan thought to himself, is it about that torn shoe? That night, it was raining heavily. He sneakily stuffed a stone into the torn shoe he had picked up, then directly threw it inside the magistrate's office. "If you guys like it, I'll give it to you." A voice cried out in panic, "What bastard dares to throw a stone at me?" But right after that, they realized it was just a torn shoe, while Li Yuan had already slipped away. As he ran, he calculated in his head,
Nianju is a hidden danger. I cannot expect him to die in the encirclement.
First, cultivate to major achievement, then master the first harmony and cultivate internal energy. Persevering until joining Shen Bengu, all hidden dangers will no longer be a problem. Long was filled with determination that he had to become stronger. Inside the yamen, someone brought up a torn shoe and reported, Headcatcher Chu, this is a top-grade Lua shoe. Looking at the style, it is from Zheilong Prefecture. Furthermore, there is something under the sole. They slowly checked under the shoe and found a note with a message. Just this torn shoe can lure Nianju. This surprised Headcatcher Chu endlessly. But who on earth wrote with such terrible handwriting? That thief's technique was very precise. To be able to strike the back of my neck through the rain curtain from outside the wall, he is definitely not an ordinary person. But a single shoe? On what basis can it lure Nianju? Could it be he quickly flipped the sole of the shoe over, but there was nothing there? He then deduced that Lua shoes are famously durable, sewn with 6 layers into one, and cannot lack a single layer. It's possible there was originally some paper under the sole, but it was taken by the thief. Another catcher speculated. Could it be that Nianju refused to leave for so long because of this thing? The thief throwing the shoe at your head. Could it be they want to use our hands to eliminate a future threat? However, once we catch Nianju, are we still afraid of not knowing who this thief is? I must smash his head to wash away this humiliation. The next day, in the middle of the bustling market, some people whispered to each other about whether that thief went into the magistrate's office late at night to steal something. I heard from my little brother serving as a runner that the thief didn't steal records, didn't steal money, but came to deliver evidence. Rumor has it that it was a torn Luhei shoe that Headcatcher Q found from somewhere. Hearing this, Nianju's eyes immediately filled with murderous intent. His target was Q Da. At the same time, at the blacksmith shop, the third shopkeeper had led Headcatcher Q here to inform the disciples. Today, Headcatcher Q came to borrow people to search for the heavily injured Nianju. Anyone willing to go, regardless of whether they catch the person or not, can receive 1 tael of silver. If caught, each person receives 3 taels. The court provides half, and the shop provides half. Some people silently sighed that they wanted us to risk our lives for only 3 taels of silver. That amount wasn't even enough for burial fees. Headcatcher Q spoke up, saying the magistrate ordered that each family must send at least 10 people. The third shopkeeper immediately ordered, Yun Jin, you take Nu Min, Lu Shen, and Tian Ding with you. He turned to brother Li Yuan. You also go on a trip. What's the point of not going out for months? Li Yuan shouted yes. He was also itching for some action. After finishing his business, Headcatcher Q cupped his hands to bid farewell to the third shopkeeper. I still have to go to other families to borrow people. I will take my leave first. At this time, the third shopkeeper sat down, and everyone below fell silent, causing him to shout loudly. What, do you all not want to go? Yun Jin cupped his hands and spoke. Master, there is no problem for us, but junior brother Li has only been learning martial arts for 7 to 8 months. Going out to gain experience now, isn't it a bit too early? The third shopkeeper's face turned gloomy as he enlightened the whole group. What is early, what is late? In the future, when you roam the martial world, will the enemy spare your life because of that? Practicing martial arts has never been just about bitter cultivation. Dafa cannot reach major accomplishment just by hitting wooden dummies either.
Practicing martial arts requires courage. He immediately shouted loudly, startling everyone. That Nianzhou failed to ambush Chu Da and was pierced through the heart and lungs by Chu Da in a single move. Even if he is lucky enough not to die, he is just a dying tiger. Besides, we are at the front to fend him off. What are you afraid of? Then he carefully reminded Qin Yun to remember to protect Li Yun. Junior brother has just started cultivating. You guys take good care of him. After that, they went to the armory to choose suitable weapons for themselves. He picked up a golden hammer, a long-handled hammer, first tier, forged from Jin Wumin's copper, large and heavy. Usage requirement, hammer technique minor achievement. Usage effect, take root on the spot, large and heavy, breaks external martial arts armor. He thought to himself that the feeling is very different from a forging hammer, but it was suitable for the Bingdao Do Sha Chui. After choosing their weapons, they were ready to set off. At Mount Fa Qiu, Qin Yun took the lead and reminded everyone not to act tough, not to go far, and to remember to get out before dark. Leaving one person behind to look after the master's horse, the whole group split up to search but found no trace of Nianzhou. Before dark, they had to comb through these dozen small mountains. Suddenly, there were loud sounds of fighting ahead. He thought to himself, did they find him this fast? At this time, Nianzhou had already killed many people. Corpses were scattered everywhere, but he was also seriously injured. One of his arms had been slashed, and he knelt on the ground exhausted. Although he had escaped the encirclement, his mouth didn't forget to curse Yuchen, Chulong, and the damn headcatcher. I will kill you all. As soon as he finished speaking, a few more people rushed over to hunt him down. They shouted, he's here, catching him will bring a huge reward. But then only tragic screams were heard. Hearing this, Li Yun's group panicked. Qin Yun commanded everyone to quickly scatter, find a place to hide, and protect themselves. As soon as he finished speaking, they all ran their separate ways, every man for himself. He also quickly hid behind a large tree. Right after that, he heard more tragic screams and thudding sounds. Obviously, more people had died. He thought to himself that with Nianzhou's ruthless methods, these people somehow still had time to send a signal.
It seemed he was indeed heavily injured, maybe, but it was better to be careful above all else. Li Yuan carefully hid in a dense bush. Right before his eyes was a corpse. He suddenly lay flat on his face, realizing someone was coming. It turned out a guy was taking advantage of this opportunity to take all the money from that corpse, but before he could act, a fat old man rushed in and punched his face in. He immediately recognized him. Wasn't that the bamboo blade master he had met a few days ago? Having collected the loot, the old man happily noted that he had gained quite a lot this time. Suddenly, he charged straight at him as if he had noticed him, but Li Yuan gave him a hammer strike right to the face, making him bite the dust. His hands quickly snatched the guy's money pouch, stomped heavily on his head with one foot, and then quickly dashed away before the guy even realized who the opponent was, only able to hold his head and cry in pain. The feeling just now was so thrilling, even more than those dog stealers. Estimating over 20 taels of silver, making money this way was so fast, why bother blacksmithing? This young master even used talismans, relying on the blessing of the giant elephant hammer and the sickle blade. Even in a head-on confrontation, I am confident I could knock him down. If a sneak attack wasn't successful, then there would be no justice in the world.
Last time you used a saber to oppress others. Today I, your young master, consider this revenge. He quickly put away the coin pouch. It was time to deal with Nianju. His entire body was now covered in wounds, but he remained stubborn. I am not resigned to this. I will definitely kill all of you. Someone directed a group of thugs to quickly search for him in that direction. When they ran off, only one person was left there. He didn't know danger was approaching. Nianju, with blood-red eyes, lunged down from the tree, and in the blink of an eye, that person's life was gone. Surprisingly, the masked man spoke up without a care. The external martial arts of Tianjun Cave is truly impressive, to still have the strength to struggle despite being so heavily injured. He approached and mocked. It's a pity. Although your external martial arts are good, you are trash. If I hadn't covered for you, Ko Long would have killed you long ago. Nianju replied in annoyance. Were you the one who lured Ko Long's group away earlier? Covering your face, do we know each other? Or are you from Chalio County? It turned out there was a spy in the government office. He mysteriously reminded. I helped you this time. You must pay me back later. Remember that. He left with lightning-fast agility. You should leave. I will handle Ko Long, while casually throwing a healing pill bottle to Nianju, leaving him puzzled. Exactly how do you want me to repay the debt? That person's body had disappeared, leaving only one sentence. I will look for you again in the future. Nianju stood stunned, speculating that in Chalio County there were quite a few martial artists with internal energy, but only 2 had reached the internal strengthening stage. Chao Yan, or could it be a bounty hunter from elsewhere?
When he opened the pill bottle, it was unexpectedly a high-grade Bo Yuan pill. He was immediately filled with killing intent, no longer wanting to leave, but instead wanting to kill everyone who had pursued him. A moment later, only the agonizing cries of a group of people being sent flying could be heard. Ah, he's here! Even the blind bounty hunter was sent flying into a tree trunk, spitting fresh blood from his mouth and lying sprawled on the ground. Nianju slowly walked forward. Just relying on these trashes and you want to catch me? From a distance, he secretly observed how Nianju could still be so strong despite being heavily injured. He saw him pull a knife out of his chest, and the wound easily healed. This made him a bit panicked. This guy's cultivation technique was truly terrifying. Nianju seemed to have discovered him and shouted loudly, "Little mouse of the blacksmith shop, why aren't you coming out yet?" Li Yuan could only take action at this moment, holding his hammer and smashing it straight at him, but he couldn't land a hit. He panicked upon recognizing it was the major achievement of the Bai Yuan hammer technique. He disdainfully shouted, "You haven't even cultivated internal energy and you dare to attack me. You are courting death." Countless blows were thrown by him, but they were all blocked. Angered, he punched straight at his hammer, but his hand was instantly broken. He quickly lunged onto his body to lock his movements, but in the blink of an eye, Li Yuan broke free and appeared behind him. The giant hammer was summoned, and a direct smash sent him straight to the afterlife. Thought you were something special, but you're just a weakling daring to act tough. Standing before the corpse slumped in the deep forest, Li Yuan told himself that these troublesome people would no longer come looking for him. He quickly stored the heavy weapon back into a storage space and began searching for loot on the body. Seeing the Liu He shoes, Li Yuan felt smug because he had finally gathered a complete pair as promised. He then approached another unconscious person, casually taking a few more items and considering it the life-saving fee he rightfully deserved. After clearing everything up, Li Yuan immediately ran through the forest to regroup. As soon as he saw his comrades' figures from afar, he called out loudly, "Senior Brother Yue, I'm back. I'm just glad to be alive, brother." Hearing the call, Senior Brother Yue turned around in shock and rushed to embrace him in tears, unable to hide his joy at seeing his junior brother still alive. When Li Yuan asked about the whereabouts of the others, Senior Brother Yue could only choke back tears and comfort him, saying that they might have gotten lost and would surely return soon. However, the absence of Junior Brother Qian and Junior Brother Li made Senior Brother Yue extremely worried, fearing that they had met with misfortune. Li Yuan pondered deeply. He understood that if they encountered Nianju's people, it would be more bad luck than good. He began to feel that something was wrong when such a large formation was mobilized just to catch a crippled person. Furthermore, the whereabouts of the captain and the city guards had also mysteriously disappeared. At the same time, in another corner of the forest, the soldiers were asking their lord for orders to act directly because they did not trust the people accompanying them. But the commander replied coldly, "If that group is truly useless, it saves us the effort of dealing with them," and then ordered the whole team to move out. Commander Ko stood proudly on a rocky outcrop. He had already realized someone was tailing him, so he spoke up and demanded the opponent reveal themselves. The hidden person stepped out while praising his meticulous mind. Commander Ko asserted that a great thief could not hide for so long in Kaliu County without someone backing him. He arrogantly drew the Konglong broken saber, confident that the opponent could not match him if they were alone. However, that person only laughed loudly in challenge. Immediately, a series of black-cloaked figures appeared from the branches, tightly surrounding Commander Ko. "You guys, do you really dare to ambush me?" Ko Long roared in terror as he realized he had fallen into a trap. However, the leader of the black-cloaked group replied coldly, "The one who kills Ko Long of Kaliu County is exactly Nyanju of Tianjun Cave." The forest mane grew heavier by the minute. A mournful atmosphere enveloped the survivors, as the 12 apprentices of the blacksmith shop were now reduced to merely 8. Standing under the eaves to take shelter from the rain, senior brother Yue was anxiously restless. It was already dark. Why hadn't the masters come down the mountain yet? Was that Nyanju really that formidable? Didn't Koda say his injuries were very severe? Another person clicked his tongue sarcastically, assuming that Nyanju had died long ago, and the seniors were just using this as an excuse to leave the city to make some profit.
Contrary to everyone's chatter, Li Yuan stood quietly observing the night. He clearly felt that a much larger storm was truly approaching. Beside the flickering campfire, he thoughtfully analyzed his own strength. Although his blood chi realm was very strong, without top-tier weapons and peak combat techniques, it would be difficult for him to withstand true masters. Li Yuan told himself that he must find a way to learn the martial arts from the Gongquan Zhang to be able to turn the tide in future life-and-death battles. When he was finally alone, Li Yuan began to inventory the loot collected from the fallen enemies. With over 60 taels of broken silver, a 100-tael banknote, and 2 precious bottles of pills taken from Nyanju's corpse, he couldn't help but be excited because this trip truly made his wallet bulge. In particular, the weapon named Cold Iron Flying Dagger caught his utmost attention. This was a first-tier flying dagger forged through 1,000 fires, which not only increased damage, but also helped the user enhance their eyesight to see further.
Not stopping there, Li Yuan also discovered a carefully hidden secret manual, something that Nyanju would rather die than part with. The book recorded cultivation methods, stance training, and unpredictable killing moves. Although regretful about the lack of a breathing method, with 81 powerful types of stance training, he believed that his cultivation progress would advance leaps and bounds. Li Yuan looked out the window, secretly exclaiming that this deal was a huge profit, not a waste of effort at all. As soon as he saw Li Yuan return, Sun Banzi hurriedly ran over to ask about the situation of his brother-in-law, Grand Shopkeeper Qin Sheng, after hearing the news that Ko Long had been killed. Li Yuan calmly reassured him that the second shopkeeper was still in the mountains and would definitely be safe and sound, while also informing him that the others were only seriously injured. Hearing this, Sun Banzi finally breathed a sigh of relief, but still did not forget to ask if he had actually encountered Nyanju. Li Yuan denied it on the surface, saying that if he had really met him, he probably wouldn't have a chance to sit here, but in his heart he firmly confirmed that he had personally finished him off. Before leaving, Sun Banzi did not forget to remind Li Yuan about the upcoming initiation festival of Shenbinggu and ask about the medicine he had asked him to buy on his behalf. Feeling his throat dry after a long journey, Li Yuan walked quickly into the kitchen, scooped a large ladle of water, and drank it all to quench his thirst, then confirmed that he would deliver the medicine to his brother later. When night fell, under the dim moonlight, Li Yuan went alone to the base of the giant tree and took out the precious pill to use. He clearly felt the medicinal power taking effect extremely fast. Even though it was expensive and caused his debts to pile up, the results were completely worth it. In a solid stance training posture, a blue-green aura began to surround his body, filling Li Yuan with hope for a rel breakthrough tonight. While highly concentrated, the rapid knocking on the door, along with the frantic call of a senior brother, startled him. This person announced that the master had returned, but in a severely injured state, and wanted to see him and Sun Banzi immediately. Without time to think much, Li Yuan immediately rushed out into the night. Entering the room, he was shocked to see Elder Tong slumped in a chair, his face pale, with clothes soaked from severe wounds. Sun Banzi rushed into the room in a panic, his face clearly showing shock upon seeing his master's condition. "Brother-in-law, master, what happened with this injury of yours?" Yunjin also fell to his knees, earnestly begging their master to go get treated immediately. However, Elder Tong only whispered weakly, "I nearly lost my life. It's hard to save me now." He tremblingly opened his clothes, revealing a deep gash. Witnessing this horrifying sight, Li Yuan couldn't help but shudder in astonishment. He thought to himself that even a second-tier inner armor couldn't block that fatal slash. Sun Banzi gritted his teeth and asked, "Brother-in-law, who exactly injured you?" Elder Tong's answer left everyone stunned. It was Ko Long. All three exclaimed in unison in sheer disbelief. Ko Long? Wasn't he already dead? Elder Tong tiredly waved his hand. "It no longer matters who that person is right now. Listen to me, you three. Among the disciples of the inner courtyard, although many have reached major achievement in blood she hammer technique, those who truly have hope of breaking through to internal energy are very few. He looked straight at Li Yuan and instructed, Li Yuan, your aptitude is a bit weak, but your talent is extremely bright. You have hope of breaking through to internal energy and entering Shenbinggu. Seeing his master still trying to hold on, Li Yuan felt heartbroken. Master, don't speak anymore. Please treat your injuries first. Ignoring the advice, Elder Tongue tremblingly pulled out an old piece of goatskin, depicting a white ape and a green snake. The moment Yin Jin saw it, he exclaimed, This is the basic diagram. Li Yuan immediately recognized this as a treasure recording the white ape energy and green snake energy. He suddenly understood that this goatskin was also considered a type of weapon, because it contained the peak lethal martial arts essence of the Baiyuan Feifeng Chui technique. Elder Tongue explained that this was the basic diagram of internal energy, a treasure that only martial artists who had cultivated to grand perfection could draw. Without it, unless one spent 200 years cultivating, there was no way anyone could break through to internal energy. Li Yuan silently analyzed it, realizing that this was the method used all along to control the students in the inner courtyard. Elder Tongue tried to suppress his pain, telling himself that even though Yin Jin and Li Yuan were not truly qualified yet, nor had they passed the trials, in this dire situation, he had to let them see the internal energy diagram. Elder Tongue slumped back in his chair, his breathing ragged, blood soaking his clothes and dripping onto the floor. He used his last bit of dying strength to instruct the disciples to focus their eyes on the diagram and memorize as much of it as possible into their heads.
Li Yuan stared intently at the white sandalwood antelope skin parchment, secretly amazed that the drawing of the white ape was so vivid it seemed ready to leap out. Meanwhile, Elder Tong suppressed his pain, clearly feeling the chill from his wound slowly seeping into his bones. Seeing his master trying to force himself up, Sun Bonzi asked in a panic, but he only replied coldly that he was fine, and quietly left to meet the shopkeepers. At the courtyard, Grand Shopkeeper Chin Hyung looked at Elder Tong's severe wound with sympathy. Elder Tong bitterly admitted that the strike was too venomous, and half of his martial arts could be considered crippled. Before Han Shui-go of Shinbingo came looking for him, he decided to leave Kaoliu County, but demanded the shopkeepers promise to keep next year's assessment slots for his 3 disciples, Yue Yunjin, Li Yuan, and Wu Ming. Although someone hesitated because the blacksmith shop only had 6 slots, Chin Hyung, out of respect for Elder Tong risking his life to save him, agreed, and advised him to depart overnight for Shuangfu to avoid further complications.
Under a gut-wrenching dry cough, Elder Tang nodded in agreement to leave immediately. Qin Xiang handed him a top-grade Boy Yuan pill bottle from the Four Seasons Herbal Hall to soothe his injuries along the way, while reminding him not to affect the blacksmith shop's legacy of over 200 years. Elder Tang accepted the spiritual pill, expressed his gratitude, and silently turned to walk away, leaving a solitary silhouette gradually fading behind the folding screen. Watching that figure, Qin Xiang pondered the ancestral inheritance and Ko Long's coercion that had forced them into a position of having to resist to survive. The elder standing nearby worried that Han Shuigo would discover their tracks through the signature wound of the Kong Long saber on Elder Tang's body. However, Qin Xiang asserted that the blade strike was originally meant for him, and Elder Tang was merely repaying the lifelong gratitude of the Ka family. He believed that once they reached the territory of the Dongshan sect in Duchang Prefecture, the people of Shenbinggu would be completely unable to trace any clues. Enough. I have decided. There's no need to discuss it further. Qin Xiang firmly dismissed all objections with an extremely resolute attitude. Although the elder beside him still showed apprehension about Yu Chen's inside story, the Grand Shopkeeper affirmed the principle of not doubting the people he employs. He trusted that Yu Chen's carefulness would not allow any mistakes to occur. Qin Xiang also emphasized that if everything went smoothly, this elder would be promoted to Grand Shopkeeper next year, so there was no need to be impatient. After finalizing the plan to let brother-in-law Qin Xiang coordinate the people in the front courtyard, darkness began to envelop the blacksmith shop. At this time, Li Yuan was still quietly studying the blueprint in his hands, preparing for his own private calculations. Suddenly, Elder Tang spoke up, breaking the silent atmosphere. He coldly ordered all disciples to go outside immediately, keeping only Sun Hao behind. Even though Li Yuan and Yue Yunjin had many things they wanted to ask, they could only bow in obedience and step back. In the gloomy room, Elder Tang looked at his brother-in-law and decisively issued an order. Pack your belongings. Tonight we must go to Duchang Prefecture. Sun Bonzi was stunned, his face clearly showing reluctance. Are we really leaving? Do we have to bail right now? Elder Tang snapped. Otherwise what? Do you want to stay here? As he spoke, he shakily took out the spiritual pill and consumed it, trying to fight against his worsening injuries.
Seeing Sun Bonzi still dawdling, Elder Tong continuously urged him to pack up quickly. Sun Bonzi hesitantly proposed bringing Li Yuan along for protection because he saw that he was not a bad person. But he was immediately scolded by Elder Tong, who told him to shut up because he was still worried about the silver issue. Right at this moment, Li Yuan pushed the door and walked in, causing Sun Bonzi to hurriedly explain about the sudden long trip of himself and his brother-in-law. Without a bit of hesitation, Li Yuan pulled out a heavy purse and handed it to his brother. Here is your 56 taels. The surplus is a bit of blessing from me. Sun Bonzi was stunned because he did not expect him to be able to earn such a large amount of money in such a short time. Even though Sun Bonzi only wanted to take the initial capital, Li Yuan still decisively asked him to take the full 73 taels of both capital and interest for self-defense along the way. Moved by his brother's loyalty, Sun Bonzi hugged Li Yuan tightly and cried bitterly, promising that on the day they reunite, he would definitely become a true master so as not to disappoint his expectations. Sun Bonzi patted Li Yuan's shoulder, reminding him to take good care of himself, and promised that he would not be lazy either so he could keep up with his progress. Li Yuan smiled reassuringly. All right, I will wait. Hurry up and go. Watching Sun Bonzi's silhouette carrying his luggage through the door, Li Yuan stood silently under the evening sun with eyes full of contemplation. He clasped his hands and softly uttered his final farewell. Big brother Sun, see you later. Sun Bonzi walked slowly and gradually disappeared behind the corridor, leaving Li Yuan standing alone in the deserted courtyard.
Li Yuan pounded with his hammer while lost in deep thought. The second shopkeeper leaving in the middle of the night like this felt like he was taking refuge. Then wouldn't that basic diagram be taken along as well? I myself would be suspicious too. He understood that Wang Ding's decision at this time brought him no good, but he couldn't blame the second shopkeeper for breaking the rules to let them see the basic diagram. The sound of the hammer echoed throughout the room, sparks flying with every decisive strike from Li Yuan. Just then, the blacksmith master walked in with a sullen face. Sun Hao isn't here. Does that mean this old man isn't here either? It's just a courtyard. What's the big deal about letting you stay there? Li Yuan hurriedly scratched his head and explained, Master, I'm not angry. Please calm down. He explained that he had long set his sights on a spacious small courtyard downstairs from Erge. Previously, because he couldn't bear to leave Sun Bonzi's kitchen, he hesitated, but now that the person had left, moving there was also a good thing. Sitting by the teacup, the blacksmith master sighed about Nianju being killed. If it weren't for the injuries they inflicted, Elder Tang would have had a hard time solving the case. He reassured Li Yuan that he had a heavenly appearance, so he would definitely be safe and sound under the protection of the second shopkeeper. Hearing the mention of the Shen Binggu examination next spring, Li Yuan couldn't help but worry, but the master firmly assured him that he would be fine. Li Yuan respectfully offered tea. Thank you, master. The old master laughed heartily, admitting that back in the day it took him 20 years to reach the level of blacksmithing that Li Yuan currently possessed. He promised that soon enough he would be able to forge top-tier swords, and for every sword forged he would reward him with 7 taels of silver. Li Yuan's eyes widened in astonishment. 7 taels? Hearing this, his eyes lit up like lamps. Seeing his disciple's reaction, the master lightly scolded. Do you think it's too little? 7 taels is not a small amount. The forge has nurtured you. Could you possibly want more? Finally, he allowed him to go to the storehouse to choose an item as a reward for his blacksmithing technique reaching the major achievement level. Li Yuan cheered excitedly. That is more than enough. Thank you, master. I'm going to grab my gift now.
In the distance, Gongger looked coldly at Li Yuan's back, secretly mocking that having good talent was useless when his aptitude was only at the lower middle level. A red-haired young woman approached and asked if they should invite him to the young ladies' bow assembly in a few days, but he flatly refused. He believed that without Elder Tang backing him, Li Yuan might not have been able to keep his position in Shinbenggu, so there was no need to care. At this moment, Li Yuan was heading toward the armory with Wang Hu, the warehouse manager. Wang Hu kindly reminded him not to take the few sabers left behind by the master from years ago, as they would easily attract attention and cause trouble. Li Yuan nodded gratefully. Thank you for the reminder, Brother Hu. The sound of the lock clicking echoed, and the heavy warehouse door opened, making Li Yuan exclaim in amazement at the massive scale inside. Before his eyes was a series of second-tier weapons radiating powerful spiritual energy, from the Jinggong Pahu Zhen, Bailian Pafeng hammer, to the Hongguang Biyu saber and Shaoxing Jingyin sword. Wang Hu introduced that there were exactly 293 items in here, making one's eyes blur just looking at them. Among them, 48 were first-tier items, and the rest were swords, sabers, and hammers. He emphasized that only the 3 shopkeepers and the master had the right to enter this place. The fact that Li Yuan was favored to enter and choose an item made even Wang Hu feel a bit envious. Li Yuan held the heavy giant hammer in his hand, secretly sighing that this was indeed a masterpiece of his master, only it was a pity that it was too heavy for normal human strength. His eyes were suddenly drawn to a set of armor, emitting a chilling coldness, named Wu Yan Ti Shen Soft Armor. This was an extremely rare second-tier armor, not only flexible, but also capable of resisting internal energy, and the most vicious piercing and slashing attacks.
Seeing Li Yuan intending to touch the armor, Wang Hu panicked and spoke up to stop him. Junior brother, this armor is very expensive. Touching it will hurt Master's wallet. Li Yuan laughed and waved his hand to reassure him that he was just looking and had no intention of taking this expensive item. He decisively made his final choice. Please help me register it, Brother Hu. I want the Beijing bronze hammer. Walking on the street with a string of fresh fish in his hand, Li Yuan suddenly stopped when he saw a familiar figure approaching him. Oh, Qin Sheng, he was secretly surprised, because the second shopkeeper had just left, and his brother-in-law Qin Sheng was immediately transferred back to take over the position. It was truly a situation of the tea cools when the person leaves. Facing his resentful eyes and contemptuous cold snort, Li Yuan still maintained a calm attitude and passed by as if they didn't know each other. That night, under the bright moonlight by the window, Li Yuan concentrated all his spirit to achieve a breakthrough in his technique. Suddenly, he woke up with shining eyes. It's cleared. He clearly felt the power in his body concentrating at one point and then erupting powerfully. It was like having a solid inner membrane under his skin. His defense had increased tremendously. Now, the distance to the internal energy realm was only one step away. Li Yuan clenched his fists, a fierce hope welling up in his heart about being able to directly confront Qin Sheng.
Returning home and seeing his older brother happily carrying 2 large fish preparing to go to the kitchen, Li Yan asked curiously, "Brother, why are you so happy?" His brother smiled radiantly, announcing the great news that next year the family would welcome a new member. Li Yan was stunned for a moment and then cheered with excitement. "Oh my God, sister-in-law's having a baby." The sister-in-law standing nearby blushed shyly, tactfully blaming her husband for not being able to keep a secret. Li Yan laughed out loud in overwhelming happiness, telling himself that from now on he had to work hard to earn a lot of money to save for his soon-to-be-born nephew. As his brother stepped out the door, he did not forget to remind him, "You just focus on training your martial arts well first before saying anything else." Li Yan silently watched him go, and the image of Qin Xiang, who was a relative on his sister-in-law's side, suddenly appeared in his mind. He secretly recalled that most of the time he stayed at Sai Yu Ward to provide for his lover. At this time in the courtyard, Qin Xiang was walking with the grand shopkeeper with a calculating look on his face. He voiced his criticism of Yu Gui, saying that although his aptitude was decent, his talent was too ordinary. After 8 months, he had not yet reached proficiency, so giving him the assessment slot would be a waste. Qin Xiang indignantly questioned why someone with lower middle aptitude like Li Yan could receive such favor. The grand shopkeeper sternly retorted that although Li Yan's aptitude was not good, his talent was extremely outstanding. It only took him 4 months to reach minor achievement, which was not something everyone could do. Hearing Qin Xiang ask about the time it took to achieve that accomplishment, the grand shopkeeper admitted in a deep voice, "It took me 1 year." He affirmed that if Qin Xiang could make Yu Gui reach a similar level, he would then consider giving him a position. The grand shopkeeper reminded Qin Xiang that internal energy could only be achieved when one's mind was truly steady, making him only able to bow his head and reply, "Understood." Right at that moment, there was a loud shout from the gate announcing great news. The blacksmith master stepped forward with a very excited face, holding a sharp sword radiating strong spiritual energy in his hand. He did not spare his praise for this weapon, saying that it was only a little bit of heat control away from becoming a top-tier weapon, and then curiously asked who forged it. The blacksmith master proudly declared loudly in front of the grand shopkeeper, "This item was forged by my disciple, Li Yan." Witnessing the scene, Qin Xiang could not hide his resentment. He hurriedly asked for permission to leave and go to work first. The grand shopkeeper coldly waved his hand to let him go, then laughed cheerfully with the blacksmith master. In his heart, the grand shopkeeper was secretly amazed because he did not expect Li Yan to possess such astonishing talent in forging. The blacksmith master affirmed that with this perfect talent, if fully supported by the shop, in just 5 to 6 years, Li Yan would definitely surpass him to forge real divine weapons by himself. The grand shopkeeper looked deeply at the sword blade. His eyes revealed determination, and affirmed that the shop would naturally do its best to support a talent like him.
At Sai Yu Ward, Qin Sheng's shouting echoed furiously as he directly taught martial arts to his disciple. He roared, "Can you even digest this? I've told you so many times and you still get it wrong." Looking at Yu Gui's sluggish appearance, he spared no insults. "Being this slow, who can you even knock down? Transform, transform. What kind of garbage did you turn the white ape form transformation into?" His mouth constantly cursed him as a piece of trash. Seeing her lover in a fit of rage, the beauty beside him quickly stepped forward to coquettishly reassure him. "My lord, please don't get angry over this worthless guy." Qin Sheng was still not appeased. He grumbled, "Stupid as a pig. What Shenbing Gu are we even talking about? If it weren't for me, he wouldn't even be able to enter the inner sect." He pondered and calculated, because to join Shenbing Gu, there were only 3 paths. 1 is to be under 12 years old, have top-tier aptitude, and pay 300 taels of silver. 2 is to become a renowned martial artist, to be invited as a guest elder, but he knew himself that he could not meet the requirements for this path.
Therefore, Qin Sheng's only hope was the third method, developing internal energy to be recommended into the divine guard of Shenbing Gu. He listened to her financial report that Gu Li and Wang Peng had just brought silver, but the total was still less than 100 taels. Qin Sheng clicked his tongue in anxiety because this amount of money was completely insufficient for him to nourish his internal energy as planned. Right at this moment, a lackey rushed in breathlessly and reported, "Master Qin, I have arrived." This lackey began to recount every action of Li Yuan in detail for Qin Sheng to hear. He said that except for the time he went to save his junior brother, Li Yuan rarely left the shop. He was always either forging, practicing martial arts, or reading books. He also listed an expense list that left Qin astonished, from spending 4 taels to rent the courtyard, 6 to 7 taels to buy necessities, to daily herbal supplements and taking a medicinal bath every 5 to 10 days, costing 8 taels over 4 months. Moreover, Li Yuan also threw money around to buy Wen Shui pills at the Four Seasons Herbal Hall and many other miscellaneous items, estimated to cost several dozen taels of silver. Hearing this, Qin was so furious that he slammed his hand hard onto the chair. A disastrous misunderstanding arose in Qin mind at this moment. He gritted his teeth. So it turns out you are using my silver to achieve your accomplishments, Li Yuan. He firmly believed that the money Li Yuan spent was the blacksmith shop's money that he was targeting. Meanwhile, in his small courtyard, Li Yuan was completely immersed in a glowing red medicinal bathtub. A brilliant mental cultivation diagram appeared in his mind, with the majestic silhouette of the white ape. Li Yuan focused intensely, shouting loudly in his consciousness, "Weapon control!" Immediately, a brilliant golden energy surged forth. He swung a heavy hammer high, creating a terrifying pressure that caused the wooden bathtub to explode into 100 pieces. A powerful aura surrounded Li Yuan's muscular body. A series of notifications about his strength status appeared. He had achieved 1,000 Jin strength, something that only those with top-tier aptitude and extraordinary innate talent could possess. Thanks to practicing the hammer for many years, every movement of his now carries a tremendous and heavy force. Most special was the ability to break armor and break external body training, allowing him to shatter all of the opponent's armor and defensive techniques. Li Yuan clenched his fist tightly, feeling the ultimate sublimation. Blood key at major achievement, hammer technique at perfection, forging technique at grand perfection, 1,000 Jin strength, immense and heavy strikes, and on top of that, armor breaking. Only one word can describe it. Strong, bros. He's fully buffed now.
Li Yuan decided to immediately test his new strength. Looking at the giant water vat in front of him, he told himself, "This vat filled with water weighs at least 1,000 Jin. A few months ago, I could lift a corner of it, but what about now?" He channeled internal energy into his hands, gripped the edge of the vat tightly, and roared, "Up, up!" 1,000 Jin strength erupted, and the heavy vat began to leave the ground. Not stopping there, Li Yuan continued to exert force, shouting loudly, "Up more!" His feet planted firmly on the ground, veins bulging as he lifted the entire giant water vat over his head. Li Yuan marveled in astonishment. It's exactly 7,000 Jin. The overlord lifting the cauldron in the legends, but that cauldron might not even be as heavy as this water vat, right? Feeling that he still had strength to spare, but fearing that an explosive burst might strain his muscles, he gently placed the vat back in its original position. Looking at the rippling water inside, he made up his mind. Now I'm only missing a martial arts technique. I must join Shen Bin Gu. The next day, at the blacksmith shop, the sound of hammers striking anvils rang out loudly. The blacksmith master observed Li Yuan working from a distance with a very pleased look, thinking to himself, "This kid, has his forging technique already reached major achievement? Truly just like me." He walked closer, smiled kindly, and announced a very joyful piece of news. "Good disciple, do you want to try forging a top-grade weapon? The shopkeeper has already said it. If you make 1 piece, you will be given 8 taels." Hearing the number 8 taels, Li Yuan was stunned, his eyes shining with joy. 8 taels? Thank you, master. This is such a sweet deal. The blacksmith master generously allowed him to freely use the precious materials in the warehouse. However, he also didn't forget to remind him about fire control. Your grasp of fire control is still not too proficient. Practice fire control for a few more days. Just a slight deviation in fire control and the price will drop 10 times. Don't joke around. After a day of hard work, Li Yuan wiped his sweat, his heart filled with excitement about his remarkable progress. On the way back, a senior brother surnamed Q approached and struck up a conversation. "Junior brother Li, in 4 days there will be a small gathering in the inner city. Do you want to go together?" Li Yuan curiously asked if it was the gathering of Lady Lu that their master had mentioned. Senior brother Q explained that next year our courtyard only has 6 examination quotas to join Shen Bin Gu, a 1,000-year-old great sect that this entire county town must be wary of. Since Shen Bin Gu has not opened its doors for many years, this is a once-in-a-millennium opportunity that cannot be missed. Li Yuan clasped his hands in gratitude. Many thanks to Senior brother Q for the invitation. The senior brother smiled and revealed that this was the master's intention for him to look after Li Yuan, then quickly left to check on the other junior brothers. At this moment, Li Yuan suddenly noticed 2 disciples standing nearby, who showed extremely awkward and fearful expressions upon seeing him. Looking at their departing backs as they hurriedly left, he narrowed his eyes in suspicion. These 2, do they have guilty consciences? Standing silently in the middle of the corridor, Li Yuan thoughtfully observed his surroundings and muttered to himself, "It seems Shen Xiong has already targeted me." Yizi Tower, the tallest building in the inner city, was brightly lit amidst the stormy night. Inside, a luxurious banquet was taking place, but Li Yuan didn't care about formalities. He just focused on deliciously devouring the chicken leg in his hand. Glancing at the noble faces like 4th young master Lu Yunwu, 3rd young master Wen Cheetah, or Miss Wang of the Wang family, Li Yuan secretly felt a sense of alienation. It seemed that these inner city people had no desire to associate with outsiders like him. Right at that moment, Liu Beiling walked in to the warm welcome of everyone. Amidst the respectful greetings of, "Hello, Lady Liu," it began to pour heavily outside. The conversation revolved around the ultimate skill, Tian Tian sword technique, a supreme martial art that even in Shenbingdu, only the most elite disciples were taught a fraction of. Everyone started discussing the opening of Shenbingdu's mountain gate in March next year. A fierce struggle was about to unfold, and the factions needed to help each other. Hearing this, Li Yuan just quietly ate and drank, telling himself that the person being referred to was definitely not him. Feeling full, he stood up. "I'm full. I'm heading out first." However, right behind him were sarcastic whispers about his low-medium aptitude. They thought it would be hard for him to get a spot, and senior brother Ye should have brought Nugui, who had a high-medium aptitude instead. Ignoring the gossip, Li Yuan walked straight into the blinding white rain, thinking to himself, "I've been waiting for this rain for a long time." Standing in front of a house that still had its lights on, he wondered if Qin Sheng was inside or not. Dressed in black clothes covering his face, Li Yuan secretly observed from the roof. Seeing another figure gliding through the night, he sighed to himself. Even on a rainy night like this, there are still many people working like me. At the same time, Qin Sheng was also rushing madly in the rain with surging hatred. He gritted his teeth and muttered to himself, 3 generations of the Li family suppressed 2 generations of my family. If they have fallen now, it's best to let them continue falling. As for me, I think this is too evil, guys. Qin Sheng stopped in front of Li Lin's house, his eyes coldly looking at the silent house amidst the pouring rain.
Qin Sheng stood in the middle of the rain, gritting his teeth in anger as he could not feel any sound of breathing inside the house. At the same time, in a closed room, his lover was anxiously explaining the competition to enter Shenbingge. She emphasized that Li Yuan's talent was truly formidable when he reached minor achievement in the hammer technique in just 4 months. Hiding on the roof, Li Yuan heard clearly her words mentioning the brother-in-law of that woman. He immediately realized she was referring to him through his relationship with Sao. Under the lightning tearing through the sky, Li Yuan in a black suit with his face covered suddenly kicked the door open and rushed in. He struck with lightning speed, knocking down those blocking the way with vicious blows. As quick as a flash, he blew out the candle, plunging the room into dead silence and darkness, then quietly went deep inside. Li Yuan entered the study. He stopped short when he saw the portrait of his own heir Sao hung solemnly, secretly despising that Qin Sheng who dared to covet someone else's wife. Discovering a secret compartment behind the painting, he found a treasure box full of gold and silver, and especially the basic diagram of the Bai Yuan Fei Feng Chui technique. Unable to hide his excitement because this gig was truly a big haul, the effort of running at night was not wasted. He quickly gathered all the spoils into his bag.
Stepping out of the house into the pouring rain, Li Yuan was just wondering if Qin Sheng would come looking for him when the man's silhouette immediately appeared at the gate. He tightened his grip on the heavy hammer, ready to engage in battle with the thought, "You came back at the right time, so tonight this Taoist master will play with you." On the opposite side, Qin Sheng was also furious, suspecting that a traitor had leaked the information. Seeing that the lights in the house had been turned off early, he had a premonition that something was wrong. Not good. Where is the thief? Qin Sheng roared and kicked the door open in extreme vigilance. He looked around anxiously for the intruder, but saw no one in the quiet courtyard. Right at that moment, from above, Li Yuan suddenly lunged down like a fierce beast. "You are out of luck tonight, meeting your grandfather right here." A colossal azure beast head aura erupted behind Li Yuan as he executed the ultimate skill, Liu He Guantong. The tremendous collision created a terrifying pressure that made the ground tremble, sending shattered bricks and stones flying everywhere. Qin Sheng was astounded by the extraordinary agility of the masked figure before his eyes. He told himself that today was not suitable for a prolonged fight and looked for a way to retreat. However, Li Yuan did not give him that chance. From above, he descended like a tornado, delivering a heavy blow that shattered the ground. Feeling the immense rebound force from an internal energy expert, Li Yuan sighed in admiration inwardly, but his hands did not stop. He roared, "But this Taoist master still has a second hammer strike, a third hammer strike. If I don't beat you to a pulp today, I won't rest." With the Bai Yuan hammer strike technique, he continuously pressured Qin Sheng, making him wail in pain as his hands were severely injured. He wondered in terror who the person in front of him was, and why someone without internal energy possessed such terrifying strength that far exceeded his own. Not giving his opponent time to breathe, Li Yuan continued to close in and launched a lightning-fast attack that left Qin Sheng screaming in despair.
Qin Sheng was stunned to realize that the training armor he had worn for years was like a mere decoration after encountering Li Yuan. In his mind, he screamed in unwillingness as he watched his skeletal frame shatter bit by bit under the suffocating pressure of Li Yuan's weapon. He only hoped to block the attack even for a moment, but reality was incredibly cruel. Li Yuan stood silently in the dark night. He coldly snorted and looked down at the defeated opponent who was no longer able to resist beneath his feet. Qin Sheng collapsed in the rain, his breath fading away before he completely fell into the muddy puddle.
Standing behind, Li Yuan quietly observed, inwardly shaken by his own strength. Dead. He is really dead. After only 8 months, I was able to finish off Qin Xiong. His eyes were sharp and cold under the mask, clearly feeling the tremendous progress after a period of bitter training. Looking at the motionless enemy, Li Yuan growled with contempt. Who told you to plot against me and even covet my Sao? You deserve to die. A self-destruct combo, guys. Having said that, he decisively turned his back and walked away, leaving Qin Xiong lying in the tragic scene that was gradually being washed away by the rainwater, vanishing into the silent darkness of the house. Inside the room, Yu Gui woke up in a panic. He hurriedly rushed to the woman lying unconscious on the floor. Sister. Looking around the chaotic room with traces of being ransacked, he trembled, wondering if a thief had broken into the house. Yu Gui immediately ran out to the yard to find reinforcements, but the sight before him left him dead silent, his face distorted with horror. He screamed shrilly, his voice tearing through the rainy and windy night. Brother-in-law, it's over. There's been a murder. The cry for help echoed across the streets, signaling an earthquake about to crash down on Kaoliu County. At the same time, Li Yuan had quickly scaled the wall and returned to his home smoothly. He closed the window and muttered to himself, Qin Xiong indeed came here. Luckily, I wasn't home tonight, beating him off guard. Li Yuan stood silently, realizing that actual combat is the fastest shortcut to advance one's martial power. In a moment of emotional explosion, his hammer strike broke the barrier of the external 3 harmonies and internal 3 harmonies to enter the realm of 6 harmonies mastery. He looked at his hands, feeling his body gradually adapting to the perfection-level hammer technique, and muttered to himself, only when making it my own can I truly control it. However, the storage space of the Liu He shoes was too cramped, making him secretly wish it would be great to have a large cauldron. Returning to the room, Li Yuan excitedly sat on the floor to inventory the brilliant pile of spoils, including 200 taels and banknotes, 34 taels of broken silver, along with a series of pearls, agates, and precious gold necklaces. He also obtained 3 strange pill bottles and treasures that made him exclaim, second-tier tiger head door-severing saber, basic diagram of the white ape, 7 stars external body training. Holding the white ape Feifong diagram in his hand, he inwardly sighed that this was indeed a first-tier top-grade item with the magical ape arm and wasp waist technique. Li Yuan thoughtfully analyzed the disparity between different types of root bone. Aptitude. He understood that superior aptitude could digest up to 30% more medicinal efficacy compared to mid-low grades. He wondered, could that white ape energy actually be internal energy? Looking at the newly acquired second-tier saber, although its quality was still not on par with the weapons in the armory, he clicked his tongue. Whatever, making do with it is good enough. Li Yuan smiled contentedly. Today brought the biggest harvest. His eyes shone as he flipped open the secret manual, 7 stars external body training, an incredibly powerful external body training martial art. The next morning, as soon as he stepped into the blacksmith shop, Li Yuan received warm greetings from his senior brothers. Seeing his radiant face and high spirits, everyone couldn't help but marvel. Junior brother, you're in such good spirits today. It feels like you've grown quite a bit taller. Li Yuan just laughed it off, replying that perhaps because he had just rested comfortably for a day, he looked slightly taller. However, the cheerful atmosphere was quickly shattered when a senior brother leaned close to his ear to announce the bad news. Junior brother Li, yesterday afternoon Q Da came to the shop to report that Qin Yang died in his house. He was instantly obliterated by a strike from the Bai Yuan Fei Feng Chui technique. This person further revealed that Yu Zhen, the shop's new manager, who was a former bounty hunter, concluded that although the killer didn't use internal energy, their physical strength was terrifyingly immense, shattering all of Qin Yang's arm and chest bones with just a single hammer strike.
This news caused the disciples to gossip in an uproar. Another person wondered if Nianju was the one who made the move, but it was immediately rejected because that criminal couldn't possibly know the sect's hammer technique. Even the grand shopkeeper was brought into the circle of suspicion, but everyone understood that he would never personally cut off his capable right-hand man so absolutely. Hearing the gossip, Li Yuan kept his face as calm as a master of acting. He thought to himself, now that Ko Long is dead and Qin Xiong is also dead, I'm just afraid that if Han Shuigo comes, the blacksmith shop will be in big trouble. Not wanting to sink deeply into right and wrong matters, Li Yuan waved goodbye to his senior brothers. That is a matter for big shots. It has nothing to do with us. I'm going to the warehouse to get some things. When I'm free, I will chat with you brothers again. Stepping into the material warehouse, he immediately aimed at the precious Wuyan stone blocks. Wang Hu, the warehouse manager, couldn't help but be shocked to see this young disciple intending to choose the most difficult material. Junior brother Li, you surely don't want to forge inner armor, do you? Li Yuan firmly confirmed. That's right. Wang Hu hurriedly stopped him, because currently in the shop, only the elders have enough skill level to forge inner armor, and every year they can only forge a maximum of 2 pieces, because it extremely consumes mental energy. He warned that if the forging fails, Li Yuan will have to compensate for half of these expensive materials. However, in his heart, Li Yuan had already decided.
He thought to himself that if Elder Tang had soft armor to protect his body, Ko Long's saber strike wouldn't have been able to seriously injure him, and if Qin Xiang had achieved external body training, he wouldn't have been easily killed by him like that. He told himself, having the master by my side observing, I naturally must take the opportunity to forge the most difficult thing. In the future there won't be this treatment. If it breaks, I'll just grind without pay for half a year. Let's just do it.
Li Yuan enthusiastically began carrying heavy stone blocks onto the pushcart. Seeing him take too much, Wang Hu couldn't help but exclaim in panic, "Hey, that's enough! Are you planning to carry the whole warehouse away? If you need anything, just come and get it, or leave a message and I will deliver it right to your place." Li Yuan smiled brightly, thanked him, and quickly pushed the cart full of materials outside. Just as he passed through the corridor, he ran into Senior Brother Ye and Senior Brother Wu, who were hurriedly preparing to leave. Finding it strange, he asked, "Two senior brothers, where are you going in such a hurry?" Senior Brother Ye replied that Lady Lu wanted to go out of the city today, so they were going to escort her. Li Yuan stood silently watching their backs, secretly realizing that Senior Brother Ye and Senior Brother Wu had participated in gatherings with Lady Lu more than once. He understood that each gathering was actually a strict screening process, and he himself had been eliminated in the very first round. Watching them, he sighed softly. I wonder how many rounds the two senior brothers can survive. Meanwhile, Senior Brother Ye and Senior Brother Wu were also discussing him with regret. They believed that if Li Yuan didn't have mid-low tier aptitude, with his extremely high blacksmithing talent, he would certainly have a very bright future. One of them clicked his tongue and sighed. Forget it. Everyone has their own destiny. Thinking too much is just tiring.
In the middle of the remote mountainous forest, three figures riding horses stopped to observe the terrain. Ping Ying determined that the thief from Tianjin Cave had definitely fled into this mountain, the place where Senior Brother Ko had previously encountered trouble. He wondered if the Divine Guard had discovered any traces of that thief yet. Elder Han turned to ask for Yunjin's opinion. She pondered and then suggested that the team should return to the city first. Hearing this, Elder Han immediately ordered Ping Ying to go into the mountain to inquire with the Divine Guard and report back to him. Ping Ying immediately spurred his horse and left following the order. Yunjin only now wondered why Elder Han meant clearly that Senior Brother Ko did not die at the hands of Nian Ju, yet still sent Ping Ying to investigate. Elder Han explained that he merely wanted to probe further to find the real mastermind behind it, while also complaining about his bitter fate having to take up this troublesome investigating envoy official position. He instructed Yunjin to catch the fat guy on the way back to interrogate him about matters related to Ko Long's death, and not to care about other things. Yunjin obeyed the order and quickly spurred her horse to dash away. Meanwhile at home, Li Yan had just stepped inside and was shocked to see a chaotic scene, with furniture smashed to pieces. His sister-in-law was bending over to clean up the pile of broken items in the middle of the courtyard. After Ko Long's death, the Divine Guard went crazy. They ransacked every house to find clues, plunging the entire suburban area into tension, with hundreds of people injured. A comprehensive curfew was declared, making the streets completely deserted and desolate. Seeing his sister-in-law struggling, Li Yan hurriedly tried to help, but his older brother stopped him. You've worked all day, just go rest. He advised Li Yan to go to sleep early to keep up his spirit for the iron forging tomorrow, as everything in the house would be taken care of by him and his sister-in-law. Returning to his room, Li Yan took out the bottles of medicinal pills obtained from Qin Sheng, such as the Zhuangger pill, Bao Tai Yijin pill, and Blood Qi pill. He silently marveled because this patch of medicine was worth more than 100 taels, and had excellent effects in nourishing blood qi and supporting martial arts cultivation. He took a small piece of medicine to let the mouse in the cage try it. In just a moment, its size doubled, making him extremely amazed. Seeing that the medicine was genuinely effective, Li Yan also swallowed a medicinal pill and began to meditate. A powerful surge of energy began to spread throughout the room as he focused on comprehending the secret manual in his hands.
Li Yuan shouted loudly, "Weapon control." Immediately a burst of green spiritual energy exploded. He switched to the Beijing bronze hammer, feeling its terrifying power that made even him gasp in astonishment. The image of a giant, majestic spirit ape appeared behind his back, marking that he had reached the grand perfection realm of the Fei Fang Chui technique. Li Yuan was sitting cross-legged, feeling the surge of power within his body. Am I about to break through? His hands were glowing red, and the heat spread throughout his limbs. His legs and stomach were heating up. He could feel the medicinal efficacy of the pills in his stomach being consumed at an extremely fast rate. His eyes shone brightly as he utilized the ape arm waist technique. Amidst the surrounding green aura, he continued to swallow more pills with intense belief, hoping this attempt would instantly upgrade him to a top-tier aptitude. He felt the heavy pressure increasing, and the circulation speed of his blood qi became faster and faster, sweating profusely. Li Yuan braced himself to endure the internal torment. Suddenly he sprang up, grabbed his hammer, and rushed straight out. Li Yuan swung the hammer wildly, creating streaks of green energy that tore through space. Was it this fierce? The bursting power made him unable to control himself, and the scorching heat rising from his flesh made him exclaim, "Oh my God, it's burning up! I can't stand this terrifying burning temperature." He tore off his clothes and immediately rushed straight out into the night. Li Yuan threw himself into a freezing cold water tub, white foam splashing up. He let out a sigh of relief. Phew, I almost burned to death just now. Although his body had cooled down, he understood the challenge had not stopped yet. The process of changing his aptitude was not yet over. The pills were enough, but he could not withstand it. He told himself that as long as he completed this step, he could immediately achieve a breakthrough in his internal energy. Thinking of the luck smiling upon him, he held his face and laughed heartily. This time luck has really come. Ha ha. The next morning, shouts echoed throughout the blacksmith shop. Fat Sun has returned. Hearing the good news, Li Yuan immediately ran across the corridor, pushed the door open and cheered, "Big brother Sun!" However, before his eyes was not the cheerful Sun Bonzi as usual, but a ragged, haggard man sitting slumped on the steps. As soon as he saw the figure of his close younger brother, Sun Bonzi burst into tears and called out loudly, "Yuanzi!" Sun Bonzi tearfully announced the bad news between sobs. "My brother-in-law was caught by the people of the Poison Snake Gang. With such heavy injuries on his body, what should we do?" Li Yuan was stunned. He knew the Poison Snake Gang was a notorious group of bandits, with thousands of members occupying the area outside Bishui Lake. He asked doubtfully, "Then how did you get back?" Li Yuan secretly thought Fat Sun was hiding something, because these bandits inherently had close connections with the families in the city and had never dared to actively provoke the blacksmith shop. Sun Bonzi wiped his tears and explained, "I took advantage of the late night to knock down the bandit on night watch and ran out." Looking at Li Yuan's cold expression, he affirmed that even if the grand shopkeeper didn't believe it, this was the absolute truth.
Li Yuan observed thoughtfully. He didn't expect his brother to be able to explain things so fluently. He continued to question, "How many people went with you?" Sun Bonzi replied that there were 23 people in the group, including members of the Changyan escort agency. When asked pointedly about how he managed to escape alone, Sun Bonzi could only stare blankly and reply that he didn't know. Li Yuan secretly realized that if the account was true, it was highly likely that the poisonous snake gang had intentionally let him go to carry out some scheme. Seeing Sun Bonzi looking sad because even he showed doubt, Li Yuan patted his shoulder to comfort him. "You rest. Let me cook something for you to eat. Look at you, you're nothing but skin and bones now." After taking care of Sun Bonzi so he could eat and fall into a deep sleep, Li Yuan returned to his forging work. Suddenly, a majestic voice rang out right behind him, making him jump. "Li Yuan, I heard the elder say your forging technique has reached major achievement. Are you sure you can forge a top-grade weapon?" Li Yuan was shocked. He hadn't sensed the aura or presence of the grand shopkeeper at all. He respectfully bowed his head and replied, "Reporting to the grand shopkeeper, this is also my first time forging one. I'm truly not sure." The grand shopkeeper stepped forward and patted his shoulder to reassure him. He advised him not to be afraid because youth has many opportunities, while promising that if he forged a top-grade weapon, there would be a special reward exclusively for him. Watching the grand shopkeepers retreating back, Li Yuan couldn't help but suspiciously ask himself, did he come here specifically just to say these words, and not to visit Fat Sun? He secretly evaluated the opponent's strength, concluding that the grand shopkeeper's martial arts were at least 2 levels higher than Qin Xiong. His subtly hidden advice made him ponder, what does many opportunities in the future mean? Wait, hearing it like this, why does it sound like he doesn't want me to enter Shenbinggu? Putting those calculations aside, Li Yuan cheerfully carried a basket full of food back home. As soon as he saw his family's figures, he cheered. "Yuanzi is back. Erga, I asked for a day off to buy some meat and eggs. Let's nourish Ersao's body." Seeing his younger brother spending money freely, the older brother couldn't help but heal a pinch and advised him to save. But Li Yuan firmly asserted, "Ersao was carrying the descendant of our Li family in her belly, brother. Don't mistreat Ersao." Erge was moved, seeing his younger brother working hard all day yet still always worrying about the family. He told his younger brother that he bought so much they couldn't finish eating it, and advised him to rest. Li Yuan smiled and turned to his sister-in-law. "Ersao, you should also enjoy some blessings. The money I spent is just a small part. Wait until my nephew is born. I will buy him the best things." Hearing that, the sister-in-law suggested that taking advantage of the day off, the whole family should stroll down the street to buy fabric, get some anti-miscarriage medicine, and then visit the Bodhisattva temple. Erge also agreed, because the streets had been very bustling these past few days, wanting to let his younger brother enjoy a relaxing day.
Hearing the 3 words Bodhisattva temple, Li Yuan's eyes suddenly sank in deep thought, as if he was calculating something. He repeated in his mind, Bodhisattva temple. Sounds a bit fishy, but right after that he immediately changed his attitude, broke into a bright smile, and agreed with the whole family. "Okay, it's a deal. Our whole family will go." Despite the influence of the lockdown order, the pace of life in the inner city was still extremely bustling, completely different from the desolate look in the outer city. The wealth disparity was clearly visible through the governing factions. If the outer city was the territory of the Chai Gang, Fish Gang, or Sanha Gang, the inner city was home to the Changyuan escort agency, Yitzi Inn, along with luxurious martial arts schools and brothels. Standing amidst the crowded streets, Li Yuan couldn't help but feel melancholic, remembering the golden era of the Li family before its decline, and having Qin Xiong sell the small courtyard here to raise a mistress. He silently sighed. Indeed, the environment in the inner city is much better. The family's stopping point was the Thousand Eye Bodhisattva Temple, an ancient temple with massive architecture and a crowded stream of pilgrims. Just stepping into the temple courtyard, Li Yuan's eyes were tightly drawn to the giant incense burner, emitting thick smoke. He was so excited that his eyes lit up, secretly evaluating that this was truly a top-grade item. If he could bring it into the space of the weapon mastery record, it would surely contain many things. To free his hands for research, he told Erge and Ersao to go in and offer incense first, while he would walk around by himself for a while. Approaching the incense burner, Li Yuan respectfully lit the incense, but his mind was entirely focused on the information appearing before his eyes. This was a second-tier incense burner, cast from iron mixed with copper, having existed for 1,000 years without changing color, carrying within it the beliefs and aspirations of countless people. With the effect of calming the mind and energy, and adding a bit of luck, he couldn't help but exclaim, "This item is really excellent." Just looking at it, one could tell it was top tier. Li Yuan judged that this incense burner, weighing over 1,000 jin, was even more valuable than the deity statue in the main hall, because the effort to cast it alone cost hundreds of taels of silver, not to mention the value of a 1,000-year inheritance. However, he also secretly regretted it, because the incense offerings at this temple were too prosperous. They certainly didn't like money, so they would never sell this treasure to him. Li Yuan began to calculate. Among the 9 temples in Kaoliu, the Bodhisattva temple and Songshen temple were at the top, while the few temples in the outer city seemed to be running out of incense offerings. He told himself that when he had the chance, he would go try his luck at those places. Who knows, he might reap something. While engrossed in his thoughts, he suddenly stopped when he saw a familiar silhouette in the distance. It was Lu Beiling. Accompanying her was not only her father, but also a high monk and 2 other men. He determined that this was definitely a top-tier master. He inwardly sighed that in the inner city, the chances of meeting such prominent figures were much higher than in the outer city. Here you could bump into a boss just by taking a random step. However, the leisurely time did not last long. Li Yuan immediately had to return to the harsh reality at the blacksmith shop. The blacksmith master, with a stern face, announced that the grand shopkeeper had contacted more than 10 factions in the inner city to leave the city together and wipe out the Poison Snake Gang. He looked at Li Yuan and ordered decisively, "Next, no asking for leave for 10 days. You must successfully forge the inner armor." Understanding the importance of the task, Li Yuan loudly replied, "Disciple understands." Immediately, he threw himself into the work with a high level of concentration. The resounding sound of hammer strikes blended with the blazing fire as he began the process of tempering the protective inner armor.
Li Yuan worked tirelessly by the furnace, his clothes soaked in sweat. When the first rays of the new day began to filter through the eaves of the blacksmith shop, Li Yuan hurriedly reported, "Master, the Wu Yin wire has been prepared. We can cast the armor now." The crafting of soft armor was many times more arduous than forging swords and sabers, because Wu Yin had to go through countless times of forging, tempering, and melting before being poured into molds and drawn into thin wires. At this stage, the process of creating the protective armor had truly begun. The old master nodded in satisfaction, his eyes clearly showing appreciation. Very good, that's how it should be. Just as the work was getting into gear, a silhouette with a sharp and cold aura suddenly appeared at the door of the forging room. It was Yuchen, the new supervisor of the shop, and originally a seasoned former bounty hunter. He coldly demanded, "Masters, please stop your hands for a moment. You all probably know my purpose for coming here, right?" Hearing this opening sentence, one could tell there was trouble. The forging master immediately frowned in objection. He argued that the forging room only had 32 people, and the daily workload was already overwhelming. If more people were transferred away, the number of weapons delivered to the prefecture city would definitely fall short.
However, Yu Chen only smiled sarcastically, flattering the old master as a famous grandmaster, so there was no need to worry about numbers. His eyes suddenly became sinister when he mentioned that the blacksmith shop was the gathering place for the most hammer experts in Kaoliu County, insinuating that this place was hiding an earth-shattering secret. He casually dropped a sentence that made the atmosphere extremely tense. "The one who killed Qin Xiang is probably hiding right in here, isn't he?" The blacksmith master flew into a rage. He decisively stood up. Right now, this old man is going to find the grand shopkeeper. For Yu Chen to come here and mobilize people, it must be shopkeeper Cao's idea. Standing behind, Li Yuan quietly observed and silently analyzed the person opposite him. He realized that Yu Chen was a poison expert, and the fact that the white ape diagram, which originally belonged to him, appeared in Qin Xiang's hands, proved that the relationship between these two was not simple at all. He told himself that this bounty hunter staying at the blacksmith shop definitely had bad intentions. Ignoring the old master's anger, Yu Chen still calmly made way for him to go meet the grand shopkeeper. He began pointing his finger to choose people dictatorially. "You, the 2 of you, and the 3 over there. Yes, that young man. All of you follow me quickly." His finger pointed straight at Li Yuan, demanding that he join the team. Seeing his favorite student being targeted, the blacksmith master immediately spoke up to protect him, asserting that Li Yuan was his beloved disciple and already had orders from the grand shopkeeper not to participate in this trip. Yu Chen narrowed his eyes at Li Yuan and inquired about the progress of his blood chi cultivation. Li Yuan pretended to be respectful, feigning humility as he replied. Reporting to the shopkeeper, thanks to master's care, this disciple relied on pills to barely cultivate blood chi to minor achievement. Humble in speech, but keeping his true cards deeply hidden.
Hearing the 2 words minor achievement, Yu Chen smiled faintly, thinking that result was not bad either, then turned and ordered the others to follow him. Watching Yu Chen's back gradually disappear behind the door, the old master gritted his teeth in indignation. This bastard is truly a poisonous snake in human skin. Li Yuan stood quietly behind, clearly feeling the danger from this new manager, a person who looked gentle on the outside, but was actually extremely malicious and terrifying.
Li Yuan pondered deeply about the reactions of his senior brothers after the recent incident. With those words, who knew what the senior brothers in the forging room would think when looking at him and his master from now on? Behind him, the old master was still burning with anger, constantly shouting, "Hateful, so hateful!" At the same time, the army of Changyuan escort agency began to set out grandly from the city. Looking at the massive momentum with hundreds of people participating in the attack on the Poison Snake Gang, Li Yuan thought to himself that Senior Brother Ye and Senior Brother Wu had already departed as well. He suddenly remembered the woman he met in the temple, wondering if that was Lady Lu's youngest aunt, who had entered the inner sect of Shenbinggu, but felt she looked a bit too young compared to his imagination. Standing on the towering city wall, Lord Lu spoke with indignation. The Poison Snake Gang is running too rampant this time. As soon as Commander Ko fell, they dared to cause chaos right away. Lu Bailing stood nearby, her eyes full of doubt as she asked, "Brother-in-law, Senior Brother Ko was killed. Do you really know nothing about it?" He affirmed that on the day Commander Ko met with the accident, he was busy discussing the Tao with Master Kong Ding. If he had known earlier, he would have definitely gone along. Lord Lu said in a deep voice that although he had sent people to search everywhere, there were still no clues, and even Ko Da had disappeared without a trace. Lu Bailing secretly hoped that everything had nothing to do with her brother-in-law. When asked about the youngest aunt, he said she was suspecting that the deity worship technique he practiced had deviated towards an evil god, but he still absolutely trusted the Thousand-Eye Bodhisattva, the true deity conferred by the imperial court 1,000 years ago. The Thousand-Eye Bodhisattva was indeed a true god. In another place, Li Yuan cheered with excitement upon seeing his forging result reaching the second tier. The Wu Yin Bishui inner armor is a success. The aura is visibly strong, marking a major turning point in his craftsmanship by successfully forging the most difficult high-grade item. The forging master praised him without hesitation, saying that although there were still a few minor errors in the heat control, it already carried his strong style and essence. Li Yuan modestly attributed everything to his master's dedicated guidance throughout the process. The old man laughed heartily, estimating that this treasured armor was worth 200 to 300 taels of silver, but reminded him not to be complacent because the soaking process to perfect the finished product would take more than another year to complete.
Li Yuan superficially agreed, but inwardly he was calculating. To him, whether the soaking took a long or short time didn't matter. As long as he could control the outer shell, it was enough. On a heavy rainy night, he stood silently under the eaves, taking out the last top-grade Bo Yuan pill he obtained from Qin Sheng to use. Li Yuan silently marveled that thanks to those spoils of war, he had saved a large amount of money for his cultivation. Under the lightning tearing through the sky, he began to practice the weapon body stance with the unpredictable transformations of the orthodoxy, reversal, and synthesis 24 techniques. Amidst the pouring rain, Li Yuan bared his chest, swinging the heavy hammer to create streams of azure energy surrounding his body. After nearly 2 months of arduous training, he had completely mastered the stance training in the Bing Dao Do Sha Chui, making every move originate from the heart. Wherever his will went, the hammer followed. Although he did not have top-tier aptitude, thanks to his extraordinary effort, he had cultivated this supreme martial art, which was never taught to outsiders to the initiation stage. The speed of his hammer swings was so fast that it formed an invisible barrier, preventing the splashed rain from seeping into his body. Even the rain had to dodge him. Li Yuan clearly felt that the major blood key circulation was about to succeed, proving the extraordinary power of the technique he was cultivating. He was confident that once he controlled the Beijing bronze hammer and increased his strength by 1,000 jin, he would no longer have to struggle like in his previous battle with Qin Sheng. He planned to exchange the acquired banknotes to prepare for upgrading the weapon mastery record, firmly believing that within just 1 month, he would be able to nourish the white ape energy. Time flew by. 2 months later, Sun Banzi sat dejectedly at the dining table, worrying about his brother-in-law's life as the bandits of the Poison Snake Gang remained unheard of amidst the treacherous mountain lakes. Li Yuan ate quietly, listening to his brother complain about how even the Divine Guard had been helpless against that group for so long.
Sun Banzi muttered angrily about the incompetence of the troops as he ate. What was the use of sending only a dozen or so people in total? Most of them were pursuing Neonju, yet they hadn't even caught a single robber after so long. They were truly useless. After eating, he stood up and instructed Li Yuan. "Today I have to go out of the city to find the grand shopkeeper, so you should go to your Ergaze house for dinner tonight." Li Yuan nodded slightly and replied, "Then please pay attention to safety on the road." Leaving the blacksmith shop, Li Yuan found his way to a quiet courtyard amidst a lush green bamboo forest to meet Master Wang. Upon seeing his figure, the old master with white hair smiled and welcomed him. "Li Yuan, you're here? Here are the few books you needed that I went around borrowing for you." He carefully handed the precious books to him and did not forget to remind, "This old man had to find several people to borrow these, so you must cherish them."
Li Yuan respectfully received the stack of books with both hands. "I washed my hands before coming here. Please rest assured." Watching the disciple attentively sitting and reading by the wooden table, Wang Fuzi was secretly pleased. In the shop, only this child was the most diligent and hardworking. A child is easy to teach. A child is easy to teach. However, upon flipping open the old pages, Li Yuan's eyebrows unconsciously furrowed when he saw the 3 words, "deity worship cult." Isn't this an evil cult? The deeper he went into the content, the more amazed he felt at the strange doctrines recorded inside. Li Yuan secretly analyzed it.
Reading through, he found that this deity worship cult was not the imaginary evil cult as before, but more like an outline of martial arts focusing on cultivating one's own physical body. He suddenly remembered the mysteries at the Bodhisattva temple and wondered, could this be the deity worship technique mentioned on the thousand-eye Bodhisattva deity statue and the incense burner? Images of proud immortals appeared in his mind, with arrogant declarations. A deist master does not worship deities, only the grandmaster. If I don't worship deities, I am a deity. If I don't worship immortals, I will ascend to immortality. This tone is extremely arrogant. Although he felt that this kind of doctrine would be hard to spread widely, Li Yuan was still fascinated by names like Grand Ancestor, Dai Yun Grand Ancestor, and Pang Yun Long. He pondered and speculated about the worldly situation. Could this deity worship cult actually be the imperial court? Small gangs occupy a street or an alley, sects dominate a region, and the imperial court covers the 4 seas. So isn't it the biggest sect in the world? Perhaps it's a sect alliance. The thoughts about the rule of the Grand Ancestor and the sects over the past 1,000 years made him feel incredibly intrigued. After contemplating thoroughly, Li Yuan stood up to return the books. Wang Fuzi, I finished reading. I'll leave the books here. The kind master looked up and asked, do you need any other books? Tomorrow when we gather, this old man will borrow some from friends for you to read. Li Yuan cupped his hands in gratitude. I've troubled you, master. I am easy to please. As long as there are books, I will read them all. Under the shimmering lantern light of the magistrate's mansion, Lu Beiling curiously asked her youngest aunt about the time Elder Han would arrive, but only received an indifferent reply that she didn't know either. Using the excuse of being busy with some work, the youngest aunt excused herself from the banquet table early, leaving her brother-in-law and niece to continue the meal. Seeing Lu Beiling about to stand up and follow, the magistrate tapped his chopsticks on the bowl, coldly ordering his daughter to stay and eat, making her obediently comply in fear. Late at night, Yu Chun unexpectedly visited the magistrate's mansion. Seeing the distinguished guest, the magistrate hurriedly scolded the servants for their delay, and ordered the guard to go receive punishment for not knowing how to welcome an esteemed guest. Yu Chun went straight to the point, stating that shopkeeper Cao wanted to ask what the next step of action should be. He judged that searching for the poison snake gang in the vast area of mountains and lakes was something that couldn't be rushed. The magistrate calculated maliciously. He aimed for one exact target, making the opponent miss the mountain opening of Shenbingu. He analyzed that riding a horse from Kowloon to the mountain cave takes 20 to 30 days, and it is already late June, so time is running out.
The magistrate affirmed that in the snowy and windy winter, that meager amount of time was certainly not enough to make it in time for the mountain opening day. Understanding his intention, Yu Chen immediately expressed his desire to borrow a group of yamen runners to serve his own plan. The magistrate generously agreed, telling him just to discuss it with Butler Zone. After Yu Chen left, the magistrate pensively mentioned the name ghost-faced Prajna Han Shui Go with a look full of concern. Suddenly, a subordinate rushed into the room in a panic to report, causing him to become inevitably irritable at the abruptness.
The trembling soldier reported that although the brothers had worked hard to intercept that guy surnamed Cal, unexpectedly, while things were going smoothly, someone hiding in the dark jumped out to snatch the person. Hearing the bad news, the magistrate widened his eyes in shock, unable to believe his plan had been ruined so suddenly. Amidst the silent darkness of the night, the person who had just been rescued from the divine guard was gasping for breath while crawling on the wooden floor. He trembled and asked, "Who is it?" From the shadows, a figure sitting on an armchair coldly replied, "Struggle a bit more, otherwise I won't bother saving you, and I'll just dig a hole to bury you right away." The injured man was shocked and asked for his savior's identity, but the only answer he received was a fatal flick of a stone to the head, knocking him out instantly. Yun Shu stepped out, looked at the unconscious body, and hesitantly chided her master for being too heavy-handed with someone who was heavily injured. At this moment, the true identity of the senior finally revealed itself from under the terrifying ghost mask. It was Elder Han, the investigating envoy whom Yun Shu had been anxiously waiting for over the past 2 months. The two walked together under the night sky, and Yun Shu suggested that they should take this opportunity to rest a bit before returning to the sect in early March next year. As the deputy envoy, she presented a roster of youths under 25 with decent aptitude in the Kowloon region and its 6 neighboring counties, arranged by her niece. In this list, there were 3 individuals who specifically possessed top-tier aptitude. Elder Han took the file, but did not forget to sternly remind her that he only needed true elites, as both aptitude and talent had to reach an outstanding level to catch his eye. The next morning, Li Yuan was strolling leisurely along the bustling streets of the inner city, when his eyes suddenly stopped on an old weapon named Iron Blood Military Trident. Despite its rusty and dilapidated appearance, its first-tier attribute and ability to anticipate the enemy's intentions made him extremely curious about its origin. Seeing the customer's interest, the child vendor immediately demanded 3 taels of silver, making Li Yuan grimace and complain it was too expensive, considering it just a pile of scrap iron. His grandfather rushed out and slapped him, scolding directly, "What are you selling that you demand prices like a robber?" Seeing that the old man was easygoing, Li Yuan conveniently asked for the 2 blocks of Qingxing stone rolling around in the corner of the stall. The old man generously agreed right away, urging him to take them all if he felt they were necessary.
Leaving the stall with his new items, Li Yuan secretly memorized the location of Fangjing village so he could visit it when he had the chance. While walking, he happened to come across a man with a high hair bun carrying a basket. Recognizing the distinct smell of the rare fish, he called out loudly, "Siwa Shui, are you carrying spirit fish in your basket? This nose must be equipped with a radar." Seeing a stranger call his name correctly, Aishui asked in surprise for the other party's identity. Upon hearing Li Yuan introduce himself as someone from the weaponsmithy, Aishui immediately changed his attitude, stating that he had heard of his talent. He explained that the 2 bullhorn pomfrets in the basket were caught for an elderly gentleman and could not be sold.
Seeing that Li Yuan seemed interested, Sua Shui immediately proposed a highly attractive deal. If Li Yuan helped him forge a top-grade weapon using self-prepared materials, he would compensate with 2 spirit fish weighing over 4 jin. Li Yuan quickly calculated the value of these 2 blood-nourishing spirit fish, realizing that 1 jin of fish was worth more than a tael of siller. Figuring it out, he wouldn't lose out on this transaction, and would even gain a rare source of medicinal efficacy. The 2 quickly sealed the deal and set a date to meet again after the fish delivery. Li Yuan smiled in contentment as he watched Ahli's departing figure. He was secretly curious about the taste of this rare spirit fish, and told himself that he would visit Bishui Lake to try his luck whenever he had free time. After exchanging the banknotes he had acquired, Li Yuan walked briskly back home in extremely high spirits. Li Yuan cheered with sheer joy when he received the chest of silver from his master. He felt deeply grateful because his master had given him a preferential silver exchange rate, helping him save a considerable amount. However, his forging master immediately poured cold water on his excitement. He laid down a condition that Li Yuan had to forge another top-grade Baiyu saber. Li Yuan grimaced, showing a look of difficulty, and was about to negotiate for a different item, but his master firmly insisted that this was an opportunity for him to accumulate his forging skills. Faced with his master's earnest urging, Li Yuan could only bitterly admit to himself that he had indeed been a bit lazy.
Seeing the disciple submit, the old master laughed heartily and scolded him for being dishonest. Li Yuan immediately regained his confidence, asserting, "Just give me another year or 2. I will definitely forge it for you to see, master." In his heart, he secretly determined to raise his forging technique to the grand perfection level within the next year. Hearing his disciple's grand declaration, the master couldn't help but be astonished, because for him, forging that item in 10 years would already be a miracle. That night, while he was working diligently at the forge, Sun Banzi unexpectedly dropped by to inform him that he would go out to gather news about his brother-in-law. Li Yuan stopped his hammer, reassuring his brother that the shopkeepers were still very concerned about the matter, so there was no need to worry too much. Sun Banzi sighed with deep sorrow, feeling helpless in the current situation. Li Yuan gently placed a hand on his shoulder to comfort him, advising him to keep hope, because as long as there is no bad news, it can be considered that there is still hope. Sun Banzi nodded and silently walked away into the quiet night. The next morning at Easy Tower, Senior Brother Wu ran breathlessly, calling out loudly after Senior Brother Ye. With an urgent expression, Senior Brother Wu pleaded with his senior to put in a good word for him, because he still wanted to try and seize the opportunity. However, Senior Brother Ye coldly refused and brought up how Senior Brother Wu had been indifferent when Junior Brother Li was previously eliminated. Despite his senior's harshness, Senior Brother Wu continued to beg earnestly, because he understood that if he missed this chance, the door to joining Shen Benggu would be permanently closed to him.
Despite the desperate pleas, Yo Yin-jin still decisively turned his back. "Wu Ming, I cannot help with this matter." At the same time, in a luxurious room, Lu Bailing was frustratedly questioning her aunt. "Auntie, are you really going to give the intersect examination spot to Yue Yin-jin? My blood chi is even better than his. My aptitude is only slightly inferior, so what does it matter?" However, the aunt still considered innate aptitude to be the most important. She explained that one must have both talent and aptitude to be considered a true genius. And although Yue Yin-jin had talent, his aptitude was poor, so he might not even pass the intersect examination. Lu Bailing was unwilling to accept this. She hugged her aunt and pleaded, "I also have a mid-high tier aptitude. It's just a little bit lacking. Auntie, I beg you, please." In response to her niece's plea was only a harsh rejection. Even slightly lacking means elimination. No need to beg. The aunt began to explain the path of cultivation, stating that after achieving major achievement in blood chi, one needs to circulate blood chi throughout the body to nurture a trace of energy, also known as internal energy. Lu Bailing confidently interrupted, thinking she already grasped the steps from body tempering to inner strengthening taught by her father. However, when she mentioned the form alteration realm after internal and external perfection, the aunt dealt a heavy psychological blow. If the foundation is not good enough, then you might not be able to touch that realm in your entire lifetime. Lu Bailing gaped in shock at the cruel truth. The aunt continued to press on, affirming that after all the filtering, everyone she chose was mediocre, including Bailing herself. She emphasized that without her, Bailing wouldn't even be able to enter the outer sect. Too shocked by the successive blows, Lu Bailing slumped onto the table and lamented, "Auntie, why did you have to hit me so hard with the truth?
The aunt only sighed in frustration and dropped the conversation, leaving the atmosphere in the room extremely tense. At nightfall, at the weaponsmithy, Su Ashui quietly met with Li Yuan to deliver the agreed-upon item. He handed Li Yuan a bullhorn pomfit weighing over 4 jin and promised to deliver the second one after the weapon was finished. In response to Li Yuan's surprise at this trust, Ashui calmly replied, "Isn't it said that if you employ someone, you shouldn't doubt them?" When asked about the type of weapon he wanted forged, Ashui took out a drawing that made Li Yuan exclaim, "This is a fish fork." It was a 3-pronged fish fork, and Ashui instructed him to forge it exactly as shown on the paper.
Looking at the scribbled drawing, Li Yuan didn't know whether to laugh or cry, asking if it needed to be redrawn to look better, but Ashui confidently believed his drawing was already very clear. Li Yuan could only inwardly sigh, because the drawing was not only unclear, but also somewhat abstract. After agreeing to return later to describe it in more detail and bring the iron, Ashui left, leaving Li Yuan with a basket of precious spirit fish. He smiled with satisfaction, telling himself that when he went home today, he definitely had to let his sister-in-law taste this nutritious fish. Just the time of an incense stick after enjoying the nutritious spirit fish with his family, Li Yuan began to feel strange transformations in his body. His entire body was burning hot and maddeningly itchy, feeling as if thousands of ants were crawling under his skin. He inwardly sighed that this type of spirit fish was indeed even more nourishing than the Bao Tai Yi Jin pill. Unable to withstand the burning heat, Li Yuan immediately threw himself into the iron filings tub to cool down. However, the bursting energy was so powerful that it made him exclaim in astonishment, wondering if his aptitude had completed its strengthening process. With a boom, the wooden tub exploded because it could not withstand the force from his body. In the middle of the night, the silhouette of a giant spirit ape appeared majestically as Li Yuan swung his heavy hammer high. The system continuously notified him that he had reached the grand perfection realm, causing his aptitude to automatically change and refine into an ape-like body. Li Yuan clearly felt every muscle fiber and skeletal frame transforming, with crisp popping sounds echoing from within. He directly felt that everything from his speed to his arm strength had been heavily buffed. Even the 7 Stars external body training technique had approached the proficiency level. Li Yuan rushed into training with incredibly powerful and flexible movements. He noticed his arms were now long and supple like ape arms, bringing a sense of fluidity far surpassing before. With the ability to pivot like the wind and perfect control of his physical force, he could unleash 18 stances consecutively without needing to rest, his strength continuing to accumulate endlessly. When his hammer technique reached the perfection realm, Li Yuan smiled confidently as he looked back at his body. He now possessed the ape arm wasp waist characteristic, along with a top-tier aptitude that many people dreamed of. Looking back at the process of altering his aptitude over the past 2 months, Li Yuan understood that tonight was a true transformation, far surpassing all the previous days combined. He silently understood why all factions valued aptitude so much, because the difference in martial arts training speed and the ability to absorb medicinal power was too immense. Li Yuan pondered the importance of innate talent and his luck possessing the weapon mastery record, which saved him from fumbling in danger or wasting time seeking a master. He began to circulate his blood qi from the minor cycle to the major cycle, feeling the core point move from his waist to his heart. Li Yuan knew he was getting very close to cultivating internal energy to truly step into the ranks of experts.
White ape energy is precisely the realm that Li Yuan is eagerly striving towards. He understands that human strength has its limits. Even with the use of pills, blood qi can only spread to the limbs, reaching the physical body's extreme limit. However, if he cultivates the Bai Yuan Fei Feng Trei technique to grand perfection, he can nurture a powerful strand of white ape energy from his waist area. Feeling the surging power within, Li Yuan told himself that he was very close to the moment of breakthrough, just lacking a little bit more. He secretly calculated that perhaps he only needed to get 1 or 2 more highly nourishing spirit fish to complete this process. He was exactly a few fish short of unlocking it. Early in the morning, Li Yuan said goodbye to his sister-in-law to return to the smithy. "Sister-in-law, I'm heading back to the smithy." His sister-in-law, while hanging out the laundry, reminded him, "Be careful on the road." He smiled and replied, "All right, don't work too hard, Ursao." Stepping out onto the street, he stopped by an old bookstore. Holding a new manual in his hand, Li Yuan asked the shop owner, "I want this book. By the way, boss, do you have anything similar?" The old man shook his head and replied, "All out. If you still want to buy some technique, you can take a walk to the Thousand Eye Bodhisattva Temple. They sell everything there." Li Yuan pondered, "Is that so?" That place was indeed more bustling. He noticed that the name Thousand Eye Bodhisattva had been appearing with too high a frequency lately, bringing an indescribably eerie feeling, so he told himself not to touch it for now. He racked his brains thinking whether he should learn some hidden weapons for self-defense and poison them, but then clicked his tongue and dismissed the idea, fearing he might accidentally stab himself. While deep in thought, a loud call interrupted his train of mind. "Li Yuan." Turning around, it turned out to be Liang Shui. "Sorry, I bought some things on the way, so I'm a bit late." Li Yuan waved his hand. "It's fine. Let's go inside to forge the fish fork." Inside the smithy, Shui excitedly instructed, "Forge it as long as possible and make it as sharp as possible." The blacksmith master standing nearby couldn't help but be amazed. "A fish fork? Does that count as a weapon? I've never seen anyone use a fish fork as a weapon." The old man turned to look at his disciple and commented, "You look so vibrant today. Did you eat something special?"
Li Yuan smiled radiantly. Lately, my Erge and Sao have been feeding me quite well. Master, when do you think I can nurture internal energy? The blacksmith master explained in a deep voice. Internal energy, huh? Your aptitude is better than mine, so there is some hope. It's not wrong to say that the flesh and blood body has limits. I heard people say that even with top-tier aptitude, one might not necessarily attain internal energy. At the very least, they would only have 1,000 jins of strength. As he swung his hammer, he explained that nurturing energy is exactly about breaking the physical body's extreme limit to gain the ability to strengthen it. He recalled his own arduous journey, initiation at 9 years old, achieving major achievement in blood chi at 34, and it wasn't until 41 that he fully mastered the hammer technique, yet he still didn't have the qualifications to access the internal energy diagram. By the time he had enough status to lay his hands on that treasure, his blood chi had declined, and he no longer had the ability to break through to internal energy. Life really likes to play the late unlocking game.
Li Yun secretly analyzed that when he controlled the Beijing bronze hammer, his power had exceeded 1,000 jin. Shouldn't that be considered breaking the limit? He realized that a wealthy person possessing top-tier aptitude, even before cultivating internal energy, could still push their physical strength above the 1,000 jin mark by relying on pills. The master continued. The internal energy cultivated when practicing the Bai Yun hammer technique is called white ape energy, which I haven't been able to cultivate in my entire life, but I've seen explosive internal energy where bare hands could shatter boulders. Li Yun panicked and exclaimed, "Shatter boulders? Then wouldn't the hands hurt?" The master burst out laughing. "If you block internal energy with your hands, it's natural to feel pain. What a strange question." Hearing this, Li Yun felt a slight twinge of the regret, because previously when he killed Neon Ju and Qin Shun, he didn't have the chance to see what explosive internal energy looked like. He curiously asked further, "After cultivating white ape energy, would there be any trouble if I switched to practicing another technique?" The question made the master and the other disciples freeze. The old man snapped. "How long does it take to practice a technique until internal energy is cultivated, and you still want to switch to another one? Are you planning to take all the combos? Don't be too greedy."
The master sighed and recalled the past. If Qin Xiang hadn't switched to cultivating the Hubao saber and wasted over 10 years, he probably wouldn't have been beaten to death by others so easily. Li Yuan got to himself that this actually didn't affect him at all. The master urged, "All right, hurry up and forge the iron. Suo Shui is still waiting for you. You might go to Shenbinggu at the end of the year, and it might be next summer before you return, yet you still aren't keeping track of time." Li Yuan excitedly said, "Maybe I will directly join Shenbinggu, and when I return it could be 3 to 5 years. The master sternly warned that the sects highly value aptitude. If you are even a little short, you wouldn't even be able to enter the inner courtyard. You're still dreaming about Shenbinggu. Hurry up and forge the fish fork for him," the master shouted. Li Yuan secretly felt smug because his current aptitude was no longer bad. He gripped the hammer firmly, focused his mind, and said, "Rest assured, I guarantee you will be satisfied." The sound of the hammer striking the anvil rang out loudly, sparks flying with each of Li Yuan's powerful strikes. While working, his mind drifted to new calculations. Leaving aside the Hubao saber, the basic diagram of the green snake spear must be on that green snake, right? Li Yuan narrowed his eyes at the flames. He really wanted to test whether his aptitude could continue to change after acquiring other basic diagrams. Meanwhile, at an abandoned temple, Sun Bonzi rode alone to a ruined temple covered in cobwebs. Stepping inside the main hall, he was stunned to see the silhouette of Yu Chen standing quietly in front of a giant Arhat statue. Upon seeing the other party, Sun Bonzi immediately asked, "Yu Chen, where is the second shopkeeper?" Under the dim light, he was shocked to realize that the faces of the statue and Yu Chen bore an astonishing resemblance, making him wonder if his eyes were playing tricks on him. Ignoring his astonishment, Yu Chen coldly informed him that shopkeeper Cao had led the men into the mountains, while he brought the rest back to rest first. Every sentence was normal, which was exactly why it was suspicious. He demanded that Sun Bonzi follow him immediately because shopkeeper Cao had a predetermined plan.
At the same time, Li Yuan was also striding down the street with the same anxiety about how to earn more of this precious metal. Li Yuan went straight to Suo Shui's house, knocking on the door while calling out loudly, "Brother Su, I am Li Yuan, here to deliver the fish spear to you, seeing as the weapon is finished." Shui happily came out to greet him, and couldn't help but be amazed at his brother's divine crafting speed. Holding the 3-pronged fish fork that radiated a sharp spiritual aura, he spared no words of praise, because it was exactly the design he had always wanted. Excited about his new treasure, Shui was so thrilled that he ran inside and brought out a red-tailed spirit fish, weighing over 6 jin as an extra gift. Looking at the precious fish in his hands, Li Yuan secretly admired Shui's hunting skills, and wondered if he had a secret for finding the hiding places of this elusive spirit fish. Taking advantage of the cheerful atmosphere, Li Yuan then asked if Shui knew the whereabouts of red gold. However, Shui just chuckled and confirmed that this mountainous area did not produce gold, and even in the inner city rarely anyone had it, so he was completely clueless as well. While chatting, Li Yuan suddenly narrowed his eyes in suspicion when he spotted a mysterious figure hiding behind the door, whom Suo Shui seemed to be intentionally shielding. As soon as he arrived home, Li Yuan saw Erge and Sao, who had just returned from the Thousand Eye Bodhisattva Temple. Erge anxiously explained that Sao had been suffering from morning sickness and feeling restless these past few days, so he took her to pray for peace. However, Sao immediately refuted, thinking that Erge was worrying too much after hearing rumors about mysterious miscarriages in the neighborhood ahead. Seeing Li Yuan asking about her health, she smiled and reassured him that she had anti-miscarriage medicine and was fine. Li Yuan excitedly showed off the spirit fish that Brother Leon had just gifted him, telling Erge to cook soup tonight to nourish Sao. After waving goodbye to Liana Shui, who was peeking outside the door, he stepped into the house in a cheerful mood. Meanwhile, at Liana Shui's house, the old man wearing a ghost mask coldly judged that red gold is a top-tier material used only for divine weapons. He concluded with a rather harsh remark: "The craftsmanship is truly formidable, but the bone foundation is not strong enough." The old man asserted that with such poor aptitude, it would be difficult for Li Yuan to reach the ultimate realm. Seeing Shui expressing his desire to learn martial arts, the old man dismissed it and demanded that he must catch 10 more spirit fish and bring them back before they could talk further. Hearing the number 10, Liana Shui couldn't help but be stunned, his face turning pale from shock. During dinner, Li Yuan clearly felt the medicinal power of the spirit fish, making his body burn hot like fire. He told himself that after the weapon mastery record leveled up, he must definitely learn how to catch this kind of fish to take the initiative in securing a source of nourishment. Right at that moment, Sao took out a bodhisattva statue pendant she had just prayed for at the temple to give him for protection and peace. Li Yuan was about to wave his hand to refuse, but as soon as he touched the item, a bizarre, chilling energy made him shiver, his face immediately turning gray with terror. It was supposed to be an amulet, but it gave off a scary vibe.
The information from the Bingling Lu appeared, sending a chill down Li Yuan's spine. This was a bodhisattva pendant molded from incense ash mixed with mud and blended with virgin boy's blood, specially used to absorb the wearer's luck and blood chi. He realized in horror that this was an extremely malicious and evil heretical item. To get to the bottom of this, Li Yuan changed his attitude, pretending to be curious, and borrowed Hersao's pendant to study it. He began linking the events to the miscarriages in the city, and asked about the process of obtaining this item. Erge recounted that initially the mountain gate was under renovation and barred entry, but thanks to the intervention of Lord Lu, the monks gifted them these 2 consecrated pendants. Li Yuan pondered, repeating the name with eyes full of suspicion. Lord Lu. Hearing this makes me smell something fishy. Lying with his arm across his forehead, Li Yuan deeply contemplated the situation in Kaliyu County. Before Kolong died, the status of the Divine Guard was originally higher than that of the Yamen, making both large and small factions as well as bandits wary. In comparison, Magistrate Lu Yunqing seemed lackluster, only known as an official who respected gods and Buddhas. However, Li Yuan could not help but suspect. So regarding Kolong's murder, this magistrate surely must have had a hand in it, right? One suspicion and it hits right on the mark. He raised his hand to examine the 2 pendants, clearly feeling the eerie aura emanating from them. No matter how you looked at it, this thing was not a good item. Judging from the teachings of the deity worship sect, this sect was originally neither inherently bad nor good, but anything associated with the deity worship faction was mostly heretical. Li Yuan told himself that the Thousand Eye Bodhisattva Temple had ties to the imperial court. If there were truly something abnormal, it should have been discovered long ago. He suddenly remembered the lines in the ancient book about the Taoist, the scripture, the deity, the believers, and asked himself, in that case, the problem lies with the believers. Those sharp words were definitely not written without basis.
Seeing the little mouse beside him squeaking in fear, Li Yuan gently comforted it. "Don't be afraid. No matter how evil this pendant is, we can't be scared by it. I will use weapon control on it later." He focused his mind and shouted, "Weapon control." Immediately, a brilliant yellow spiritual aura surrounded the 2 pendants. Initially, Li Yuan felt disappointed because there was no special reaction. He secretly wondered if the weapon control effect on these 2 incomplete items was too weak. However, a sudden flood of information rushed into his mind, leaving him stunned. I am a deity. The flesh is a temple. Sweep the temple to revere the deity. Build an altar to worship the deity. Exalt oneself to become a deity. Pray to oneself. Worship the deity sincerely, and all prayers will be answered. The echoing teachings forced Li Yuan to brace himself and endure. He continued to chant weapon control. In extreme agony, a terrifying scene suddenly appeared before his eyes. What is this? Internal organs? Li Yuan was shocked to realize that he could actually see through into his own body, clearly observing every internal organ functioning. He understood that the true meaning of exalting oneself as a deity and the flesh as a temple was to clear out the internal organs to create a shrine for oneself. This strange sensation came from the blood chi enveloping and continuously circulating throughout his body. Returning to the reading desk, Li Yuan pondered over the ancient records. According to the book, after the deity worship technique reaches initiation, one can circulate blood chi in ways ordinary people cannot comprehend to strengthen a specific part of the body. He secretly made a comparison and realized that the deity worship technique was obviously much more profound than the Bingdao Dosha Chui he was currently practicing. Li Yuan's eyes turned cold as he looked into the distance, firmly asserting,
This 1,000-eye Bodhisattva temple definitely hides many secrets. Just as he stepped outside, senior brother Yue called out, "Brother Li, there is a banquet in the city tomorrow. Want to go together?" Seeing Li Yuan still looking puzzled, he immediately clarified that it was not Lady Lu's banquet, but his own small gathering.
At Yeezy Tower, the whole table cheered for Yue Yunjin as if he were an idol about to debut. Seeing senior brother Yue being hailed like a bright star and predicted to be promoted soon, Li Yuan silently sighed at the different treatment given to those possessing upper-tier aptitude. Yue Yunjin also did not forget to introduce Li Yuan to everyone, praising his forging talent for reaching major achievement after only half a year, along with his rapidly progressing hammer technique. Senior brother Yue smiled and said, "You younger brothers still have a long road ahead. Don't put yourselves down too early." Li Yuan secretly highly evaluated senior brother Yue's character, as he still cared for and pulled his brothers along after becoming famous himself. While eating, a beautiful woman approached. Realizing Li Yuan did not like alcohol, so she thoughtfully offered him a cup of honey water. Li Yuan respectfully thanked eldest Miss Wang, but she immediately corrected that her name was Wang Peiyao, the daughter of the county deputy's family. Faced with her initiative, Li Yuan immediately changed his address to Heroine Wang, making her laugh with delight. With a bit of sweet talk, his brownie points shot up. Wang Peiyao openly told him to just call her Peiyao for intimacy, making Li Yuan feel an unexpected enthusiasm from her. His gaze slightly shifted to Lu Bailing, who seemed to be lost in the crowd despite her noble status. Everyone started gossiping about outstanding geniuses like the young man at Hualong Temple, who, despite being less than 16 years old, had successfully cultivated the fire dragon energy and reached internal energy, a true heaven-sent prodigy.
While chatting, Lu Yen asked senior brother Ye about where he could buy red gold to prepare materials for forging extreme-grade weapons later. Senior brother Ye was extremely surprised by his ambition, but could only shake his head because, outside the smithy, he truly did not know anywhere else that sold such precious metal. Wang Beiyao suddenly spoke up, suggesting that Lu Beiling might be the one possessing red gold. However, she also warned that this eldest young lady inherently disliked their group, so finding her to exchange for it would likely be extremely difficult. At this moment, Lu Beiling silently stood up, announcing she could not sit any longer, then walked quickly to the carriage to return home. Sitting in the carriage, Lu Beiling could not hold back her tears of resentment when thinking about how Xiao Ye did not choose her to enter the inner sect. She bitterly compared herself to Ye Yunjin, someone she believed was inferior to her in both talent and comprehension, yet was favored simply for possessing better aptitude. Lu Beiling sobbed because the banquet she had prepared for over a year ultimately became a stepping stone for someone else. She resentfully realized that with only half a year left, if she could not cultivate the Yanhui Rui hammer to grand perfection to alter her aptitude, she would lose her only opportunity. However, reaching that realm for major achievement would take 20 whole years, a figure so remote that it made her only want to scream in despair. Right then, Butler Zhang stepped in to reassure the young lady to rest assured. As the matter of entering Shenbinggu had been properly arranged by female warrior Fang, every trip would have a slot reserved exclusively for her. They even prepared a slot in advance. Lu Beiling curiously asked about the identity of the person behind this, but Butler Zhang only gave vague answers about people in the martial world who do not know when to advance or retreat. At the same time, at the gate of the Lu residence, Yu Chen came looking for Lord Lu, but received news that the master was busy handling a case of a quack doctor misusing medicine, harming a pregnant woman and her fetus. Unable to meet him, Yu Chen had to make an appointment to return tomorrow and then quietly left. Inside, powerful figures were secretly discussing how Yu Chen, after receiving the deity worship technique, could not resist the temptation and visited all 7 temples outside the city, calling him a fool for defiling the holy technique. They judged that Han Shuigo was an old man with a very large appetite, and Cao Yan alone would probably not be enough to satisfy him. As for Yu Chen, because his cultivation was still shallow and he practiced recklessly, he would sooner or later go mad. They believed that if he did not go mad, they would still have to see exactly how much mastery his Bing Dao Dou Sha Tru truly had. At this moment, Yu Chen was walking briskly on the street, secretly evaluating the weirdness of the deity worship technique, and constantly agonizing over the person who actually finished off Nianju. After 3 months of probing the experts at the smithy, he still hadn't gained anything, and absolutely did not believe the culprit could be some lowly apprentices, investigating like that and still coming up empty.
Passing by a temple, Yu Chen felt that the incense here was even stronger than that of the 7 temples outside the city. Right at that moment, he brushed past Li Yuan, who was walking in the opposite direction on the street. Li Yuan immediately realized that the fundamental diagram of the green snake was indeed on the other party's body. Through the Bingling Lu, he also discovered a first-tier item named the 1,000-Eye Bodhisattva wooden tablet, which contained a fragment of the deity worship technique, something that could produce a first-layer effect if the user reached the initiation level.
Li Yuan was still marveling at the appearance of the deity worship technique when Yu Chen suddenly stopped. He turned around, his eyes flashing with a bizarre green light, and asked, Are you Li Yuan?" Yu Chen couldn't help but be shocked inwardly when he realized it had only been 3 months. How could he transform so drastically? Staring intently at the young man, Yu Chen silently evaluated and harbored doubts about his blood chi realm. To hide his true strength, Li Yuan tactfully explained that he had just luckily reached major achievement a few days ago. Yu Chen remained impassive on the surface, but inwardly he couldn't help calculating. He knew very well that with a lower middle aptitude, even with the use of pills, reaching this level in less than a year would cost at least 100 or 200 taels of silver. He secretly thought that perhaps because Li Yuan's blacksmithing skills were good, Master Sun generously provided for him like that. After using a soul bewitching technique to probe and not finding Li Yuan exhibiting any abnormal behavior, Yu Chen coldly waved his hand to dismiss him to go back to work. He thoughtfully removed Li Yuan from the suspect list, believing that someone who had just reached major achievement in blood qi was absolutely incapable of killing Neon Ju. Yu Chen scratched his head in frustration. In his mind, a crazy idea even arose to kill everyone who had gone up the mountain that day to eliminate future troubles. Being so stuck, he planned to reset the whole map. What's wrong with me? Calm down. Stay awake. Yu Chen braced himself against the bizarre hallucinations invading his mind. He was shocked to realize that the deity worship technique was gradually making him lose control, and told himself that he must quickly cultivate to the first tier if he didn't want to go mad. While his mind was unstable, shopkeeper Wang approached from behind, anxiously inquiring about his pale complexion. Yu Chen tried to maintain a calm demeanor, asking in return what the other party wanted from him. Shopkeeper Wang worriedly asked about the whereabouts of the grand shopkeeper. Yu Chen stated that he was still tirelessly hunting down members of the Poison Snake Gang in the mountains, and definitely wouldn't be able to return before winter came, perhaps even until next year. Going on a business trip sounds like going to slay a boss. Faced with shopkeeper Wang's worry about the ghost-faced Pradnya Hanshugo still lurking and refusing to leave, Yu Chen only coldly and firmly asserted that this guy would sooner or later have to disappear.
Shopkeeper Wang looked at Yu Chen with deep meaning and spoke up. Brother Yu, are you still tracking down Neon Ju, or are you actually looking for the martial arts manual of Shen Binggu that he stole? Yu Chen calmly replied that he wasn't bold enough to covet the martial arts of such a great sect, then asked in return if Brother Wang came to find him just to spout this nonsense. Shopkeeper Wang lowered his voice and revealed, right here in Chaoliu City, there exists a martial arts manual that is at least of the middle tier, perhaps even reaching the top tier. Before Yu Chen's curiosity, the old man slowly uttered word by word, Thousand Eye Bodhisattva Temple. Late at night, Li Yuan poured a dipper of cold water over his body while silently blaming himself for being too careless today. He realized that after 3 months of not seeing each other, Yu Chen must have felt a clear change in his blood qi. Li Yuan told himself that although he could use pills as an excuse for reaching major achievement in blood qi, his greatest fear was that the venomous snake Yu Chen still hadn't given up the intention of seizing the Bingdao Dosha Chui. Moreover, he was also cultivating the bizarre deity worship technique. He understood that Yu Chen was entirely different from Qin Xiang. Someone who used to be a bounty hunter would act without any taboos, and just a slight suspicion or the smallest evidence would be enough for him to directly kill him. If this matter wasn't resolved early, it would be truly hard for him to rest easy. A few days later at the smithy, Li Yuan joyfully tried on the newly forged inner armor and ran over to show it off. Master, this is the first inner armor forged by me. Can I sell it? The forging master, who was sipping tea, immediately offered a harsh deal. You can take the inner armor, but in the next 3 months, you must forge 12 high-grade weapons for me. No free gifts to be seen, just a KPI shoved in his face.
Li Yuan tumbled backward in panic, begging to extend the deadline to at least 6 months, but his old master firmly gave him a maximum of 4 months, otherwise he would strip the precious armor right off his body. Seeing that further negotiation was impossible, Li Yuan quickly slipped away to the warehouse to choose materials, not forgetting to borrow his master's token to check out other finished top-grade weapons. The old master could only shake his head and laughingly scold the little brat. Right at that moment, a steward came in to announce an order from Yuan Pingjun of the Yuan family in the inner city. He requested that the master blacksmith personally forge a top-quality sledgehammer. The master blacksmith frowned and muttered, thinking that a single sledgehammer would cost as much material as 4 weapons of the same tier, making the steel not very lucrative. However, upon hearing that the customer had already prepared the materials and offered a forging fee of 200 silver taels, with a request to finish before the Lunar New Year, the old master immediately changed his mind. 200 taels? Yeah, I'll take this job. In the warehouse, Li Yuan examined the various ores while pondering deeply. If he couldn't get the red gold from Lu Beiling, his only option was to wait painstakingly for Cao Yan to return. Feeling unable to calm his mind, he decided to bury himself in practicing iron forging to relieve stress. Li Yuan's immediate goal was to quickly cultivate the white ape energy to obtain the red gold and upgrade the weapon mastery record. He realized that when his hammer technique reached perfection, the enhancement from the giant elephant hammer and the basic diagram no longer had a significant effect, not even matching the use of the Baijin bronze hammer. Li Yuan decisively chose to select another second-tier weapon to coordinate with his control effects. He analyzed that before having the basic diagram, the combination of the giant elephant hammer and the Baijin bronze hammer was absolutely perfect for finishing off Qin Sheng. But now, with his strength reaching 1,000 jin and his hammer technique at perfection, he no longer needed the giant elephant hammer for enhancement. Li Yuan began forming a plan to prepare multiple sets of weapons to change according to his needs. 1 set for training, 1 for explosive combat strength, and the Liu He boots for escaping when necessary. He also planned to acquire a separate set of gear specifically for doing jobs where it wasn't convenient to show his face. What troubled him the most was that the 1-day cooldown time of the weapon mastery record was too long, and he made up his mind to upgrade it as quickly as possible at all costs to be able to instantly turn the tide of a situation.
The flying daggers tore through the wind, colliding heavily against the inner armor and creating sparks that scattered everywhere. Li Yuan couldn't help but feel smug seeing that the second-tier treasure he had just forged possessed incredibly terrifying defensive capabilities. Even ordinary flying daggers imbued with blood chi could not pierce it, not even leaving a single scratch on its surface. He excitedly hugged the inner armor tightly, silently resolving that from now on he absolutely would not take it off even when sleeping. Feeling refreshed in spirit, Li Yuan cleaned up in a flash and decided, time to grab breakfast first. Under the morning sunlight, the streets were already beginning to bustle. As soon as he arrived at his usual stall, the owner eagerly greeted him, as expected of Brother Li. Wait a moment, I'm steaming a new batch. While waiting, Li Yuan's gaze suddenly stopped on a man with a high hairbun eating nearby. He was secretly astonished when he recognized the other party had the bearing of a bounty hunter and was carrying an extraordinary second-tier weapon on his person. Through his special vision, Li Yuan was shocked to discover a heaven-shaking secret. This person was wearing a second-tier human skin mask, exquisitely crafted from white treasure mud and gray spirit clay. This divine artifact not only helped the wearer print another person's face, but also required the bone shrinking technique to reach major achievement to be used. Li Yuan silently marveled that this heavenly craftsman was too miraculous. If combined with the Weapon Master talisman, he could transform unpredictably in the blink of an eye. While engrossed in thought, the man suddenly stood up and called out loudly, "Great hero, wait a moment." Li Yuan turned around in bewilderment. What great hero? The man approached and introduced himself as Li Ba from Zelon Prefecture, who was looking for the way to the Thousand-Eye Bodhisattva Temple because he heard the place was very efficacious. Li Yuan silently cursed in his heart. Stop the bullshit, old man. He immediately realized the name Li Ba sounded incredibly fake at first here. He maintained a calm demeanor. The temple is in the city. Just ask anyone randomly and they'll show you. The man nodded in thanks and brushed past. Li Yuan narrowed his eyes as he watched him go. He knew well that righteous bounty hunters rarely used human skin masks. It was highly likely this was an infamous wandering grand thief. Even though he really wanted to snatch that mask, since his white ape energy had not been nurtured for long, he reminded himself not to invite extra trouble. Behind his back, the person calling himself Li Ba was also narrowing his eyes to observe, secretly evaluating that this young kid had steady breathing and extremely vigorous blood chi.
At the Thousand-Eye Bodhisattva Temple, streams of pilgrims continued to pour in amidst the thick incense smoke. Excited murmurs about the temple's responsiveness spread, with some firmly asserting, this temple for praying for children is very effective. Inside the main hall, under the gaze of the majestic guardian statues, a curious traveler wondered whether those rumors were truly as effective as told. Meanwhile, in the bustling inner city, Li Yuan was taking a leisurely stroll, munching on a hot steamed bun as he walked, enjoying a rare moment of relaxation. Suddenly, his eyes paused when he caught an unusual sight at a street corner. Yu Chen, with his characteristic white hair, was acting mysteriously, pulling at senior brother Yuan. Seeing senior brother Yuan looking sluggish, no longer having his usual agility, Li Yuan immediately felt something was wrong. He hurriedly approached, calling out loudly to break the strange atmosphere. "Senior brother Yuan, are you okay?" Senior brother Yuan startled and turned around, his face clearly showing bewilderment, as if he had just woken up from a dream. Senior brother Yuan raised his hand to rub his forehead, muttering tiredly, Him? It's nothing. Observing his brother's dazed state, Li Yuan secretly concluded that Yu Chen had definitely used a soul-bewitching technique to control his mind. He noticed that senior brother Yuan's willpower seemed to be severely weakened, perhaps due to the side effects of using too many nourishing pills over a long period. Li Yuan asked in a deep voice, "What did he ask you?" Senior brother Yuan honestly recounted that Yu Chen had pressed him about who had stayed in the forest the longest during the pursuit of Nianju at Mount Fakyu back then. Hearing this, Li Yuan could only click his tongue and tell himself that such a thing happened so long ago, how could anyone remember accurately?
Feeling dizzy and unable to hold on any longer, senior brother Yua asked for permission to go back and rest first. "Junior brother, my head is a bit dizzy. I'll go lie down first." Li Yuan clasped his hands in a farewell greeting. "Take care, senior brother." Watching his senior brother's figure gradually disappear, Li Yuan's mind began to churn. He secretly cursed the people of the Poison Snake Gang for being lingering ghosts, while feeling frustrated thinking about the trip to Mount Fakyu that day. Li Yuan understood now. Yu Chen was following every single thread and would inevitably find his way to him. He told himself still and wait for death, but had to quickly scheme a plan to deal with this poisonous snake. As night fell, Li Yuan went out to the courtyard alone to practice and relieve the pressure. With the Bai Yuan Fei Feng Tree technique having reached the major achievement stage, he began to combine it with the 18 hammers technique to break his limits. Li Yuan focused his entire spirit. He knew that when his hammer energy reached the perfection realm, he would be able to unleash up to 36 continuous hammer strikes with terrifying power. Taking one hammer hit is already exhausting, let alone dealing with a whole combo. But wind howled along with every powerful swing of his arms in the silent night.
Determined not to let time pass to waste, Li Yuan made up his mind, then in one breath, force out the white ape energy. Feeling his blood boiling, he immediately took out a Shangwan pill and swallowed it to increase the medicinal effect.
Li Yuan's eyes suddenly glowed bright green, and a massive spiritual aura in the shape of a majestic spirit ape appeared, enveloping his body. Li Yuan let out a roar, pouring all his strength into the final hammer strike, smashing it straight into the ground with an earth-shattering pressure. The incredibly powerful impact caused the ground to crumble, with spiderweb-like cracks spreading across the courtyard, accompanied by crisp cracking sounds. The dense dust dispersed, revealing Li Yuan standing proudly, with a completely different aura. He clenched his fists, feeling the new surge of power rolling through his veins. Li Yuan's face radiated a confident smile as he exclaimed, "White ape energy, it's done. Grinding for so long, the light has finally popped." Li Yuan quietly changed into black clothes, preparing for a dangerous night hunt. He looked at himself in the mirror, checked his equipment one last time, and then swiftly glided out the window, vanishing into the silent darkness. Standing on the roof in the pouring rain, he told himself that in this foreign land, anyone who intended to take his life would be sent on their way first. Thanks to the power of the newly cultivated internal energy, Li Yuan clearly felt the shocking changes in his body. Every leap he took was as light as if springs were attached to his feet, easily crossing distances of tens of meters in the blink of an eye. He understood that when facing an internal energy martial artist, speed and decisiveness were the keys to victory. Li Yuan silently marveled at the might of the internal energy, which had elevated his coordination and reaction capabilities by leaps and bounds compared to before. Looking back at his battle with Qin Shang, he further affirmed that launching a sneak attack was completely correct, because once an internal energy martial artist erupted with the strength of a fierce tiger, it would be extremely difficult to deal with if the opponent couldn't be finished off in a single strike. The martial world is not fair, so why should I be?
Li Yuan secretly followed Yu Chen to the backyard area of the inner courtyard where Wang Ding was residing. He was surprised to discover that Yu Chen was secretly meeting with an iron spear-wielding person, whom he immediately recognized as Wang Ding, the only one in the inner courtyard proficient in the green snake spear. The shady collusion between these two in the middle of a stormy night made Li Yuan couldn't help but suspect a dark conspiracy being carried out behind everyone's back. At this time, Yu Chen was struggling to resist the serious consequences of the deity worship technique, causing his eyes to glow red with eeriness. He knew he had to find a middle-tier martial arts technique or higher to save his life before going mad and dying. In a state of desperation and pain, Yu Chen turned to suspect his own accomplice. Was Nianju killed by Yu? Worried about going crazy yet still turning to suspect his teammate, Wang Ding snapped angrily, affirming that they were all together that day so it couldn't have happened. Yu Chen was still obsessed with the lost Bingdao Dosha Chui. He roared asking who the culprit was, but only received Wang Ding's helpless answer that he also completely didn't know. "Go," Li Yuan softly ordered, then together with the mysterious dark figure darted across the rooftops amidst the pouring rain. Looking at the back of the guide, he secretly wondered, could it be that Yu Chen obtained the deity worship technique from that temple? At the same time, on another rooftop, Elder Han and Yun Shu were also secretly observing the entire Kaliu County. Elder Han narrowed his eyes at the rain, sighing with hidden meaning. "Looks like there's a lot of drama tonight, huh? With a heavy rain like this, the autumn harvest will surely be abundant, ha-ha." Yun Shu stood nearby and mocked softly. "I didn't know Elder Han still had such a compassionate heart."
Elder Han calmly replied, "This old man comes from a farming family. How could I not have them? Ruthless methods and a vicious heart are all worldly prejudices. This old man does not like to fight, but what can I do when forced?" Hearing this, Yun Shu could only secretly say to herself that no one in the entire sect was unaware of his viciousness. Elder Han continued to mention Cao Yan, whose ancestors were disciples in the valley, but his own skills were not worth much, yet he dared to lose the Bai Yuan Fei Feng Chui technique. He growled with murderous intent. Not much skill, but quite bold. Who gave him the guts to kill a disciple in the valley? Yun Shu hurriedly accepted the order, promising to enter Mount Fokyu tomorrow to catch the murderer before more trouble came from Zeilong Prefecture. Elder Han reminded her to return quickly to avoid displeasing the Valley Master. He then shifted to asking about Yue Yunjin, the one chosen by Yun Shu, who had a reputation for having a very bad temper. Yun Shu explained that on the day they pursued Nanju, Yue Yunjin was simply scared out of his wits by a tragic scream. When he returned, he developed a fever and almost died, so the rumors might have gone too far. She sighed and admitted, "The youths in this area generally do not stand out much. Picking someone like that is already good enough." Elder Han also expressed similar disappointment. He stated that the disciple he had been teaching the Bingdao Dosha Chui for the past 2 months had not yet shown signs of initiation. Yun Shu noted that this was the hardest technique to practice in the inner sect, so it was understandable that not many people could achieve initiation. She wondered whether Elder Han was intentionally making things difficult for people, and whether those mediocre individuals deserved the title of hero. Elder Han coldly asserted that if he could not find someone truly outstanding, he would rather just consider his mission completed than feel they were worthy of stepping into the sect. When Yunxiu mentioned that he still had not given up on searching for the Xuanjing hammer, Elder Han immediately flew into a rage and shouted, "Shut up, you talk too much." Seeing her master's fury, Yunxiu could only bow her head and admit her mistake, but she secretly thought to herself that his obsession was too deep. She even suspected that Nianzhu stealing the secret manual might have been intentionally arranged by him. Before parting ways, Elder Han instructed her that upon returning to the Lu residence, she must take good care of Ko Da to prevent the incense lineage of Ko Long's branch from being severed. Yunxiu respectfully obeyed the order, and the two quickly separated into the night. In another dark room, an old man looked at the soundly sleeping Sua Shui and sighed softly. The child is quite filial, but his aptitude is a bit poor. At this time, Elder Han, dressed in black clothes covering his face and wearing a conical hat, was quietly hiding under the eaves, muttering about the liveliness of tonight. Inside the Thousand-Eye Bodhisattva temple, the monks began to cause a commotion upon discovering an intruder. A high monk anxiously asked whether the secret of the sacrificial ceremony had been exposed. Hearing this, "It smells like a smoking incident is coming, brothers." The great master sitting by the desk pondered and analyzed the changes in Zhejiang Prefecture and the appearance of the person calling himself Li Ba. He asserted that the saber wielder had been hit by his White Cloud handstrike, and even with body tempering achievements, it would be difficult for him to keep his life. To be sure, he decided to personally go out and check the situation. Shouts echoed throughout the temple courtyard. "Kill the intruder without mercy." Just upon entering the map, a full team combat was triggered, and a bloody melee broke out right in the middle of the majestic grand hall. The surrounded masked man frantically explained, misunderstanding, Grandmasters, we are just passing by." He silently cursed his bad luck when someone else caused a commotion, making his group considered accomplices. In his desperation, he swung his saber to finish off a monk, even though the opponent screamed and begged. The masked man seemed to have lost his mind, his eyes were glowing red, and his mouth constantly roared. The scene became extremely chaotic when the monks rushed in to attack the thief to avenge their junior brother. Someone shouted a warning when they realized the opponent's blade was coated with deadly poison. Li Yuan hid in the shadows, quietly observing this entire crazy play with cold eyes. He secretly wondered why these two guys desperately rushed into the Thousand-Eye Bodhisattva temple to kill people in the middle of the night. However, seeing everyone's attention drawn to this bizarre temple, Li Yuan smirked proudly. This opportunity came at the right time. Chaos makes things easier to do. He shrank back into the darkness, quietly observing the next development of the purge. In the main hall, the sound of weapons clashing echoed continuously, while Li Yuan silently observed from the side. The grand monks of the Thousand-Eye Bodhisattva temple were mostly strong men, half of whom had cultivated internal energy. If Yu Chen was killed by these vicious monks, it would save him some work. This person's martial arts are indeed stronger than Qin Xiang's. If he wants to deal with him, it is best to sneak attack. Just as Yu Chen was about to escape the encirclement, his eyes suddenly turned red bizarrely. It's over. This is the backlash of the deity worship technique. At this time, the remaining accomplice was cornered by the bald guys, panicking and crying out, "Don't pester me, I'm not their accomplice, let me go."
Taking advantage of the opportunity, Li Yuan quickly ran over to the incense burner and looted it into his inventory. After succeeding, he immediately left without any hesitation. On this side, Yu Chen had luckily escaped, but his accomplices did not. He cursed inwardly, swearing that once he returned, he would absolutely level the deity worship tower. This technique was too bizarre and cruel, fundamentally not something he could control. However, before he could run far, a hammer struck down from above, forcing him to use both hands to block. It turned out that the main character had flanked him to come off his escape. With just a swing of the hammer, both of Yu Chen's arms were shattered by him. Screaming in pain and fear, he yelled, "Bai Yuan hammer strike! It's you! You were the one who murdered Qin Yang and Nianzhu!" Unfortunately, realizing it now was too late. In the end, Yu Chen was beaten to a pulp by Li Yuan's powerful hammer swings. A moment later, when the group of monks chased after him and arrived, they only saw a mangled corpse. Seeing this, they felt a bit intimidated and decided to retreat. Just as they disappeared from sight, Elder Han quickly appeared wearing a demon mask. Standing in the rain, Elder Han pensively looked at Yu Chen's corpse, unable to suppress the doubts rising in his heart. How long has Nianzhu been dead? Just a few months, right? How could someone in Kaliu City cultivate to this level? He wondered if everyone was pushing all the blame onto him, and could this be an elaborate trap set up by Feng Yushu to threaten him? Elder Han's eyes flashed with a cold, murderous glare as he growled, "Anyone who wants to kill this old man must die." A flash of lightning tore through the sky, and in that instant, the figure of the ghost-faced Prajna vanished into the bushes, without a trace into the night. Returning to his quiet room, Li Yuan wrung dry his rain-soaked clothes while starting to analyze the previous battle. He realized that the combination of lifting heavy as light, Tuzheng Roqing, and internal energy brought about a terrifying power far beyond his expectations. If it took 18 hammer strikes to finish off Qin Yang in the past, now facing a stronger Yu Chen, he only needed 3.5 strikes to settle the matter completely. 3.5 strikes sounded like a combo discount, rather than talking about reducing the world's population.
Li Yuan told himself that besides his own progress, the controllability and the stacking synergy effect of the weapon mastery record also played an extremely important role. Sitting by the tea table, Li Yuan silently assessed his opponent's strength. A body-tempering martial artist was indeed strong. Yu Zhen had not yet reached external body training, so taking 3 strikes of his hammer was unbearable. He calculated that his current strength had surpassed the 2,000 Jin mark when combined with the Beijing bronze hammer. However, bursting forth with strength 4 times beyond his physical limits caused his muscles to stretch, resulting in a feeling of soreness all over his body. Li Yuan realized the importance of external body training major achievement, because without that solid defense layer, it would be difficult for him to maintain the stacked state for much longer. He also concluded the advantage of long weapons was helping to maintain a safe distance, making it so that even if the opponent burst out internal energy, they could not touch him. At the same time, properly protecting vital weak points would significantly reduce the enemy's attack power. Thinking about the Thousand Eye Bodhisattva Temple, Li Yuan affirmed that there was definitely a problem with that place, since it attracted the attention of so many factions. However, his anxiety was quickly dispelled by extreme excitement. He really struck it rich this time. While racking his brain deducing, he turned around and saw his wallet had suddenly thickened. The wealth was too great, and his mood changed according to the thickness of his wallet. Right in the middle of the room, the giant incense burner he had just seized was emitting a strong, soul-soothing spiritual aura. Even though it was a second-tier item that he couldn't fully control yet, it helped Li Yuan's mind become much calmer. He planned to find a place tomorrow to dump the pile of incense ashes inside to use the burner as storage space.
Li Yuan started to inventory the loot obtained from Yu Chen: 3 bottles of precious pills, over 10 taels of broken silver, and 2 banknotes worth 200 taels. The most special item was the sketch of the green snake spear, a powerful second-tier long spear, along with 2 first-tier items, a flying dagger and a poison bag. He secretly felt lucky for choosing the sneak attack method, because if facing head-on, preventing these highly toxic poisons would be extremely difficult. Li Yuan flipped open the sketch of the green snake spear. The displayed information showed that this was a first-tier treasure for those with major achievement in spear technique and major achievement in blood chi to comprehend the secret method of internal energy. He realized that compared to the sketch of the Baiyuan Hairman, this item had a massive effect on improving aptitude, helping physical constitution and recovery ability far surpass the usual. Li Yuan understood that using specialized techniques combined with the sketch and pills was a shortcut to directly achieve body transformation without going through hardship. Fully buffed legally, no need for first-time top-ups, no need for arduous grinding, yet still rapidly getting stronger. Although the requirement to bless this item was not too difficult, because the weaponsmithy did not lack long spears. What gave him the biggest headache was that upgrading the weapon mastery record to the 3rd tier required red gold, an extremely rare material. Finally, Li Yuan took out the first-tier Thousand Eye Bodhisattva wooden tablet obtained from the temple. He shuddered upon realizing its cruelty. There was no complete training method. It only required the cultivator to sit amid prosperous incense fire to sense the secret method. He affirmed this was not a martial art, but a bizarre evil technique, and Yu Chen's madness definitely originated from this thing. Li Yuan decisively put everything into the giant incense burner, and told himself that this thing temporarily could not be touched.
At the Thousand Eye Bodhisattva Temple, a chaotic scene unfolded as the monks discovered corpses lying scattered across the courtyard under the pouring rain. Someone screamed in terror, "It's the 5-step snake poison. They can't be saved." They hurriedly reminded each other not to touch the bodies with bare hands to avoid being poisoned, but instead to use sticks to drag the men in black away. In the midst of the confusion, a senior monk was shocked to realize that the temple's guardian treasure had disappeared. Senior brother Bao Yuan, the incense burner is gone. The news of the giant incense burner suddenly vanishing left everyone stunned, unable to comprehend how the thief had pulled it off. The scene was so chaotic that if a roll call were called right then, no one would probably remember if they were still alive or already lying on the ground. Inspecting the wounds on the poison user's corpse, the great monk concluded that the opponent had been killed by an extremely vicious hammer technique that shattered their bones. He suspected the culprit was Han Shuigo because no one in Caolive City possessed a hammer technique that had reached such peak body tempering level. Standing under the eaves, the local magistrate Lu Yun King thoughtfully observed the rain. He determined that there was definitely a master lurking outside, and suspected it was someone from Shenbinggu. Despite the great master's apprehension about the faction behind Han Shuigo, the magistrate asserted in a growl that if this person was not eliminated, the banquet of 1,000 infants he had painstakingly prepared could not take place, a grand banquet that sounds horrifying just by its name. To him, no matter how high one's martial arts were, they were still flesh and blood, and there was nothing to fear when Shenbinggu was too far away. He revealed that there was a disciple of Shenbinggu in his residence, and he would soon bring her over to deal with the current situation.
Meanwhile, Li Yuan was still diligently training amidst the torrential rain. He clearly felt the importance of the major blood key circulation, where internal energy would violently erupt along with every stream of blood flowing through his body. As the internal energy spread, the heat from his body caused the rain to turn into a hazy mist before it even touched him. Even though he had achieved white ape energy and his hammer technique was nearing its limit, Li Yuan still felt that the breakthrough speed of Bingdao Dosha Tui was too slow due to the lack of the weapon part in the technique. He told himself that he had to put in the effort to train hard on his own instead of relying on the fragmented pieces of the deity worship technique.
Time passed quickly to the end of August. Li Yuan quietly prepared for the upcoming opening of the mountain gate of Shenbinggu. He stopped by an eatery, ordered a massive amount of food, including 12 meat buns, 20 eggs, and many other nutritious dishes to recharge his energy. The menu was enough for the whole village and street to eat for 3 days and 3 nights without finishing. Here, he accidentally heard the bustling gossip about a horrifying massacre that had just occurred in the inner city. A hurried customer recounted the tragic scene, with dozens of bald corpses lying scattered. Shocking news broke out. The entire 1,000-eye Bodhisattva temple had been wiped out. More than 50 monks and 10 fierce dogs were all slaughtered without sparing anyone. Li Yuan was stunned, secretly wondering if any expert had made a move after he left. To verify, he wore a conical hat and quietly advanced towards the temple. The scene had been strictly blockaded by soldiers. Whispers echoed as the corpse of Abbot Kong Ding was brought out. Li Yuan stood amidst the crowd, pulling down the brim of his hat to hide his deeply thoughtful eyes, facing the extreme brutality of this sect extermination. The corpse carts plodded through the street amidst the bustling gossip of the residents. Li Yuan hid under the brim of his conical hat, his eyes stopping at the corpse of Li He, the one wearing the human skin mask he had always desired. He muttered to himself, "To think Li He is actually dead. That mask will definitely not be seen through. I want it so much." The voices of 2 soldiers rang out. They were amazed to see that both the second shopkeeper and third shopkeeper of the weaponsmithy had died. One clicked his tongue and decided that if no one came to claim the bodies in a few days, they would be thrown straight into the mass grave. Hearing this, Li Yuan smirked slightly, secretly calculating that if that happened, that human skin mask would definitely belong to him.
At the ruined scene of the Bodhisattva temple, Yenshu looked at the gaping cracks on the floor and couldn't help but shiver. She secretly sighed, "I have only ever seen Han Shuigel strike so ruthlessly. I almost believed the Valley Master's words that he was cultivating his moral character. With his kind of character cultivation, cultivating for one night probably ended up cultivating the whole temple by morning." While observing, she suddenly realized that the giant incense burner in front of the main hall had disappeared without a trace. Just then, Lu Beiling rushed over in a panic and asked where her little aunt was going. Yanshu hurriedly asked about the whereabouts of her brother-in-law. Lu Beiling naively replied that her father was probably at the temple discussing the Tao all night with Master Kong Ding. Hearing this, Yanshu's expression immediately changed, as she realized the situation was more serious than she thought. "Not good. Something happened," Yanshu exclaimed anxiously, leaving Lu Beiling bewildered and not understanding what was going on. She quickly headed towards the waiting horse. There, Ping Ying with fiery red hair was sitting on the ground, his stomach rumbling with hunger. Seeing his junior sister arrive, he immediately whined and asked for some food. Yanshu threw him a steamed bun and then repeatedly asked about Elder Han's whereabouts. Ping Ying ate while recounting that last night Elder Han had snatched his roasted rabbit with a murderous aura, making him want to run far away even though he was miles away. Yanshu was anxious to know which direction Elder Han went, but Ping Ying could only shake his head in defeat. He asserted that with Elder Han's Kaoshang Fei and Chan Yigong lightness skills reaching the level of perfection, even if they chased immediately, they wouldn't be able to catch up. Yanshu told herself that even if she couldn't catch up, she had to chase, because she feared a huge misunderstanding was taking place. Suddenly, an arrogant burst of laughter echoed from above. Elder Han unexpectedly appeared, landing in front of the two with an overwhelming presence. When the main character appears, there must be a little effect. Yanshu immediately questioned, "Elder Han, what exactly happened last night?" Elder Han looked at his 2 disciples coldly, his voice growling as he asserted that the magistrate Lu Yin King had committed high treason by daring to collude with the monks of the Bodhisattva temple to surround and kill him in the rainy night. He mocked that although he was old and sometimes had blurred vision, the abnormality of that magistrate was so obvious that even young people like Ping Ying and Yanshu couldn't fail to notice. "It feels like if the enemy is 1 part stupid, my own disciples must be 10 parts foolish." Hearing this, Ping Ying flew into a rage, demanding to immediately dispatch troops to wipe out the family of the insolent magistrate, but was immediately scolded by Yanshu to be quiet. She anxiously asked her master if he had killed them before being surrounded. Elder Han calmly replied that reasoning and evidence are only for the living, while the dead have no right to listen. After warning his disciples, he ordered Ping Ying to immediately enter Mount Fakyu to continue hunting Yanju, while not forgetting to throw insults at his disciples for being a bunch of useless fools.
Ping Ying immediately spurred his horse and left, following his master's orders. At this moment, Yun Shu wonderingly asked Elder Han whether the deity worship technique was truly an evil technique. Elder Han pondered and explained that the technique itself was not at fault.
He admitted that the scent of blood from the opponent's killing move was so thick that even he had to be wary, and that was exactly the moment he found a flaw to counterattack. Otherwise, it would have been hard to keep his life. Faced with Yunshu's questions about the magistrate's true strength, Elder Han confirmed that he had successfully cultivated the Shenzhou Jing. If he had truly risked his life to run away, even he would have found it hard to catch him. He further explained the diversity of the deity worship sect, with various strange abilities, ranging from Shenzhou, Shenzhong, to Shenmu, and Shenzhua. Curious about the mastermind pulling the strings, Elder Han decided to personally follow this clue to see what the big fish was really hiding.
Before leaving, Elder Han instructed Yunshu to find the person in Kaoliu City who had mastered the Bingdao Dosha Chui, as he sensed the presence of such an expert before returning to his sect. After speaking, he executed a supreme lightness skill and disappeared into the forest. Yunshu stood silently, watching her master's silhouette with eyes full of contemplation. At the same time, in another corner of the city, a mournful atmosphere enveloped the weaponsmithy. The blacksmiths and apprentices gathered, buzzing with discussion about how both the second shopkeeper Yu Chen and the third shopkeeper had met with disaster, while the grand shopkeeper remained completely untraceable. They angrily cursed the yamen as a bunch of useless trash for letting the murderer run rampant, and even mocked how the third shopkeeper's wives and concubines were already fighting over the inheritance before his corpse had even grown cold. Li Yuan sat quietly at the dining table, slurping a bowl of soup while listening to the gossip around him. He clearly felt the unease spreading throughout the weaponsmithy after the successive deaths of the shopkeepers. He suddenly felt this bowl of rice was even saltier than Baby B's bowl of rice. Just then, Ye Yunjin, along with Wu Ming and a female disciple, approached to greet him. Senior brother Ye sadly announced that Yu Chan's corpse had been stripped clean, and most importantly, the sketch of the green snake spear had vanished without a trace. This news came like a bolt from the blue, because without that sketch, they would never be able to cultivate basic internal energy. Li Yuan feigned astonishment and asked for news from the county yamen, but senior brother Ye could only sigh in despair, because all the belongings on Yu Chan's body had been taken clean away before dawn. They bitterly realized that the only way left to cultivate internal energy now was to join Shen Bingge.
Everyone couldn't help but wonder why, despite such a major incident happening at the weaponsmithy, Grand Shopkeeper Cao Yan still hadn't returned. Lu Beiling then spoke up, stating that her father had sent people to Mount Fa Qiu to search, but the mountain was too large, so there were no results yet. She suggested that Senior Brother Ye should go see her father to find a solution. Senior Brother Ye nodded in agreement, then turned to remind Li Yan to be extremely careful because the situation outside was very chaotic, before leaving with Wu Ming. Looking at their departing backs, Li Yan silently concluded that without someone from Shen Bingge leading the way, Cao Yan would definitely never dare to return. He began calculating Cao Yan's background and the rarity of red gold. Li Yan told himself that to obtain the weapon mastery record, he had to find a way to get close to Lu Beiling, because Cao Yan was completely untrustworthy. Early the next morning, the atmosphere at the weaponsmithy became solemn as the blacksmith master gathered everyone to announce an important decision. He declared loudly, "Recently, consecutive incidents have occurred in the shop, so I must go manage the business. The forging room will temporarily be managed by Li Yan for a period of time." Turning to the other disciples, he emphasized, "You guys try your best to assist Li Yan. Do you understand?" The blacksmiths bowed in unison, although many were still astonished in their hearts. Li Yan scratched his head, offering a friendly smile and greeting. "Good morning, senior brothers." Witnessing the rapid promotion of their youngest junior brother, a senior brother hesitantly replied, "Greetings, Li, manager." Leon hurriedly waved his hands to explain that he was only helping out according to the master's orders and had no intention of abusing his power. He quickly got into the rhythm of the work, telling everyone to just work normally, while he would help arrange the fire starting order so everything would run smoothly. Before truly leaving, the old master did not forget to turn back and drop a warning. "Don't forget, within 4 months you must forge 12 weapons for me, otherwise I will hold you accountable. I'm leaving now. You get to work too." Leon bowed respectfully. "Yes, master." Leaving the weaponsmithy, another major event was taking place at the Lu residence, attracting a crowd pouring in like a festival. Looking at the bustling stream of people, someone couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment. "So many people came?" Lu Beiling curiously asked her youngest aunt about the reason for this massive summons, but Fang Yunxiu just calmly replied that if there was something to do, naturally people had to be called. Usually, only giving out free gifts could gather this many people. Her gaze swept over the crowd, silently calculating the possibility of finding someone who could cultivate the incomplete volume of the Bingda Dosha Tui to the initiation level, something that was originally extremely rare.
Standing before all the commoners, Fang Yunshu boldly introduced herself. "In March of next year, our Shenbinggu will open its mountain gates. As long as you are commoner of Zhejiang Prefecture, anyone with outstanding talent and top-tier aptitude can join. I am an intersect disciple and the talent search deputy envoy of Shenbinggu, Fang Yunshu." Immediately, a worried young man asked whether those with poor aptitude like them still had a chance. Fang Yunshu firmly confirmed that as long as they had top-tier talent, they could still join Shenbinggu, even if their aptitude was not good. Facing everyone's confusion about the concept of top-tier talent, she explained clearly,
Under 35 years old, even if a person has the lowest tier aptitude, as long as they can cultivate any martial art to perfection, they can join. Hearing this, a person could not help but speak up. It sounds as easy as going to the market, but doing it is probably as rare as winning the jackpot twice in a row. Fang Yinshu continued to offer more relaxed conditions for younger people. Any martial art involving sabers, spears, staffs, sticks, fists and kicks, or weapons is fine. Under 30 years old, for a person with lower middle aptitude, if their martial arts have reached major achievement, they can also join. Hearing this, the crowd began to stir, preparing to show off their talents. Li Yuan stood in the corner, secretly analyzing the situation. Major achievement is enough, no need to reach perfection. I have been practicing martial arts for less than a year. If I show that I have reached perfection, it would be too eye-catching. At the major achievement level, it is still within the realm of a genius, so let's just do that. Having finished calculating, he looked even more sober than those who were preparing to unleash their skills in the middle of the crowd. He quietly observed Shang Sang Ying and Miao Zhen, those who had already reached major achievement thanks to their accumulated foundation over several years, starting to execute their systematic moves with incredibly abundant blood qi.
Fang Yunshu's gaze was immediately drawn when she saw Li Yuan step out from the crowd. She softly exclaimed in doubt, "It's not these two?" Meanwhile, the surrounding disciples began to murmur, unable to believe their eyes when seeing a young apprentice confidently step forward. One person asked in astonishment, "Has junior brother Li's hammer technique already reached major achievement?" Immediately his identity was confirmed, Li Yuan of the weaponsmithy, skilled in using the Bai Yuan Fei Feng Chui technique. Hearing the name of this martial art, Fang Yunshu narrowed her eyes with interest. Hammer technique? Yu Yunjin, standing behind, also couldn't help but be shocked. He secretly recalled that 8 months ago, Li Yuan's hammer technique had only reached minor achievement, which astonished everyone. But to reach major achievement, one must reach the Liu He Guantong realm, a much further step compared to just needing the internal and external 3 harmonies. Fang Yunshu broke the silence with a professional question. The Bai Yuan Fei Feng Chui technique seems to be a long-handled hammer technique? Li Yuan calmly clasped his hands in return. Reporting to female warrior Fang, long or short handle is fine. He approached the weapon rack, picked up a hammer to weigh it, and secretly commented, "About 15 jin, a bit light." Deep down, Li Yuan already had his own calculations. He told himself this was the exact time to test his ability to control his true strength. He was confident that with his current capability, he could control exactly how much power he wanted to reveal. However, he also did not dare to be careless, because he noticed that Fang Yunshu was clearly much stronger than Yu Chen, perhaps even on par with an inner-strengthening martial artist like Cao Yan. Li Yuan thought to himself that if it weren't for the fear that Cao Yan would never return, and he would miss the opportunity to join Shen Binggu, he would absolutely never reveal his martial arts in front of an expert like her, just to win a spot in the examination. After all, showing off a little keeps you alive. Showing off too much and accidentally turning it into the final performance of a lifetime would be a bit tense.
Standing next to her youngest aunt, Lu Beiling whispered to inform her of the other party's background. "Youngest aunt, this person possesses lower middle aptitude. I heard he has practiced martial arts for 4 months. His hammer technique has reached minor achievement, and his talent for forging weapons is not bad." Hearing this, Fang Yunsu couldn't help but be stunned. Lower middle aptitude? 4 months of hammer technique reaching minor achievement? She narrowed her eyes to carefully observe Li Yuan's tall, long-limbed, and agile figure, secretly judging that with this ape-arm wasp-waist aura, if he didn't have top-tier aptitude, he must be at least upper-middle. Li Yuan also clearly felt her sharp, cold gaze piercing deeply into him, an intense look stronger than the dozens of people behind combined. That gaze gave him the feeling that if he sneezed out of rhythm, it would be picked apart as a problem. Seeing that the other party was ready, Fang Yunsu decisively ordered, "If you want to get used to the weapon, there's no need, just try attacking." Li Yuan took a deep breath and tightly gripped the hammer handle. "I am ready." Immediately he channeled his energy, letting out a roar, and Liu He Guantong created powerful streams of energy surrounding his body. Every hammer strike swung out carried terrifying power, causing the dust and dirt underfoot to fly blindly, a spectacular scene on par with filming a blockbuster movie trailer. Witnessing the extraordinary skills of this kid, a senior brother watching had to exclaim in horror. This kid's hammer technique.
Fang Yunsu was completely shocked. She asked herself in astonishment, this was not just a genius. Even Lu Beiling's jaw dropped, unable to believe what was happening right before her eyes. Li Yuan executed a series of moves smoothly, every movement exuding absolute decisiveness and strength. After finishing the routine, he retracted his hammer, kept his breathing steady, and respectfully said, "Please give me your guidance, female warrior Fang." Fang Yuansu quickly regained her usual cold demeanor. She looked straight at Li Yuan and dropped a harsh comment. "It looks fine, but in reality, it's full of flaws." "Full of flaws? How could that be? She couldn't be bluffing me, right?" Li Yuan secretly doubted Fang Yunsu's comment. Standing nearby, Lu Beiling couldn't help but be bewildered. It was so tight that not even a drop of water could beak through, yet it still revealed many flaws. Despite everyone's amazement, Fang Yunsu coldly evaluated that his hammer technique was too rigid, stereotypical, and lacked flexibility, making it hard to achieve anything great. She immediately called out the names of Shen Songying and Miao Jin, ordering both to step up and practice with Li Yuan. Receiving the order, the 2 young men answered clearly and loudly, then quickly advanced towards the arena.
The situation escalated from a technical demonstration to a super intense 2-on-1 combat, hitting as hard as an Ang Luen's Sonic remix track. One of them spoke up, "Please guide us, Brother Li," while Li Yuan had already taken a defensive stance with the heavy hammer on his shoulder. As soon as the match began, Shen Songying and Miao Jin immediately unleashed their strongest killer moves, Bai Lan Saver Technique and Li Ha Palm. Facing the relentless attacks, Li Yuan both defended and pondered deeply. What does this woman want to do? Could it be that she has seen through something? He reassured himself that he absolutely did not reveal any moves of the Bingdao Dosha Chui, so the opponent couldn't possibly see through him. Seeing their opponent seemingly distracted, one of them roared angrily, "You still dare to be distracted." Li Yuan immediately focused, swinging his hammer to create powerful vortexes of energy to repel all attacks. He concluded that Fang Yuanxiu was definitely using this method to probe his true strength. Li Yuan moved nimbly, step by step neutralizing the siege of the two experts.
The battle was at its climax when Fang Yunshu suddenly shouted out loud, "Stop!" Every movement instantly came to a halt. Li Yuan retracted his hammer and stood tall, while his two opponents both clearly revealed looks of astonishment. Shang Sangying looked at his trembling hand with a bleeding wound, bitterly admitting in his heart, combining forces with Miao Zhen, yet they still lost so quickly. Fang Yunshu was astonished, asking herself, hammer technique at perfection? Li Yuan stood there, calm as if nothing had happened, but in his heart he was calculating meticulously. He thought to himself that thanks to Master's guidance a few days ago, he had gained a bit more comprehension, but even he himself wasn't sure if his current level had reached major achievement or perfection. Li Yuan realized that this woman was indeed probing him, but he firmly believed she could not see through what he truly hiding. Calm as water on the outside, his mind was running over a dozen backup plans simultaneously. He told himself that if she still wanted to test him, at most he would only reveal his heaven-sent physical strength, while absolute secret techniques like Chuzheng Ro Qing, White Ape Energy, and especially Bingda Dasha Chui must be kept strictly hidden.
Fang Yunshu was still in shock, muttering, "Practicing martial arts for 1 year, hammer technique at perfection." The surrounding crowd was equally in an uproar, with some expressing astonishment because they had only ever seen this realm in veteran martial arts masters of large martial arts schools. The crowd was currently as chaotic as if they had just witnessed a game bug appearing in real life. Lu Beiling panicked and grabbed her hand, her face clearly showing disbelief. "Aunt, little aunt, you couldn't have seen it wrong, right? How could he have reached the perfection of the hammer technique?" Fang Yunshu firmly replied that she had practiced martial arts since the age of 7, using all kinds of spiritual medicines to nourish herself for 10 years, so her judgment regarding the perfection realm could absolutely not be wrong. Lu Beiling screamed in jealousy and astonishment. "Impossible! This is absolutely impossible!" Fang Yunshu began to interrogate the young man's background more closely. "You have only studied martial arts for a year?" Li Yuan calmly replied, "Less than a year." When asked about his family background, he honestly recounted that his parents had died early, his family had declined, and he had only entered the weaponsmithy last year, having never learned any martial arts before that. His resume was so basic that there was no room to suspect cheating. Li Yuan secretly thought that although he didn't want to attract too much attention, since the situation was already exposed, he had to accept it. Fang Yunshu was secretly amazed, because she didn't expect such a genius to appear in Kaoliu County. She understood that reaching the perfection level of a low-tier martial art was not extremely formidable, but taking only 1 year to do so meant there were hardly anyone like that in the entire Zheilong prefecture. And those rare geniuses were all descendants of martial arts aristocratic families with extremely superior cultivation resources and conditions. Fang Yunshu decisively took out a wooden token, handed it to Li Yuan, and instructed, "Take this token. In March of next year, you can enter Shen Binggu. At that time, someone will come to pick you up." Li Yuan respectfully accepted the precious item. "Thank you, female warrior Fang." He was secretly delighted, because now, even if Cao Yan disappeared for a few years and didn't return, he could still leave on his own through the orthodox path. Fang Yunshu also earnestly advised him that if he had the capability, he shouldn't rush to break through internal energy, but should calm his mind and practice the hammer technique to grand perfection. She affirmed that if he could do that, even if his aptitude was only lower middle, he would have the possibility to directly enter the inner sect. She secretly thought Elder Han would definitely be very happy to see this kid, and then ordered, "You may step down first." Li Yuan obediently replied, "All right," and quietly walked away. When left alone, Fang Yunshu scratched her head in confusion because she almost forgot her main mission, which was to investigate the user of the Bingdao Dosha tree technique. She reassured herself that by discovering a genius like Li Yuan, Elder Han probably wouldn't blame her even if she hadn't caught the culprit yet. Thinking back and forth, she suddenly fell into a state where her main mission was unfinished, but her side mission was completed excellently. Just then, Lu Baoling ran over, acting coquettishly, and said she didn't eat that token, because even if she held it, she wouldn't be strong enough to compete with other outstanding seeds. Seeing her aunt in a daze, the girl suddenly realized something unusual and shouted, "You already gave Yue Yunjin one before, and now you're giving away another one." Lu Bailing smiled mischievously, teasing her aunt for being too thin-skinned to ask for it back, and declared that she would help her aunt get one token back immediately. At Easy Tower, Lu Bailing raised her cup to congratulate Li Yuan on obtaining the initiation token. Taking this opportunity, Li Yuan immediately inquired about the whereabouts of red gold, the precious material he was longing for. Lu Bailing revealed that her father had hidden some, but he was currently not at home, and she didn't know the exact location, so she promised to ask him to help Li Yuan when he returned. The opportunity was there, but the path to get it was as thorny as Tang Sanzong going to obtain the scriptures. Hearing that the magistrate was not in the city, Li Yuan pondered deeply. Lu Bailing continued to share important information about the rules of Shenbinggu. The chief envoy searching for talents had the right to issue 2 tokens, while a deputy envoy, like her youngest aunt, only had a single quota. The fact that both Li Yuan and senior brother Yue were currently holding tokens made the situation extremely complicated. Looking at senior brother Yue slumped on the table dead drunk, Li Yuan secretly understood Lu Bailing's reminder. If there was only 1 quota from the deputy envoy, surely 1 token would be revoked, and the person at highest risk was senior brother Yue. This was the reason why the usually calm senior was now drowning his sorrows in alcohol. Li Yuan sat alone at the banquet table, his mind fully focused on the mysterious chief envoy named Ghostface Pragna Han Shugo. He secretly wondered why such a master famous for the heavy hammer had not yet appeared in the city, and whether the bloody sect extermination incident at the Bodhisattva temple was truly related to this terrifying figure.
A few days later, under the silent night of the suburban graveyard, Li Yuan quietly appeared among the desolate tombs. He carefully observed his surroundings, searching for the corpse of the bandit Li He that had been discarded here. After a while of searching, his eyes lit up when he saw the familiar spiritual energy emitting from a corpse hidden behind some rotten logs. Li Yuan breathed a sigh of relief when he realized the second-tier treasure, the human skin mask, was still intact on the unfortunate man's face. The eerie scene was enough to make an ordinary passerby run for their lives. Li Yuan approached and gently peeled the human skin mask off Li Hei's corpse. He thought to himself, "I will bury you later. Consider this mask as my reward." Keeping his promise, he began to dig a deep hole right in the middle of the dark woods. The sound of the shovel piercing the dry, rocky soil echoed steadily until the new grave was completed. After filling the earth and giving the deceased a proper burial, Li Yuan stood silently before the grave, clasped his hands respectfully, and recited a prayer. The deities of the 10 directions are countless, incarnating into the 10 directional realms, saving and delivering sentient beings. Having just filled the dirt hole for the unfortunate soul, Li Yuan muttered, "In your next life, reincarnate in a place with a TV and unlimited soft drinks." Just as he was about to leave, a strange noise made him freeze, his sharp eyes piercing the darkness. Someone was here. The atmosphere instantly shifted from a lullaby-like spiritual vibe to a horror movie preparing for a jump scare. As quick as lightning, Li Yuan stepped back and hid behind an ancient tree, holding his breath to observe the mysterious group of people who had just appeared in the desolate graveyard.
Under the hazy moonlight, a group of people wearing black cloaks and conical hats covering their faces were gathering. The leaders spoke up and asked, "Zifeng, have the people of Zhenwu Hall all been dealt with?" The subordinate respectfully reported that although they had left the mark of Zhenwu Hall in the county towns, there was still one person in Kaoliu whose whereabouts were unknown. Without hesitation, the incense master ordered, "Continue investigating." He gritted his teeth as he mentioned Cao Yan, who had been frightened out of his wits by Han Shuigu for the past few months, and demanded they find his whereabouts. A subordinate quickly reassured him that they had found his residence, and Cao Yan would soon return to the city. The incense master immediately mobilized people to act as his guards as soon as he returned, while expressing concern that the ghost-faced Asura Han Shuigu was waiting for them to take the bait. Waiting until the voices gradually faded and then fell silent, Li Yuan finally dared to breathe a sigh of relief. Why were the voices getting softer and softer? Could it be that they had all left? He silently lamented his bizarre luck for stumbling into this kind of major event right after stepping outside. Looking in the direction the mysterious group had just left, Li Yuan shuddered, concluding that the one called Incense Master was even more dangerous than Fang Yunshu. Just standing a few meters away made his hair stand on end. The distance was close, but it felt like standing next to a final map boss. From the conversation he had just heard, he was shocked to realize that Magistrate Lu Yunqing and Grand Shopkeeper Cao Yan were actually in cahoots with this group of people.
Li Yuan pondered and pieced everything together, a deep sense of extreme unease rising in his heart. A magistrate, a grand shopkeeper of a weaponsmithy famous for over 200 years, plus an incense master of unknown origin, this combination was definitely not just a simple gathering to drink tea. He asked himself in horror, could it be that they wanted to rebel against the imperial court? Whirlpool of conspiracy, Li Yuan scratched his head in exhaustion. Please, I just want to cultivate martial arts in peace. In the middle of the dark cave, Grand Shopkeeper Cao Yan was struggling to crawl out with heavy pants, sweat profusely soaking his exhausted face. Seeing his figure, the subordinate Feng Song, who was hiding outside, immediately praised.
Shopkeeper Cao's aptitude is very good. To grasp this Hua Sha Lei Yin Zhuang Gu Shu so quickly, no wonder the incense master thinks so highly of you. Cao Yan did not reply. He just staggered and vomited a mouthful of cloudy white gas, seeming to have just gone through an extremely harsh tempering process. Forcing himself up after the exhaustion, Cao Yan looked at the masked man in front of him and asked in a low, harsh voice, "Feng Song, what are you doing here?" Feng Song calmly replied that he came here under the incense master's orders to take him back to the city. Hearing about having to return, Cao Yan couldn't help but worry about the presence of ghost-faced Pradnya. Return to the city? Then what about that Han Shui Gu? Feng Song smiled sarcastically, stating that Han Shui Gu was now bold and weak, and no longer a threat since the incense master had personally appeared. He also did not forget to mock that the Huabao saber technique valued fierceness, and if Cao Yan kept retreating whenever he faced difficulties, he would never cultivate to the perfection realm in his entire life. Touched on a sore spot, Cao Yan angrily shouted back, "Whether I can cultivate or not? What does it have to do with you?" Not wanting to argue further, the two quietly stepped out of the dark cave. Standing on the rock ledge looking toward Kaoliu County, which was sinking into the night, Feng Song ordered in a deep voice, "It's time to head back."
Standing by the forge, Li Yuan could not help but ponder as he pieced together the recent complex developments. He once thought the assassination of Ko Long was merely a local struggle for benefits in Kaoliu County, but now he realized the water behind it was truly very deep. Shen Bingge was a massive force that had stood tall in Zhelong Prefecture for 1,000 years. Someone like Cao Yan must have allied with an extremely high-level faction to dare provoke this colossal entity. He wondered if the Shen Bingge experts, who had remained silent all this time, were waiting for the masterminds to reveal themselves in a game of big fish eating small fish. The more he thought about it, the more he felt like a background character, accidentally standing in the center of a storm. Li Yuan wiped his sweat, secretly worried that he would be implicated when he had painstakingly secured a spot from Fang Yunshu without even having the chance to reap any benefits yet. He told himself that only by becoming stronger could he survive. Right at that moment, the blacksmith master rushed in frantically, announcing that Grand Shopkeeper Cao Yan had returned, and the first person he asked for was him. To Li Yuan's astonishment, the master urged him to quickly prepare to go see him immediately. Li Yuan felt a bit uneasy. He had originally intended to use Fang Yunshu to cling to Shen Bingge in order to avoid Cao Yan, but now the old man had proactively sought him out, leaving him only able to silently pray that absolutely nothing unexpected would happen. His plan to dodge the boss had not even been executed before the boss came knocking at his door.
Li Yuan quietly followed his master into the courtyard, where Cao Yan was already waiting by a banquet table filled with food. Upon seeing the two figures, the grand shopkeeper warmly greeted them. "Elder has arrived. Please sit. You sit as well." He did not spare his words of praise for the blacksmith master, who had dedicatedly handled everything in the smithy during the recent eventful days. The blacksmith master tactfully returned the courtesy, stating that it was thanks to the smithy's cultivation that he merely contributed a meager effort. Cao Yan nodded in deep agreement, noting that true sentiments are only seen in times of hardship, and then suddenly turned to look at Li Yuan. The old man admitted his own shortcomings for having met him a few times without realizing the smithy harbored such an outstanding talent, one who was not only skilled in forging but also possessed such high attainment in the hammer technique. The praise sounded sweet, but the more he praised, the more it proved a request was imminent. Li Yuan could only bow his head respectfully. This disciple wouldn't dare. The atmosphere suddenly grew tense when Cao Yan brought up the fact that he had interacted with Fang Yunsu. The blacksmith master standing nearby also chimed in, admitting that even he had not foreseen his student's aptitude being so excellent as to reach perfection in the hammer technique, a realm that many people take years to achieve. Cao Yan sighed with deep regret, expressing that it would be a true pity if a good seed chosen by the weaponsmithy like him could not stay here. Sensing the intention to force him to stay, Li Yuan immediately spoke up, asserting that no matter what his aptitude was, he would never forget the training grace of the smithy and the grand shopkeeper. Cao Yan took a sip of tea and nodded slightly in satisfaction, remembering gratitude was good. He began to confide his original plan to move the weaponsmithy to the prefecture city next year. However, due to consecutive unforeseen events resulting in the deaths of the shopkeepers and guards, the smithy was currently in a severe manpower shortage. Standing in the windy courtyard, Cao Yan made a weighty proposal. If Li Yuan accepted to temporarily stay and help, he would receive all the treatment no different from the other shopkeepers, and even his family could move into the smithy to live. He also promised that in a few years, if he still wanted to go to Shenbenga, the smithy would fully support him. Faced with this coercive proposal, Li Yuan respectfully clasped his hands and replied, "Many thanks for the grand shopkeeper's high regard. This disciple is extremely flattered." Although his mouth spoke words of gratitude, in his heart he secretly concluded that on the surface Cao Yan was asking for his opinion, but in reality he was exuding a pressure that made it impossible for him to refuse. Seeing Li Yuan being sensible, Cao Yan broke into a radiant smile, raised his cup, and shouted loudly, "Good." The two of them clinked their cups under the silent witness of the old master. The cup of wine seemed like a gesture of making friends, but it felt somewhat amiss, like an oral contract that could not be refused.
The banquet lasted until the sunset dyed the whole sky red. The blacksmith master seemed to be drunk. He staggered to his feet, put his arm around Li Yuan's shoulder, and took his leave. Grand shopkeeper, Li Yuan and I will return to the forging room first. Cao Yan calmly nodded, telling the master and disciple to take their time walking since they had drunk some wine after all. On the outside, it was as peaceful as a dying party, but in everyone's heart, they were calculating all sorts of things. When he was left alone, the mysterious dark shadow of Feng Chong suddenly appeared right behind Cao Yan. He wondered whether suppressing a proud genius like Li Yuan would make him harbor resentment. Cao Yan coldly replied that there wasn't an apprentice who didn't harbor resentment when they had to do hard labor, but because they were afraid of being fired, they still had to bury their heads in work every day. He admitted that he truly couldn't bear to kill a 17-year-old genius who could continuously forge top-tier weapons, something that rarely anyone in the weaponsmithy had been able to do for the past 200 years. Cao Yan clearly understood that it was those geniuses who created the reputation and helped him learn the Hubao saber to break through to inner strengthening, from which he would have enough power to attack Shelong Prefecture. Feng Zhang remarked that the kid was indeed extraordinary, as he had already started asking around about red gold, and then sent wishes to Cao Yan to soon gain control of this talent to advance in his career.
Watching Feng Chang's back gradually disappearing to the darkness, Cao Yan pondered deeply about Li Yan's search for red gold. The old man wondered if this kid was already somewhat certain of his ability to forge top-grade weapons. Cao Yan's eyes turned sharp and cold. He looked into the void and asserted in a low, harsh voice, This person can absolutely only work for me." Cao Yan sat quietly in the middle of the courtyard as the lanterns began to be lit. The forging master held his head in deep regret, blaming himself for letting Li Yan show off his top-grade saber forging technique so early. Now the grand shopkeeper had developed the intention to keep him at all costs, causing the old man to worry. "What do you mean let you go after a few years? It's clear he wants to keep you under house arrest here forever." Seeing his master so overly guilty, Li Yan immediately teased him, asking for a few hundred taels of silver as compensation, which made the old man angrily yell at him to get lost at once. The tense atmosphere was broken in an instant, looking like the two of them were bickering just to relieve their sorrow. However, after the anger, the master still earnestly advised that if he had accepted to stay, he must proactively demand a lot of cultivation resources. Otherwise, being too content would make Cao Yan suspicious. Li Yan smiled gratefully at his master's care, secretly understanding what he needed to do in the coming time. As night fell, Li Yan stood silently under the porch, his mind fully focused on Cao Yan's secret room, where he suspected the pure gold he longed for was hidden.
He practiced shirtless in the cold night, silently analyzing the 7 stars external body training. Although it was praised as invulnerable to swords and spears after reaching major achievement, he clearly understood that its limit only stopped at ordinary weapons, and against top-grade sharp blades, this layer of defense would definitely be pierced. Looking into the distance, Li Yan couldn't help but feel anxious and worried about Sun Banzi's whereabouts. He wondered why even Cao Yan had returned, but his normally timid brother was still nowhere to be seen, even though he knew that Fat Sun would never dare to stay outside for too long. Returning to his room, Li Yan gently fed the little mouse, and then took out the treasure he had just snatched from the mass grave. The human skin mask, as thin as a cicada's wing, made him marvel at its exquisite craftsmanship. Feeling curious, he decided to stick it on his face to test the effect. A new skin was just added to the inventory, and his appearance was updated. Looking at himself in the mirror, Li Yan was amazed at the complete change in his appearance, to the point that even he could not find a single flaw even at the closest distance. Although he regretted that he only had one face to change, he understood that this disguise would be very helpful for his upcoming secret operations. Li Yan put on a black cloak that covered his entire body, whispered to the little mouse that he would be back a little late, and quickly disappeared into the night. Li Yan thought to himself that since Cao Yan dared to do one thing, he must do 15 to return the favor. He wondered if Fang Yunshu really knew the identity of that mysterious incense master. In the quiet night, Li Yan, dressed in mysterious black clothes, quietly advanced towards the Lu residence. As soon as he saw the shadow of a stranger appearing, the sleepy guard immediately asked gruffly, "It's so late, who are you looking for?" Unfortunately, he chose the wrong person to question on his night shift. Before he could finish his sentence, Li Yan had already thrown a thunderous punch, causing the guard to collapse on a slot. As quick as lightning, he took out a prepared piece of paper and pinned it firmly to the wooden gate of the Lu residence. Immediately afterward, Li Yan executed the ultimate skill weapon control on the Li Hao beats, his body transforming flexibly like flying petals in midair to escape the scene. He gently glided over the towering roofs, leaving behind the astonishment of his pursuers. Shortly after, Fang Yunshu also quickly appeared, holding the paper Li Yan left behind with an extremely serious expression. The content of the letter clearly stated, "Incense Master, Han Junjun has been led away, returning to the city now. When will we kill Cao Yan?" At first glance, it looked like a top-secret letter. Looking closely, it was exactly like an upgraded version of confessing crimes on someone else's behalf. Standing and observing from afar, Li Yan told himself that hiding was meaningless now. He believed that even if Fang Yunshu realized this was a frame-up,
With the personality of a disciple of Shen Bingge, she would definitely go find evidence to clarify the matter. Li Yuan was confident that with his internal energy outburst combined with the Li Hao boots, his current speed had far surpassed even the second shopkeeper Yu Chen.
He was secretly pleased with the perfect combination of the boots and this human skin mask. To ensure safety, Li Yuan decided to give his new identity a very catchy name. After eliminating the name Li Yuan for fear of association, he settled on the name Li Yuan Ba. Just hearing the name made it sound like someone not to be messed with, the type where the opponent would want to apologize before even fighting. Returning to his room, he took off the mask and threw himself on the bed, hoping that Fang Yunshu would not disappoint him. The next morning at the weaponsmithy, a resounding shout tore through the quiet atmosphere. Fang Yunshu stood imposingly in front of the gate, roaring with fury. "Cao Yan, get out here and see me."
"Who has the guts to barge into my weaponsmithy?" Cao Yan shouted loudly when he saw someone blatantly intruding into his territory. However, as soon as he recognized the person standing before him as Fang Yunxiu and her entourage, his attitude immediately changed, his face clearly showing embarrassment and fear. Cao Yan hurriedly lowered his voice, respectfully asking, "Female warrior Fang, may I ask why you are—" The only response to his words was a burst of dark green internal energy. Fang Yunxiu decisively drew her sword with an overwhelming aura, the sharp blade unsheathed, leaving Cao Yan stunned and terrified. Watching from a distance, Li Yuan could not help but marvel. Tiantian's sword technique, so proficient, so pleasing to the eye, much more beautiful than the hammer technique. "I did not know female warrior Fang was coming. Cao could not welcome you from afar. Please forgive my offense." Ignoring the apology, Fang Yunxiu coldly ordered her subordinates, "Seize him." 2 soldiers immediately closed in to restrain Cao Yan. The old shopkeeper still tried to justify himself. "Female warrior Fang, where did Cao offend you? Or what crime has Cao committed? In what capacity are you arresting Cao?" Not letting the opponent finish his sentence, Fang Yunxiu executed her footwork as fast as lightning. A superior sword strike left a long slash on Cao Yan's chest, causing him to scream in pain. Li Yuan was shocked, thinking to himself, "This is a superior sword technique, smooth and flowing, absolutely beautiful, containing a strong killing intent within. It is beautiful indeed, but probably no one wants to be in the position of experiencing it firsthand like this." Cao Yan clutched his wound, gritting his teeth and calling the opponent's name in sheer anger. Standing tall and unyielding, Fang Yunxiu boldly declared, "Everything in Zheilong Prefecture, as long as it is related to our Shen Binggu has the right to handle it ourselves. This is an edict from the Grand Ancestor. What are you dissatisfied with?" She emphasized her suspicion of him participating in the ambush to murder Ko Long, and threatened to kill him on the spot if he dared to resist, rendering even Zhenwu Hall unable to intervene. Cao Yan could only utter in frustration, "You," Fang Yunxiu coldly commanded, "tie him up." Immediately 2 soldiers closed in to restrain Cao Yan amid his extreme indignation. Cao Yan roared in resentment. "Does Shen Binggu bully others like this?" Amidst the tension, the master suddenly rushed forward to intervene, causing Li Yuan to panic inwardly. "This is bad. Why is master here?" He hurriedly held him back, while the old master still screamed frantically, "Let me go! Stop her!" Officially shifting from a sophisticated plan to holding family members back lest they ruin the game. Li Yuan worriedly thought to himself, "Master's impulsive action is ruining the whole plan, and if we can't do it this time, I'm afraid they won't be able to take anyone else away."
Wailing echoed as Cao Yan's family rushed over to surround Fang Yunshu. They fell to their knees, kowtowing and begging pitifully, "Please release our head of the family. There must be a misunderstanding here. We beg you to investigate again." Faced with the crowd's pleading, Fang Yunshu maintained a cold, sharp expression, decisively turning her back and walking away. Cao Yan roared his final defense. "Commander Ko and I have had grudges in the past, but absolutely not to the point of ambushing and murdering him. If you want to interrogate me, this Cao will absolutely not speak half a word of a lie." He was escorted away amidst the hopeless cries for help from his relatives, leaving behind a chaotic scene right in front of the weaponsmithy's gate. Li Yuan quietly watched the fading silhouettes of the group, secretly concluding that female warrior Fang was still too lenient. Deep down, he told himself that if it were him, he would have directly beheaded them to settle everything once and for all. His line of thought was very neat. In a difficult math problem, whatever part is too hard, just skip it quickly. Although her way of handling things was somewhat decisive, it was still not ruthless enough. However, he believed that after this incident, Cao Yan would definitely have to be less arrogant. Li Yuan sighed softly, thinking that if Han Shuigou were here today, the outcome would definitely have been different.
A few days later, the atmosphere in the city became increasingly stifling. The blacksmith master sat in deep thought, recounting to Li Yuan how many families had allied to go to the Lu residence to demand an explanation, but the result was that Fang Yunshu furiously took action, leaving many injured. There were even people who died outside the Lu residence, causing their families to wear mourning clothes and cry tragically right at the gate, creating an extremely miserable scene. Putting those scandalous matters aside, the old master turned to praise Li Yuan's outstanding progress. He was amazed to see him consecutively forge 11 high-grade weapons without a single mistake, his temperature control level already on par with his own. The old master suggested he try his hand at a top-grade heavy hammer that he had accepted to forge earlier. Li Yuan did not hesitate, his eyes shining with determination. This disciple wants to try forging a top-grade weapon alone. Although scolded by his master for being too hasty, he firmly asserted that the time had come. Li Yuan silently calculated. More than a month and a half had passed, and Lu Yunqing still had not returned, so the hope of getting red gold from him was almost zero. He decisively provided a list of materials. This disciple needs 3 taels of red gold, more than 10 jin of black iron, and more than 10 jin of Beijing cold iron. Looking at the people in mourning clothes passing by the gate of the weaponsmithy, Li Yuan silently evaluated the methods of Cao Yan and Fang Yunqiu. He judged that although their martial arts were very good, their mindset had not truly undergone harsh actual combat training, leading to many loopholes in their actions. The fighting looked beautiful, but their psychological game was still a bit immature. To him, martial arts were martial arts, and methods were methods. They absolutely could not be equated as one. Li Yuan quietly left the weaponsmithy and walked straight to the Lu residence to find Fang Yunqiu.
Inside the courtyard, Fang Yunqiu was strictly teaching martial arts to Lu Bailing. She explained the core essence of the Baihua Tuozhong, emphasizing that the key point lies in the interplay of illusion and reality generated at will, like 100 flowers blooming in the void. Seeing her niece looking discouraged and exhausted, she scolded lightly. Don't purse your lips, don't cry, continue practicing. One taught with all her heart, while the other learned half to death. Seeing Li Yuan arrive, Fang Yunqiu sheathed her sword and asked what was going on. He took the opportunity to seek guidance regarding a strange sensation outside his body when circulating his blood qi vigorously, wondering if it was an omen before an internal energy breakthrough. Astonished by his rapid progress, she asked if he had used any pills for assistance. Li Yuan honestly admitted that he had used a low-grade Boi Yuan pill. Fang Yunqiu nodded, considering it reasonable, and explained that internal energy is the process of blood qi nourishing the body to its limit and then bursting forth. She affirmed that with his hammer technique having reached perfection, he could completely cultivate the white ape energy without needing to comprehend the basic diagram. Li Yuan sighed in relief inwardly as his doubts were resolved, making him completely at ease. Fang Yunqiu instructed him that if he could break through, he didn't need to suppress it, because changing to cultivate a different internal energy is only truly necessary after reaching the body-tempering realm. Seeing Li Yuan still anxiously asking about internal energy covering the whole body and its connection to the inner strengthening realm, she got a little cranky, thinking he was worrying too far ahead when his current internal energy had not yet truly taken shape, trying to run a marathon before knowing how to walk. Looking at the young man's attitude, Fang Yunqiu inwardly concluded that Li Yuan was someone with excellent aptitude, but a bit arrogant. Fang Yunqiu looked at Li Yuan and reminded him in a deep voice that learning martial arts is not a matter of a day or two, but the result of hard training over the years. She advised him not to know too much right now, but just focus on practicing his hammer technique to the grand perfection realm in order to break through his internal energy. Simply put, don't unlock all the skill branches when you don't have enough points. Li Yuan listened quietly, beginning to visualize in his mind the realms from internal energy, body tempering to inner strengthening, where strength would flow throughout the body and penetrate deeply into the internal organs. Seeing Lu Bailing collapse in exhaustion right on the training ground, Fang Yunqiu allowed her to rest and told Li Yuan he should head home as it was getting late. Before leaving, Li Yuan hesitantly asked about where to buy pure gold, but she admitted this item did not circulate among commoners, and even she didn't have any because she was poor. Not giving up, Li Yuan earnestly asked Fang Yunqiu to help him use his accumulated silver to exchange for an ounce or two of gold. She mentioned that Elder Han's assets amounted to millions of silver, so he definitely had some, or he could seek out the Errand family, and then promised to ask around for him if she had free time. Li Yuan respectfully complied and quietly left the residence. Walking under the sun, he secretly assessed that Fang Yunqiu was not someone who couldn't be used, and felt that talking to her was much more comfortable than dealing with that sly old fox Cao Yan. In the courtyard, Cao Yan was extremely resentful when thinking about Li Yuan's outrageous request for 3 taels of pure gold and 5 caddies of Xuan iron. He wondered if this kid was dreaming of forging the Bihan Q Shui sword. Sitting opposite Feng Chang, Cao Yan could not help but sigh that a place like Kowloon County could produce such a good forging seat. He was amazed that Li Yuan, at only 17 years old, dared to attempt forging a sharp top-tier weapon. Feng Chang coldly warned that if that kid dared to have any other ulterior motives, he would make a move, making Cao Yan wary of which side he truly belonged to. Cao Yan affirmed that without 30 years of training, it is absolutely impossible to create a top-tier weapon, and if Li Yuan actually succeeded, he feared the Han Shui army would be alerted. He also complained that he did not have much pure gold left in his hands, and could not let a disciple waste it on practice. It sounded both like the advice of an expert and like a parent whose wallet hurt seeing their child spent money. Right at that moment, Feng Chong mentioned that the incense master was about to come here in person, and if the Han Shui army dared to come, it might actually be a good thing. He calmly snatched the 3 taels of pure gold from Cao Yan's hand, considering it as a guard's fee, leaving the old shopkeeper to only utter a frustrated word. You? Li Yuan had just returned home and pushed the door open when he froze upon hearing a strange noise. He immediately became vigilant, realizing that a stranger was hiding in the house. As quick as lightning, Li Yuan swung his weapon to take a defensive stance, his sharp eyes staring into the darkness. Before he could even rest after coming home, he had to switch on survival mode. From the corner of the room, Feng Chong stepped out with a smug look, praising his sharpness. He revealed that he had sought him out right at his door because he heard of his extremely high NA talent and wanted to forge a top-tier weapon named the Qifeng sword together with him.
Facing the stranger who had just broken in, Li Yan growled a warning. There is no logic in breaking into someone's room at night to ask for weapon forging. Who are you, sir? The only response to his vigilance was a series of mysterious, arrogant laughs. He casually grabbed Li Yan's little mouse as a hostage and dropped a threat reeking of gunpowder. I will be back in 20 days. If you cannot forge it or ruin the item, do not blame me. The peak of a villain, entering someone's house and taking a mouse hostage just to set the mood. Having said that, he flicked the mouse back to Li Yan and disappeared into the night as fast as the wind. Li Yan pondered. He realized that over the past few months, the person asking him to forge items was not only Liang Sui, but this was the first time someone dared to come to his door to threaten him late at night like this. In particular, his accent was completely different from the people of Caoli County. While thinking, he suddenly stopped when he saw what the man had left on the table. Red gold. Li Yan could not believe his eyes. The extremely rare material he had been longing for now had exactly 3 taels lying right in front of him. He slammed his hand on the table, his eyes burning with determination. Enough. 1 second he was threatened. The next second he immediately switched to business mode. With 1,000 jins of iron, 100 taels of silver, 10 taels of gold, and the red gold he just acquired, Li Yan immediately prepared for a major turning point. He shouted, "Upgrade!" A bright golden light began to spread from his hands, enveloping the space.
The giant incense burner that Li Yuan seized from the Bodhisattva temple now acted as a mysterious altar, radiating a billowing blue spiritual energy. He was amazed to see the stone pedestal beneath begin to expand endlessly, with blue lightning striking continuously, accompanied by deafening explosions that made the room shake violently. Li Yuan was bewildered, wondering what exactly these shocking sounds meant, and whether they contained some hidden information that he still could not comprehend at the moment. Overcoming the violent tremors, the system notification finally appeared. 3rd-tier Weapon Master, Li Yuan. The number of weapons he could control had increased to 3, and the cooldown time when switching weapons was also reduced by half. Li Yuan clenched his fists and cheered with excitement. Finally succeeded. Now my effective range has expanded significantly, allowing me to control types of weapons that I have never touched before. In particular, to use the green snake diagram, he needed to prepare 2 long spears, along with strict conditions regarding spear techniques.
Without hesitation, Li Yuan immediately tested his new strength with the hammer technique. He shouted loudly, "Weapon control, Bai Lian Pafeng hammer." A surge of power billowed like a massive wave, making him feel as though he possessed the might of an entire army. Even though the hammer weighed 100 jin, when swung, it carried a heavy force of up to 3 tons, capable of erupting with earth-shattering power. With the armor-piercing external body training talent and his proficiency in long weapons, Li Yuan clearly felt the stacking of effects, from the weight of 1,000 jin, the grand momentum and heavy force, to the magical Tu-Zhong Ro-Qing ability. Buff stacking on buff, reading it through, it only lacked a line adding 9,999 damage to be complete. He calculated quickly in his head, 30 jin is 1 jin, a force of 100 jin meant 3,000 jin. Although he didn't see his base strength increase too much, this intense sensation told him that as long as he had a sufficiently heavy hammer, he could erupt with terrifying force multiples times greater than before. In other words, his body wasn't maxed out yet, but the weapon was carrying the team. Standing in the middle of the quiet courtyard, he secretly wondered if he had a hammer weighing 10,000 jin, could he smash Cao Yan to death in a single strike? The feeling right now was truly miraculous, as if any hammer that fell into his hands could instantly be controlled and used proficiently. Li Yuan wondered to himself, could this be the true sensation of a hammer technique genius? He began swinging the hammer to test it, every movement finding the best angle to exert force incredibly naturally, no longer a proficiency gained through practice but like an inherent instinct. Li Yuan swung a powerful hammer strike. A jade-green burst of internal energy accompanied by exploding lightning bolts crashed straight into the ground, creating a terrifying explosion that sent shattered bricks and stones flying everywhere. He himself was astounded by this power, because even without erupting his blood ki or internal energy, the force of a casual hammer strike far exceeded the combined power of 7-8 previous strikes. The combination of the 1,000 jin weight and the Tu-Zhong Ro-Qing effect brought about unbelievably good results.
However, he also realized that unranked hammers would not be able to withstand such eruptive force. He needed to find a hammer that fit his hands better to fully unleash his true strength.
Li Yuan continued to dive into his training at a terrifying speed, with brilliant golden streaks from his moves surrounding his agile body. His hammer technique had approached the grand perfection realm, and the buffing effect from his talent made his cultivation progress much faster than imagined. Others measured their martial arts training in years, while he measured it by a half-month deadline. Li Yuan smiled confidently. He estimated that in at most another half a month, the Bingdao Doshachui technique would definitely reach the proficiency level. He pondered over the secrets recorded in the manual, realizing why ordinary people without talent found it difficult to learn this hammer technique, to the point where even a lifetime of bitter training could not achieve major achievement. After reading it, he could only say that this game is pay to win through talent. Previously, he thought his slow progress was due to the lack of the mind-weapon connection method, but now he fully understood that everything depended on an individual's talent. Even those possessing top-tier aptitude would mostly only learn the basics. Looking at the requirements to upgrade the weapon mastery record to the 4th tier, with 1,000 jin of 100 refined steel, 1,000 taels of silver, 10 taels of gold, and 5 taels of red gold, Li Yuan couldn't help but sigh at how heaven-defying it was. He suddenly wondered why that mysterious person had coincidentally brought exactly the 3 taels of red gold he needed, and whether this matter had anything to do with Cao Yan. With his current strength, killing people like Qin Sheng would only take a single hammer strike, but Li Yuan immediately dismissed the idea of robbing to get rich. He told himself that he was a Taoist master, and a Taoist master must have moral principles. He then hurriedly clasped his hands and prayed to the ancestral master, asking for forgiveness for his fleeting thoughts, and quickly stood up. Early in the morning, after failing to test the Kantian Shulu, Li Yuan sat dazedly in the middle of the courtyard, telling himself that perhaps he must completely master the weapon mastery record to obtain a new bestowal record. In his current state, testing new features and receiving error messages, he felt that he was now even more fanatical than the old man in his previous life. However, he had to comfort himself that if the 3rd tier didn't work, he would wait until he reached the 4th tier to try again. Li Yuan realized that after controlling the Pafang hammer, he needed to prepare a long hammer to use, but currently he didn't even have a 3rd tier weapon. Suddenly remembering his master's story about Cao Yan's secret chamber, which hid the weaponsmithy's best weapons over the past 200 years, Li Yuan couldn't help but feel excited to go inside for a visit. He sighed, lamenting that Kowloon County was too small and top-tier weapons were extremely rare, so he could only try harder on his own. Returning to the smithy, Li Yuan began crafting the Chu Shui sword by mixing cold iron, black iron, and red gold. Just hearing this combo of materials was enough to feel money flying away like the wind. To forge a top-grade weapon, the most important factor was the heat. He had to use 100 refined blood iron blending together with cold iron and red gold. He applied a folding and forging method over 18 times so the iron layers could interlock, then quenched it through 16 different types of liquids, among which using cold pool water and spirit fish blood was the best. Li Yuan realized that top-grade forging techniques were much harder than the hammer technique because each type of weapon had a different forging method. Thanks to the support of his hammer technique talent, it only took him a few short days to complete the work that would normally take an ordinary person up to 10 days. Even so, he still secretly regretted not being able to directly observe the quenching process. If he had a thermometer, everything would have been much easier.
With the forging process deeply engraved in his heart, supported by his perfection-level hammer technique and hammer-type aptitude, Li Yuan felt he had reached the threshold of perfection-level forging. The only weakness right now lay in controlling the timing of the quenching and the temperature of the cooling water. He concentrated intensely as he held the red-hot sword blade just pulled from the furnace, preparing to dip it into the water basin. The master blacksmith stood watching from behind, secretly evaluating that cold iron and black iron were top-grade irons, requiring 6 to 7 quenches to reach their absolute limit. He sternly reminded that each quenching was extremely important and demanded Li Yuan to pay the utmost attention. Li Yuan worked tirelessly by the furnace, carefully executing the dramatic quenching process. With only 5 more quenches left, this Kyushu sword would truly take shape. The master blacksmith standing nearby couldn't help but worry, because if top-grade materials only yielded a high-grade weapon, the material cost would result in a loss of hundreds of silver taels. Understanding the great expectation and immense pressure, Li Yuan firmly asserted that he would definitely be careful and told his master to rest assured. The master blacksmith decisively returned to the furnace. "I will go back to forging the hammer." Looking at the master's figure working diligently by the fire, Li Yuan stood observing with eyes full of admiration. He inwardly judged that with his master's skills, the hammer taking shape would undoubtedly be a top-grade 3rd-tier weapon. The smell of premium goods wafted through the air. Li Yuan couldn't help but get excited, his eyes shining brightly and even drooling with desire. A 3rd-tier heavy hammer forged by a grand perfection forging grandmaster? I want it so badly.
The shower of sparks and the intense heat from the forge made the master blacksmith exhausted, sweat pouring down his bald head. He told himself that tomorrow would probably be the final quenching to complete this treasure. Although his craftsmanship was becoming more proficient, he bitterly realized that his declining blood chi due to old age was beginning to directly affect the quality of his work. Holding the heavy hammer in his hand, he sighed regretfully, because if it were a few years ago, forging such an item wouldn't have consumed so much of his dedication and energy. Seeing his master overexerting himself, Li Yuan spoke up out of concern. "You are pushing yourself too hard." He silently compared himself to his master. Even though his hammer technique was not inferior at all, in terms of experience and practical knowledge in the forging profession, he was still far behind the Grandmaster's decades of accumulation. Li Yuan told himself he had to work even harder. The master blacksmith sipped his tea and pondered. "I'm getting old. My physical strength has severely declined. Perhaps this hammer will be my final masterpiece, so I must be a bit careful." He also revealed that the grand shopkeeper highly valued Li Yuan, evidenced by his willingness to bestow upon him 3 taels of precious red gold, and the promise that if he could forge a few more top-grade weapons, the position of second shopkeeper would soon belong to him.
The master continued to paint a bright future for his disciple, saying that next year the grand shopkeeper would definitely take him to Zhejiang Prefecture, where the shop was being grandly renovated. Just hearing the description made it feel like moving to the city, changing his life, a full combo of a fancy future. He advised him to settle down early in the prefectural city, get married, have children, and then bring Erge's entire family over to enjoy the blessings. However, Li Yuan appeared skeptical. Shen Ben-Ge wasn't that great either. Ko Long was also a disciple there. Didn't he die in the Barren Mountain? Seeing that his master seemed displeased, he immediately changed his attitude, scratched his head and laughed awkwardly. "You are right. Yes. Okay. The old master waved his hand, telling him to go rest, and reminded him to come early tomorrow to carefully observe the final quenching of the hammer. As soon as he got home, Li Yuan cheerfully called out loudly, "Erge, Ersao, I'm back," updating his mood of having just finished training, feeling good, and coming home to eat. Just as he walked into the courtyard carrying a fish basket, Erge intercepted him with an important piece of news. Erge, while holding the unfinished wooden horse he was making, announced that Wang Sao from the front street had sent a matchmaker to propose marriage to him again. Whether Li Yuan wanted to or not, Erge firmly demanded that he must go meet her once to repay the favor from years ago when Wang Sao's family gave him milk when he was a baby. Li Yuan grimaced and refused. "Meeting once will lead to meeting many times. If you want to meet her, Erge, you go meet her." Just as the two brothers were pushing the responsibility back and forth, Sao, with her heavily pregnant belly, stepped out from the house and roared with anger. "Shut up." She strictly scolded her husband for pushing his younger brother into a pit, then revealed the truth about Wang Sao's family background, which was not good at all. The sister-in-law firmly stated in a low voice that she had been a widow for many years, and although her daughter was good-looking, she had too many complicated stepfather relationships around her. If Li Yuan got involved, he shouldn't even dream of having a single peaceful day in the future. Seeing his wife start to fly into a rage, Ergelilin panicked and covered her mouth, begging her to lower her voice. However, Sao showed no mercy. She pushed her husband's hand away and scolded him right to his face, saying that Li Yuan was much better than his brother. Shouldn't bother himself needlessly with his younger brother's marriage. Faced with his wife's firmness, had no choice but to swallow his pride and concede. "All right, fine." Standing nearby, Li Yuan breathed a sigh of relief and sighed inwardly. He still needed his sister-in-law to step in. He knew his brother's bad habit very well. Once he started, he could nag about the same thing back and forth for months, making it truly unbearable for the listener. Suddenly remembered something important and informed him that Grand Shopkeeper Cao Yan had been treating them very well lately, even specially sending someone to say that he wanted to welcome the whole family to live in the weaponsmithy. Li Yuan was startled and immediately asked, "You didn't agree, did you?"
Affirmed definitively no, because Sa was already 7 or 8 months pregnant, absolutely unable to endure moving at this time, so it was best to stay at home and rest. Hearing this, Li Yuan was truly relieved. He urged his brother to take his sister-in-law into the room to rest, while he would take care of dinner himself. Watching the backs of the two disappear behind the door, Li Yuan's eyes suddenly became sharp and cold. He secretly understood Cao Yan's wild ambitions. On the surface, the old man pretended to be stingy and unwilling to spend red gold, but behind their backs he was playing dirty tricks to quickly put his family under house arrest as hostages. The type of person who regrets spending money to your face, but invests in a whole scheme behind your back. Returning to his room, Li Yuan fed the little mouse while preparing to study the pile of books that Master Wang had sent over to find more information. Flipping through the old pages, Li Yuan began to learn about the turbulent history of the deity worship sect, once a powerful state religion under the founding emperor, with branch temples spread across the world. After declining overnight 700 years ago, this sect gradually disappeared. At its peak at one time, collapsed overnight. Martial artists cultivating the deity worship technique often had distorted minds, easily went mad, and committed heinous crimes from slaughter to pillaging. Li Yuan pondered and analyzed. He realized that after being suppressed by the imperial court and major sects, this sect split into 2 branches. One part hid within the imperial court, and the rest fled into the darkness. With 13 divine techniques named after body parts such as Shenzhou Jing, Shenzong Jing, or Shenzong, he understood that their roots were divided into two directions. One was worshipping oneself as a god, and the other was inviting a god into the body. He suddenly realized that what he had snatched from Yu Chen was exactly this evil martial art of inviting a god into the body, a technique that progressed extremely fast but distorted the mind. The more he learned, Li Yuan was fascinated by the miraculous life-extending ability of this technique, something the vast majority of other martial arts lacked. Legend has it that Da Yun's founding emperor Pang Wenlong lived to be over 400 years old thanks to it, an overly tempting number for anyone, when human lifespans in this era usually stopped at 70 to 80. Despite regretting that this was an evil technique, he couldn't help but sigh at how great it would be if it were orthodox. Immersed in his thoughts, a strange noise from the window immediately put Li Yuan on alert. He grabbed his weapon, his sharp eyes staring into the darkness. Here again? The video ends here. Please hit like so the bear can release more great series. Thank you and goodbye everyone.